Welcome to the solo Final Fantasy XIV challenge. This is solo only, and from the very beginning, we have clawed our way past some of the most difficult fights this game can offer, all while never using the market board, parties, or NPC support, and using level sync or silence echo whenever it's possible. Again and again, I've been told this was impossible, but no matter how hard it got, we've always prevailed. And now, standing on the other side of the impossible trial, Susano, it's time to move forward towards our final goal, Endwalker. Maybe something stops us before then, brings this whole thing crashing down, but until we see that with our own hands, we continue down this long, winding road to whatever impossible wall comes next. 10 months and 400 hours later, Stormblood, the impossible expansion, and Susano, the impossible trial, everything that stood in front of us has fallen. If I went back and told myself what I was getting into, I wouldn't believe a single word of it. Yet here we stand. This is the full journey of Season 3, Stormblood. Before we start though, I have one quick little note. We've hit 50,000 subs, the halfway point to that childhood dream of mine. Thank you for being a part of this. If you ever felt like supporting the channel, I have a Ko-Fi. Basically Patreon, but they don't steal any of the money. And if you support me on it, you'll get updates for the new videos as I'm making them. Thank you. And I hope you enjoy this story of mine one more time. For the past year and a half, I have clawed my way through Final Fantasy XIV completely solo. No market board, no parties, no NPC support, no quest rewards, no purchasing items from NPC shops unless we can't get it any other way, and doing everything level synced or silence echo whenever it was possible. 472 hours have gone into solo to reach where we are now. A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Word are complete, and with our final goal being Endwalker, we're officially at the halfway point, Stormblood. But now, we walk ever closer to the impossible trial. Many times now, I've said a trial was impossible, but never like this. If there was anything in the entire game that would end the challenge, it would be this. The greatest adversary we will ever face. Despite all that, against all odds, through all the hundreds of comments telling me this was the end, I'll face this foe just like every other before it. Onwards to Stormblood, and let the revel finally begin. With Dawntrail on the horizons, we had some extra time before the real grind started. Waiting on all the major changes that Dawntrail would bring to every class in the game, all we had to go on right now was speculation. My first thought for Susano was the same plan I had for Titan, using Ninja's Doton to kill the sword while I held it up. Wondrous Tales, a weekly activity that sends you out to defeat certain fights or instances and rewards you with a sticker for your bingo board, would go to waste if I just ignored it. Quickly breaking our way through the fights and getting our hands on a new friend to add to the collection, receiving this horse. Wait, actually horse! Oh yeah! Thank you, horse! We turn in our bingo board at Chloe for the real rewards. Each gives a guaranteed half a level worth of experience, no matter what level you are. If you're on specific worlds and have the Road to 90 buff, it will double, making this single book turn in a guaranteed level every week. We can also get some amazing rewards. If our bingo board gets us 1, 2, or 3 lines, we'll get some of the most powerful gear I can access. 2 or 3 lines specifically, as I need these silver commendations, which we can only get from those 2. I did not hear. Oh? This time, we're not so lucky and only end up with 1 line, but we're mainly aiming to level Ninja right now anyway. It's also a good moment to mention that we've set a goal of hitting 50,000 subs by the end of the year, and you can help if you're one of the 60% or so that isn't subscribed. Ninja at level 56, we explore some options for decorating Solo's home, craft a bed, and drift off to sleep. I can try and justify it in as many ways as I want, but here, in this moment, I was scared, reluctantly putting off the main scenario quests, all to avoid the inevitable for 1 more day. But I couldn't put it off any longer. It was time to progress the MSQ. It was time for the expansion I was the most afraid of. Stormblood had finally begun. Rushing on through the MSQ, enjoying a visit from my favorite character, and promising something I will definitely regret later on. Am I gonna try soloing Rathalos if I get that far? Probably. I feel like I have an obligation to solo my namesake. We reach our first dungeon, the Siren Song Sea. Level sync brings Warrior down to level 62, but now that we're past Heavensward, we have the most important part of our abilities, Raw Intuition, no matter what dungeon we're in. Every 25 seconds, Raw Intuition lets us heal whenever we hit an enemy. We can get 3 attacks off while it's active, and it counts every enemy hit, so big groups of mobs like this get us back to full health in just one attack. This, along with Equilibrium giving us a big burst of health and our abilities that reduce the damage we take, make the normal enemies barely worth our attention. Hordes of Banshee and Snails down, we reach the first boss, Lugat.
Hello, Luigi.
Stormblood dungeon bosses almost always have 3 or 4 mechanics that they cycle through for the entire fight, and Lugat is a perfect example of that to start us off. Amorphous Applause covers half the arena in a dangerous AoE aimed at the main tank. Hydro Ball is a party stack that deals 6,000 damage with mitigations. Overflow pushes us to the edge of the arena, followed by another Hydro Ball party stack. And Sea Swallows All pulls us to the center of the arena, with AoEs everywhere around us aside from 2 safe spots. It's a slow fight, but manageable so long as we continue to reduce the party stack damage and heal through it. All mechanics finished, Lugat goes down, and we head on to the second boss. Trudging past ships full of fire and skeletons, we reach the Governor.
The Governor! This is the one that's got the pizza slices. All of the memories are coming back to me. His head is gonna pop up in some little pizza slices all across the floor, and then I'm going to cry my eyes out.
As stated, Shadow Flow causes the Governor to sink into the arena, leaving pizza slices of damaging shadow everywhere around you. After a brief stay in the ground, they stand back up and the shadows disappear. Enter Knight pulls a player into the boss and tethers them with a shadow. As long as the shadow is on them, they'll slowly gain a stacking debuff that reduces their magic defense. Moving out to the edge of the arena breaks the tether. Bloodburst is a magic AoE, and Shadow Split splits his shadow into 8 mini grovelers. Then, with their clone spawn, they cast Shadow Flow again, but this time the grovelers will take up some of the safe areas with their own shadow pools. Still as easy as before, just with smaller spots to run to. Shadow Split is their final mechanic, and after 9 minutes of back and forth dodging, the Governor falls, and the end of our first dungeon is in sight. But right before the final boss, we've got a bit of a weird enemy to face. The Fleshless Captive, the only mini-boss in the game that I know of at least, has an incredibly large health pool and some mechanics of its own. It starts by just casting Dark, a targeted AoE, and a red cast bar, meaning we're able to interrupt it with Interject, a very rarely used ability. Then, Seductive Scream. If the cast is allowed to finish, we'll be seduced, losing all control of our character and being forced to walk in towards the captive. Then it uses Flood, a large, heavy-hitting AoE that has a good chance of killing anyone that isn't a tank. But for as weird as it is to be fighting a mini-boss, all of the captive's casts are interruptible, so we don't have to deal with Seductive Scream. A few minutes later, we can actually start on the final boss, Lorelei. Virgin Tears drops puddles on the ground. Standing in them burns you for damage over time. Right now it's easy, but things get a bit more complicated with Morbid Advance. When the cast finishes, control of your character is taken away, and you auto-run in whatever direction you're facing. As the fight progresses, Virgin Tears adds more puddles, and Morbid Advance adds Morbid Retreat, forcing you backwards instead of forwards. This continues until almost the entire arena is covered in damaging puddles and the outer edge is swallowed by it. Somber Melody is raid-wide damage, and Void Water 2 is a dodgeable AoE. For as scary as the boss can look, the fight is simple and entirely based on dodging and positioning correctly, so we don't have to worry about our health, and the Siren Song C is complete.
That was a pretty good dungeon. As expected, we one-shot that one. So this is pretty good. 68 minute 43 second. We got our second chance point. We have 20 minutes left in this instance, and would you believe it, we've got ourselves a swift first time completion for 6,000 gil.
Arriving in Kugane, our entrance to Othard, we've taken one step closer to our great adversary. Though Kugane has a bit of a notorious jump puzzle that I was forced into attempting before we could move on.
You can't tell me to climb the I can't do it. I told you earlier that it took me 3 hours to do it on my main. I will give you an attempt. What, are you, a chicken? Yes, I am. Why are you so desperate for me to clear this tower? Why do you want this so bad? Fine, I guess it's tower time. I'm gonna hate this so much, especially, why do you have to do it with me? Why do you have to give me the hard mode version? This is so much worse when every single block is gonna be covered by other people. Did he climb it yet? What do you mean? I've been here for 2 seconds. I just really need you to understand that what you are about to experience is your fault. Now what? This? Yeah, okay, great. We're fine? Please? Huh. Yes? Where, there, this place, yes? Yes? I am going to lose the entire thing with this jump, aren't I? We're going straight back to the bottom. Okay, alright. I hate this game.
hate this game so much, dude. Do it for the rice? You can't hold food hostage. That's against the Geneva Conventions or something. It has to be. Do I go here? Is that where I'm going? Because it did not seem like it worked. Okay, thank you. No, thank you. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Geneva only applies to war. This is content. This is war. I promise you. Please. Please. It's just this one jump, man. Come on. You gotta be joking. It's fine. A little push never hurt nobody. A little bit of push. A little push never hurt nobody. Oh, it's hurting me. Oh, it's hurting me real bad. I refuse to spend the rest of the day on Kugane Tower. You can't make me. Goodbye to dark. There's no way up from here, right? I just have to drop. This is an unfixable problem. But it was still as bad as it could have been. Thank you! Why do I get pushed by a piece of cloth? I'm done. I'm out. I'm finished. It was a pleasure seeing you. Thank you for the Kugane Tower. It's not for me. Believe the tower grants a special cutscene within us. Now we're talking. Hold on. That's enough of that. Thank you very much. With Stormblood's daily hunt unlocked and the questing in Kugane done, a wave of dread cascades over me as we continue onwards to the Ruby Sea. At this very moment, we are entering a zone that I will not be free of for probably a number of months. The last area we'll have access to unlocked, it's time to take a quick stock of what we can do. The only warrior ability locked behind quests now is Inner Release at level 70. An incredibly powerful personal buff, and all we need to get it is to head over to the Azim Steppe. And there just so happens to be an entrance to the Azim Steppe right from the Ruby Sea. So, with the MSQ dragging us over here, a massive, unavoidable rock slide has prevented us from reaching the Azim Steppe. Since Heavensward, most areas are now given artificial blocks like this until the MSQ brings you to them. In Stormblood, it's all areas, which also includes the entrance to Yangsha a bit south from here. Once again, this is our limit. We've now been to every zone we'll be able to use, meaning Inner Release, one of Warrior's strongest abilities, won't be available until much later down the line. Chat, I will have you know that my mother sent me a text earlier and said that she may still be watching the stream, so everybody say hello to mom. Leveling Warrior to 80 off quest experience, grabbing the Aetheryte in Tamamizu, and learning how to hold our breath, the fated quest is here. The Lord of the Revel. Here we stand, before the greatest adversary we would ever face. Here we stand, where so many hundreds of people told me I would fail. The pool of tribute is unlocked, and we begin our very first attempt at defeating Susanoo. First, we face Susanoo level synced. And just for posterity, we are exactly 20 days of playtime. Every last detail of this fight matters, and today was a test run to see as much of it as we could.
Let the rebels begin!
At level 64, using augmented Shire gear, Susanoo's auto attacks dealt 2,600 damage. While auto-attacking, Susanoo would use Assail, an instant tank buster dealing 7,100. 2 auto-attacks later, Susanoo casts Rasen Kaikyo, an AoE that appears under you. It's quick and easy to move out of, but marks the start of his main mechanics. 2 more auto-attacks, a target appears over a random player in the arena, knocking them back from the boss. Then, a party stack, Brightstorm. Rampart reducing damage by 10%, Brightstorm hits for 14,000, ending the level sync attempt. That single attack was 83% of my health. Every single second of that fight, I was spamming through everything in my arsenal to stay alive. My health was dropping by an unmanageable amount. Level sync was not an option. So we leave and move on to Silence Echo attempts. Silence Echo allows us to enter the fight at our real level, with Warrior now at level 80, but a higher level means we're weaker. As strange as it sounds, leveling in Final Fantasy XIV actually does make you weaker. Susanoo's auto attacks were now dealing 3,000 damage. Assail dealt 8,400, and Brightstorm with a 20% damage reduction was dealing 18,000. That is the cost of Silence Echo, especially now that we're level 80. I'm sure our defenses are way worse. Defense in Final Fantasy XIV gives you a % damage reduction, but that % scales with your level. At level 60, using augmented Shire gear would give the maximum damage reduction, but as a level 80, it was much worse. And that's because the higher your level, the more defense you need to get the same damage reduction reduction you had previously. And going off these numbers, with Silence Echo turned on, using level 60 gear at level 80 was somewhere around a 15% decrease in our defense. Being a higher level also gives us more health and access to stronger abilities, so it generally evens out, but the extra damage on all of his attacks made Silence Echo just as impossible as level sync. Now we're on our last resort, entering without any restrictions and using the Epic Echo buff to try and push our way through this first mechanic. With a 60% increase to our health, healing, and damage, this was our best chance at seeing more of the fight. And with so much more health, we throw on Shake It Off for a shield and tank Brightstorm without any damage reduction for 25,000 damage. Healing back up, Susanoo hits with 2 auto attacks, a sail, and 2 more auto attacks before spawning a lightning cloud outside of the arena. These lightning clouds will shoot a large line AoE before disappearing, but the casts are slow, so the AoE isn't an actual threat. Cloud gone, we get a new voice line.
The seas part for we alone.
And another knockback target. This time, Susanoo parts the sea, focusing on whoever he just knocked away, leaving a tiny line in front of him to dodge the waves. Then another Raisen Kaikyo and Brightstorm before going back to his regular auto attacks. Parting the seas once more, we get our third Brightstorm as the knockback starts, ending our attempts.
That is an absolute slaughter, even on Epic Echo. Okay. This is just with Shire equipment. There's a lot of upgrades. There's an entire expansion of upgrades available first. We've got a long way to go. We've got a long way to go.
This was as far as we could go with the gear we had now. Before we could move forward, before we could see anything else and even start to understand how to make this fight work, we would need some upgrades. Drifting off to sleep, our first glimpse at Susanoo had passed. I had finally gotten to see the fight I was so afraid of. Now, we just needed to figure out how to beat it. Dawn Trail would soon be upon us, my best chance for finding a way past Susanoo, so we needed to do some preparations. Wondrous Tales is a weekly activity, but you're able to do a Wondrous Tales book up to a week late. So, getting and completing a Wondrous Tales book now, then saving it to turn in on the week Dawn Trail releases would get us 2 levels in whatever class we choose the second it becomes available. All of our trials done, we throw down our stickers, hoping desperately for 2 lines.
So here's the shtick. Me? A line for me? I never get this. Wait a second. We have 3 shots for 2 lines. We could get whatever the heck this bread thing is, whatever the heck this baguette is. We could get the pie. We could get the swordfish and the bottle of whiskey. We're gonna move it off the screen. I can't look at this. Right before Dawn Trail, big win for me. There's the whiskey bottle. Okay. Swordfish or pie. No, I mean this is what we expected, right? This is so. Ow. With the bacon, but look at this, dude. There's no way. Come on. By Wrath standards, this isn't really a massive L, just a standard issue. I know it happens all the time, but come on. I deserve to win at least once.
There was one other thing that had to be done. Hunts. Every day, you're given a list of enemies to go and kill from all of the zones in each expansion. Heavensward and Stormblood hunts both award Centurio seals and use them as currency for the hunt vendors. And those hunt vendors will give us access to some of the strongest gear in all of Stormblood. But we need a lot of Centurio seals to trade with them, so no better time than the present to start earning. All of the Heavensward hunts are easy, but for the Stormblood hunts, we have a very limited amount of access to the targets and only get to complete a few of them. Doing some math a few days later, for a full set of Centurio seal gear, we'd need 865 total seals. At the current rate, that means we could get a full set of equipment every 10 days or so. This is also the day we went over what our final gear for facing Susanoo could be, but I'll keep that a secret for now. Hunts for the day finished, one bad map later, it was the last stream before Dawn Trail, and I wanted to give Susanoo a few more attempts before it ended. Returning to the pool of tribute, managing my healing and mitigations as best I could, we push past our last death and see the rest of the fight. After the third party stack, Susanoo summons 2 clouds outside the arena, each shooting 3 line AoEs before disappearing. Then, one more knockback and Brightstorm before the mechanic that ends it all. The impossible mechanic, and the reason so many people told me this fight couldn't be done. Susanoo slams his sword into the arena, and one player from the party needs to catch the sword, fighting it back for long enough that the rest of the party can kill it. While this is happening, orbs float towards me, exploding for 6,000 damage, all while the sword takes chunk after chunk of my health away. With 7 seconds left on the active time maneuver, we fall and the fight ends. Reaching the sword again, we needed to know every detail, so instead of catching it, we sit and wait, counting out how many seconds we had before it ends the fight. 7 seconds. The blade's shadow icon could pulse 7 times before the fight ended. It may seem inconsequential, but it was incredibly important for later. All of the testing I could possibly do done, we had gotten the information we needed from these attempts. Sword phase started at exactly 3 minutes into the fight. 3 minutes was a lot of time, so I head over to my main account, Xanther, to try some other options. There had to be a second way to start the sword phase. Otherwise, there's no reason Susanoo would be this difficult to kill. And, like expected, there was. Susanoo will start the sword phase at 3 minutes into the fight, or immediately after reaching 39% health. With my level 90 red mage and full level 90 equipment, in the time it took for Susanoo to start the phase, we could deal 12% of his health. If I couldn't do it on my main, Solo couldn't either. But we continued on, waiting for a new dawn to see what changes it might bring. Dawn Trail released, beginning the hunt for our way past Susanoo. The 2 biggest wildcards added were Viper and Pictomancer. Starting at level 80 and coming with a full set of level 80 equipment on unlocking them, this was the best chance we would have to handle this fight. Using quest rewards is always a last resort, and an exception I regularly avoid, but this wasn't the time for that. I needed to see what these classes could do at their absolute best, and I had to use everything available to me. With Viper and Pictomancer unlocked, the equipment is labeled as Weather. I do allow weathered gear since for most of the level 1 classes they're the only possible option, but this wasn't the case here. Since there are other things I can use for these classes, it would be an exception that I would have to take. Heading over to Ul'dah to try out the training dummies, I can reveal why the video quality suddenly looks so strange. It's because of... Waiting out a quick power outage, we're back to business. Now I had to learn the classes. I had 2 options for taking down Susanoo, and one of them I was now convinced wouldn't work. Some form of ground AoE, like Doton or Salted Earth with Ninja or Dark Knight, to kill the sword while I'm holding it back was the first option, and had no chance of succeeding. Unlike Titan, we're trying to make up for 7 people worth of damage. Not only would Ninja not survive long enough or Dark Knight have the damage to kill the sword, Susanoo does the sword twice, solidifying this as a dead end. We wouldn't be able to kill the sword, which meant we had to go with the worst possible option. I had to kill Susanoo before he could use the sword. Couple of seconds at most to do 40% of the boss's health. So for that, we're looking for big burst damage. Machinist and Samurai are long-standing to have some of the best burst in the game, so they were possible options, but Viper and Pictomancer were the first things on my mind to test. I had hoped Viper would be the one to do it, but rather than having any big damage, Viper has a lot of consistent damage over a long period of time. At higher levels it gets some burst, but most of it is a very slow constant. Pictomancer, on the other hand, came in with its own surprises. 1,000 potency abilities, a guaranteed critical direct hit for 3 attacks with the hammer. There was a real chance that this might be it, but I had to do more testing first. Turning in last week's Wondrous Tales gets Picto to level 81, and we had the perfect opportunity for just that. Through all of the trials and dungeons for the second Wondrous Tales, things were looking good. Bosses dropping faster than ever before, and huge bursts that I was quickly getting comfortable with. Picto passes the first test, and becomes our hope for clearing Susanoo. With an initial goal of getting Picto to level 90, we grab some Shire accessories and turn in our book to reach 82. Then another weekly bit of experience comes from challenge logs. For completing a few easy tasks like clearing fates or completing leave quests, we get a big chunk of experience, make it halfway through level 83, and end the day on a high note. Another set of Wondrous Tales, it's time for a real test. Grabbing Pictomancer's starting armor, a full set of level 80 gear, besides accessories, we enter the pool of tribute to try and make some progress. I avoid quest rewards whenever I possibly can, but there was no comparable gear to this that we could access. If I wanted even a chance at beating this fight, I needed to use it. I don't think I live this. Oh, well, you know what? I do live it. I'm just gonna try and do the damage. I just need to do the damage that I'm hoping for. I need to pull off 40% in, let's just say, 3 attacks. 3 attacks was very pessimistic, but since I hadn't figured out how many I had the time to do, we were using the same numbers I had at Bismarck for a baseline. Not even close. That was maybe 10%? 7%. The biggest burst I currently had with my 3 hammers had only done 7% of Susanoo's health. Death after death, the best we had done was 8%. So to even have a chance at beating Susanoo, we would need to stack the Echo. The Echo is different from the Epic Echo I mentioned earlier. Epic Echo you get from just entering an old trial, but the Echo is a buff you have to earn. If you can survive 3 minutes of a fight, after dying, you'll get a stacking 10% buff to healing, health, and damage. This stacks all the way up to 50%, and while I'm not sure if it's additive, in a best case scenario, that means we'd have a 110% buff. The problem was surviving those 3 minutes. As it stood, I could barely live 20 seconds. With no way of healing throughout the fight, this was quickly turning into another dead end. I had no way to survive. The Echo was out of reach. Pictomancer had failed. And Viper was no different. Even though it had heals to use, Susanoo did too much damage to handle. Both of the new options were crossed off the list. We had to move forward some other way. This stream was a special one to get people an exclusive mount for watching on Twitch. To get it, you had to watch for a good few hours, and wanting to get the mount for as many folks as I could, we run through some of the things I had been meaning to do but put off while I tried to work out a way forward. I still hadn't completely given up hope on Pictomancer, so with the idea that I may be running through Palace on it in the future for experience, we do a few runs to see how it felt. To get past Baelser's Wall, I had used all of my Aetherpool gear for a Sage weapon, thinking that I would never have to go back to Palace of the Dead. Now that we had to, we were starting from the beginning again. Picto felt like an amazing class for doing Palace solo, but my lack of gear was walling us off.
I did not, in fact, live that. Okay. That sucks. I got so much Aetherpool. Come on. No, my Aetherpool is gone.
We would need to do some work before we could go back to Palace grinding. So for now, we hop over to some other tasks. With Solo owning a home for himself, we grab a mini Aetherite so we can teleport back to it, and a farming plot, which we can use to grow elemental shards, an ingredient used in all crafting recipes. Normally, I would have to go around and collect them one by one, and I've gone through a good few thousand at this point. So I was happy to move on to a less tedious process. But planting shards is a lot more effort than I had bargained for. Soil comes in various grades and influences crop yield and quality. Seeds and soil can be obtained through gathering by botanists and miners respectively. Once you have both, you may start growing a plant in either an empty flower pot or empty bed in your garden patch. To plant things in your farming plot, you need soil. The soil I wanted to use was grade 3 shroud soil, a rare item you could only find during certain times of the day, but greatly increasing the amount of shards you get once it's harvested. Running in circles for a few minutes, we get our first firelight seeds, then hunting down the grade 3 shroud soils, we've got all 8 higher grade soils only give 1 per node, and that just took 5 minutes to find. Yeah. No, that's not happening. Grade 2? Nope, same problem. At the very least, our saving grace, grade 1 shroud topsoil could be collected en masse, and our farm of fire shards is planted. It'll take a day to grow, so I spend the rest of the night running through Palace of the Dead on Astrologian. I owed one of my Discord members the runs, so we get to suffer for a bit. Slowly, the day came to an end, and I was still stuck at that massive wall. One quick stop to see how our last biggest problem, Bismarck, would have been on Pictomancer. Wow. That would have been a lot easier. I was at my wit's end. My one hope for clearing was gone, and we'd need to find another way. Even just trying to test this would likely take dozens of hours. So the next day, I started a bounty. 50 million gil with contributions from other Discord members to find a verifiable way to defeat Susanoo with gear I could access. All of the others doing the solo challenge alongside regular viewers and theory crafters spammed the chats with ideas and plans. And 7 hours later, it was done. A verified way to clear the boss was found, sitting right under my nose, all from one tiny detail that I missed. I was no longer shackled to a false hope. We had a way forward. My initial thoughts had been right. Pictomancer was the way forward, so long as we could get that 50% echo buff. But without any healing, that was a lot easier said than done. Save for that one tiny detail I missed, Star Prism. At level 100, Pictomancer gains Star Prism, an attack that deals massive amounts of damage and heals you when used. That was it. That was the thing I missed, and with it, our plan was set. I needed to get Pictomancer to level 100. There's a lot more to think about. Leveling up doesn't just reduce my damage reduction, it also reduces my critical hit, and getting a class to level 100 would absolutely ruin one of the most integral parts of Solo's progression. Right now, our Wondrous Tales was limited. We were guaranteed to get low low-level dungeons and fights from a realm reborn. We could always finish it, because it can only give things that I have access to. But once we had a class at level 100, Wondrous Tales changes forever. Instead of giving low-level dungeons, it will ask for dungeons I can't access and extreme trials from expansions beyond Stormblood. If I went through with this, we would have to rely on second chance points, an incredibly scarce resource that would let us repeat anything that we could pull off. The only way to get them is to clear a dungeon or trial and have someone in your party clearing it for the first time. For a normal player, you get plenty from just doing your daily roulettes. But for solo, I was now limited by the amount of dungeons and trials I could complete. I would never be able to use another player's first time clear, 1 second chance point per dungeon or trial, and then it's gone forever. This would severely limit my ability to get the Wondrous Tales gear I was hoping for. It would be more important than ever that I got 2 or 3 lines, because once this grind was over, we'd only have a few chances left. Despite all of that, Pictomancer could do it. I was committed. I was going to defeat Susano completely solo, even if I had to ruin everything to do it. Those aren't the only problems, though. The biggest was sitting right in front of my face. How was I going to get Pictomancer to level 100? For now, Wondrous Tales gave us a level every week, but as soon as I hit level 90, that would be cut in half. Not only that, all of my experience gains would be cut in half. The Road to 90 buff doubles all the experience I get from every source, but as the name implies, only works up to level 90. Right now, we have 3 methods of leveling up. Palace of the Dead, which gives just about 240,000 experience. Wondrous Tales for a full level, and challenge logs, which give scaling experience based on what level you are. At level 90, all of this changes. Palace drops to 121,000 experience. Wondrous Tales only gives half a level, and challenge logs give half the experience while also stopping their scaling. We could technically just wait out the weeks and get our levels with Wondrous Tales and challenge logs, but getting to level 100 that way would take around 3 months. Absolutely not an option. From level 90 to 100, I needed 182,041,000 experience points. With Star Prism, I'll be able to have enough health to survive for the Echo buff. So I can gain 50% Echo buff on top of the 60% Epic Echo buff. And now it is much more realistic to be able to kill Susano in that 40% period. Wondrous Tales, no. The reason that I can't do Wondrous Tales is because I won't be able to complete it. Most of the options will change from the ARR extremes that we're currently getting to Dawn Trail and Endwalker and those kind of extremes. It genuinely won't be doable. Not that I can't turn it in for the XP, but that I couldn't turn it in at all. But of course, there's one more thing to worry about. We have to get Pictomancer to level 100. And then the worst part, the part that hurts the most, Pictomancer is getting changed. What was it? The 0.1 update, I think? Pictomancer is going to be slightly different. And slightly different might mean that it can't do it anymore. So we've got a timer on that as well. I have so many ways to get 2 lines here. There's no way they don't give it to me, right? Thanks, Chloe. Really appreciate it. Wondrous Tales gets us to level 86. We grab a full set of level 60 armor and start on our challenge logs. 99 to 100 is 23,789,000 experience. Yeah, so that's 100 runs of Palace of the Dead floor 51 to 60. For 1 level. Let me just remember real quick. My fastest on Machinist was like 20 minutes-ish. So we're talking 2,000 minutes in Palace of the Dead. Let me just... calculator. That is 33.3 hours in Palace of the Dead for 1 level. Here, upon the fields of Western Thanalan, we see the sprouts. Waltzu, actually that sprout can fly. The sprout is way more advanced than I believed them to be. Right here, at the start of the main grind, Solo has a playtime of 497 hours. We wouldn't check this again until Susano fell. Our start point was 500 hours. Shopping around for other ways to earn XP, we visit the Vanu Vanu Allied Society. Allied Societies give daily combat or crafting quests that give reputation, allowing you to buy exclusive items from them and some experience. Each quest gives about 25k, which didn't really feel worth it for now, so we ignore this and head head over to Kugane. The daily hunts we ran for Centurio seals also gave experience, up to 33,000 for the highest level targets, that we would very rarely be able to kill due to our limited areas. It wouldn't be huge, but it's something we had to do anyway, so I keep it in the back of my mind as an option for later. Taking some time for palace runs, we start at floor 1, hoping to find as many silver chests as we can. Each silver chest can upgrade our Aetherpool armor or weapon by +1. My goal was to consistently complete floors 51 to 60, so we needed about 40 of both. Making our way down into the depths, the floor 20 boss goes down, but we die to the Hydra at floor 30. If you die during a run, you won't keep any of the Aetherpool upgrades you had gotten on the last 10 floors, so we'd be starting from floor 1 again next time and hoping we got enough Aetherpool gear to beat the Hydra. Challenge logs and hunts done for the day, we're level 87 and head over to do the job quests for Pictomancer. These would be a huge boost of experience and help push us over the line to level 90, if it wasn't for a funny little quirk that came with them.
I can't do the Picto quests. What? Why? I have to complete Stormblood to be able to do the Picto quest line. Don't worry, you just gotta complete Stormblood so you can do the Picto quest, so you can get experience to be Susanoo so you can complete Stormblood. Very simple. That's true. I'm the only person to ever get this message. They put this in for me. They did this to block me. They saw my stuff. They said, this guy's not gonna be done Stormblood. He's gonna try and do my quests before he's done Stormblood. I'm not gonna let that happen. You gotta be a Dawn Trail to do my quests.
The next day, we start things off with some shopping. I had my armor and weapon planned for the fight with Susanoo, but I had no idea what to do for accessories. Since I had plenty of scripts available, we buy up both of the Stormblood Goldsmith Masterwork recipes, the strongest accessory crafts in the expansion, and just to be safe, we grab Carpenter as well, since sometimes accessories are in these books.
My Goldsmith level is not high enough. Really? What's my Goldsmith level? 65. Oh, I'm not even 70 on Goldsmith. Okay.
Making some orphanage donations for Zloe gets Goldsmith to level 68, then Copper Nickel Sand and Memorian make a Copper Nickel and High Steel Nugget for a rarefied Copper Nickel Planisphere. Turning 5 of these in gets us to level 70, and the Masterwork recipes are unlocked. Unfortunately, this comes up as a dead end as I can't get the materials to craft any of the high-end accessories, so we're back to the drawing board. Right after, we found something that would work perfectly, but it's a bit of a weird one, so we'll talk about that later when I'm actually doing it. Now that we've got a decent amount of Centurio seals, we buy a full set of eye-level 340 accessories for Picto and get back to grinding. Desperate to get even the smallest boost of experience, we try the pre-order earring. Wearing these increased the experience gained below level 90 by 30%. I wasn't allowed to use them for any actual fights, but since Palace didn't use our gear stats, they were acceptable for the buff they provided. Or they would have been if they worked. While it says it's just a flat experience boost, it actually means combat experience. So back in the garbage with you. Pictomancer really struggled to survive in Palace with my Aetherpool gear, meaning we had to get sustaining potions. A special potion that can only be used here, healing you over time for 30 seconds. To get them, we need potsherds, which you can rarely find in Palace of the Dead, so it would be a constant struggle to keep enough of them for these runs. Doing a run as warrior, we defeat the Hydra, upgrade our Aetherpool a bit, and spend what few potsherds I had on sustaining potions. A new week, it's time for Wondrous Tales and challenge logs once again. The Dungeon Master challenge gets me to level 88.
Look at the little sprouts. Oh, enjoying a fate together. They're teleporting somewhere as a little family. Maybe they're not a little family. Maybe they're completely separate. Oh, star-crossed lovers have now separated. Perhaps they will see themselves again one day. I think that one's about to jump off a cliff. Let's go before we have to see it. I don't want a tragic end to this love story. I wanted it to be cute.
And we pause our Wondrous Tales for a bit to complete the rest of the challenge logs. Doing all of them would give enough experience for level 89, and then, in turn, Wondrous Tales gives more experience for being a higher level when we turn it in. So it's better to do it in this order for now.
I have so many different ways I can get 2 lines here, chat. There's no way we miss it this time, right? I will take your energy, and we shall get Oh my god, finally! Yeah! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Victory! And the first silver certificate of commendation is finally within my grasp. If I get one more of this, and then we wait until 7.3, I will be able to purchase a piece of level 100 equipment. Or I can use it right now to purchase a piece of level 90 equipment. I think I'm gonna save it.
Level 90 and our first silver certificate. There was a lot to be happy about, but for all our celebrations, there was something a bit worrying on the horizon. In just 12 days, patch 7.05 would release, bringing with it the Savage Raids, some of the hardest fights at endgame. With a patch focused on a major combat release, there came a chance that Pictomancer would be nerfed, and there was already confirmation that it was going to see some changes. Right now, it was by far the strongest caster in the game, so all eyes were on it. This isn't my first patch cycle though, and in all the previous patches I've experienced, it's always been very consistent. The chance of them nerfing a class at anything less than a 0.1 or 0.2 major patch was very slim, but the chance was still there. And if those nerfs came through, it would all be over, and we'd be back to the drawing board yet again. This time, likely without any other way forward. So I had two options. Somehow explain to my job that I needed to take the next 12 days off to complete 288 hours of Palace of the Dead grinding, or sit here and hope that we'd be spared. I was, unfortunately, not able to do option 1, so the dread of a possibly incoming patch loomed over us as we continued on, which pushed me to something else. Now that I was level 90, I had unlocked a lot of Pictomancer's kit. I could wear the final gear I was planning to use. If there was a chance I could survive Susanoo without the heal, we could bring things to an end right here and now. With Brightstorm now dealing 30,000 damage, it was as difficult as ever, but I had made some real tangible progress. I survived for a full minute, but death after death, that was the limit of how far I could go. Even with a gear upgrade, there was no chance at surviving until the Echo. And even if I could, our damage was just too weak. For as much as I wanted the only requirement to be Star Prism's healing, Pictomancer has a lot of damage locked behind the higher levels. And I still wasn't very confident with the class, only now 17 attempts in figuring out that I had to stay in the circle to keep my damage buff. Now sitting at level 90, we've hit a major milestone and the hardest part of the grind. So we rest, slowly beginning to realize just how long the road ahead was. 8 days left until the patch. We get incredibly lucky in Palace. Whoa! Hello? What? What? Aetherpool arm flares, its strength is plus 32. I just got a plus 3. Can I get that all the time? And finally get to the Aetherpool range we need for the real Palace grind to start. Since we were so weak, I've had to run Pictomancer from floor 1. Floor 1 only gives 70,000 experience, but I didn't have another option. Finally having a decent amount of Aetherpool gear, we can start doing floors 51 to 60, the only other checkpoint that you can start a run from, and gain the full 121,000 experience every time we clear. That's not to say it was easy though. One more try, the floor 60 boss goes down, and we get our first proper experience drop, 121,095. With that unlocked, we do some quick math on how long this would take, and
It's about 20 hours to get 13 million experience to hit level 91. Okay.
things really started to sink in. This grind was going to be astronomical. This can't be right. There has to be something else, something I'm missing. There has to be some other way than Palace. Right? Desperate for a different way forward. Something to save me from this fate, we start a full day of testing every single experience method I can think of. First was some way to use my rested experience. When you log out of the game in a sanctuary or a town, you'll notice the bar at the bottom gains a second color. At one point, it fills the whole bar and turns blue. That's rested experience. Bonus experience you get while not logged into the game in an attempt to get us gamers to be a bit healthier. But to use that bonus, I had to gain combat experience. Palace of the Dead didn't count as combat experience, but dungeons would. On a whim, we enter the highest level dungeon we have, the Siren Song C, level synced as Pictomancer. You can't gain experience in a dungeon unless you're level synced, so this was the only way. I didn't actually think I would be able to do this. Even just the initial group of banshees was likely to be a death sentence, but very slowly, we were given a glimpse of hope.
Oh, that's odd, but I can use that to separate them into single poles.
The banshees would lose aggro if you ran to the back of the ship, and at varying distances, meaning if we positioned ourselves correctly, I could make it so only one banshee was fighting me at a time. And after 8 minutes, the first set of enemies is cleared. That was unfortunately unique to the banshees, meaning we'd have to try and burst down one of the next group before they all killed us. One crab down, a member of chat has a crazy idea, sleeping the enemies and fighting one at a time that way. But most dungeon mobs are immune to statuses like sleep, so we couldn't possibly—
Oh my god, it sleeps! I think we've got something here! 2 enemies dead on 1 life?
This was actually getting somewhere. We were progressing through the dungeon. A few dozen deaths later, we were at the first boss. I could barely believe it. Killing the boss was all I needed. If we could beat this, we'd get a huge amount of combat experience, and since Siren Song C was a Stormblood dungeon, this boss fight would likely get us more XP than Palace of the Dead. Until Hydro Ball crushes all our hopes.
14k, I can't live that. Come.
We made it further than I had ever imagined. I thought this was going to fail right at the start, but now I felt like there was a chance. A way to avoid Palace. Shhhh of the Violet Tides is another Stormblood dungeon, an optional one we could do in the Ruby Sea. Once again, sleeping the enemies gets us all the way to the first boss, just to fail to an undodgeable mechanic. Fine. A Heavensward dungeon then. The Great Gooble Library is an easy one. The first boss is just a book that always kills us. Fine. Okay, Fates. The Fates in the Ruby Sea are meant for level 63. They have to give some decent experience, right? And they're combat, so maybe they'll use our rested XP. No. 23,000 experience. At best, I could clear 3 of them in 15 minutes, and they didn't use my rested bonus. Palace of the Dead was still better. Stormblood Battlecraft leaves? There are none. Sightseeing logs? Barely even worth looking at. Uncovering area maps? Yes, finally, something good. Each section of the map we uncovered gave 55,000 experience, and we get 550,000 experience for uncovering the whole thing. It would barely take any time to do this, so we had something. Finally. Something better than Palace, that I could only do twice. I had already uncovered all of the other maps I had access to. Hunt marks gave a decent amount of experience, and were definitely fast, but with how few of them I could do per day, it would just be something to add to the list of dailies. My last hope, a dungeon that wouldn't require me to have any healing past basic potions. Sastasha. You can walk past everything at the start of the dungeon. Not a single thing will aggro to you, so it's a quick walk up to the first boss. And since it's combat, it uses my rested bonus, but unfortunately only gives 5,000 experience. That was it. There was nothing left. No other crazy ideas. Nothing. Next stream was weekly Wondrous Tales. Slowly but surely accepting my fate.
Not completely scared. I'll take A line, I guess.
35,000 XP off leveling up, we vent our frustrations on some nearby crocodiles and reach 91. Doing some math with our challenge logs, I was hoping to hit level 92 this week. The logs would get us half a level, and the rest would have to come from Palace of the Dead.
So if I want to get my second level this week, I'm going to have to do 6 million experience worth of Palace of the Dead. Actually, no, it's probably 7 million. I'm gonna have to do 58 runs of Palace, which means today's stream is going to be 19 hours long. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Challenge logs done. We're at just under 7 million experience, halfway to 92. A few runs of Palace gets us to 7.3 million, and I take a break, you know, as a little treat. Back to Shhhh of the Violet Tides, the dungeon completion gets us absolutely nothing, so we clear it on Silence Echo for Pictomancer.
Alright, unfortunately, that gave 500,000 experience for first time completion of this duty. Wait, it scales with my level? They can't. No. There's no way it scales. Does Stormblood give 500,000? I have to check. Hold on.
If this scaled with your level, I might have found a real way to get a huge boost of experience by rushing through all of the dungeons I hadn't touched yet. Back to clear the Binding Coils of Bahamut, we beat Nail, but there's no first time bonus for raids.
No first time completion bonus.
There was, however, a dungeon I had forgotten about that I only briefly visited earlier. The level 20 dungeon, Halatali. If this gave anywhere near the hundreds of thousands of XP Shhhh gave, it scaled with level. And with the final boss down,
27,000 XP for first time. Okay, yeah, unfortunate. So unfortunately, Shhhh of the Violent Tides was a one-off XP gain.
It was based on the dungeon's level, not ours. We had hit yet another dead end. So, we go to the last thing I haven't touched, the Allied Society daily quests. Every day, we can do the Vanu Vanu and Voth Society quests for 150,000 experience total. It wasn't great, but it also wasn't Palace. Added to my list of daily chores, the day ends at 8.1 million experience towards level 92. 2 days later, patch 7.05 finally arrived, and with it, the promised changes to Pictomancer. It wasn't even on the list, just a small change under resolved issues to fix a problem with its rotation. We survived. Now we could put everything into this without any fear. Our path to clear Susano was free of obstacles, but I was on a timer. Susano needed to be beaten in 5 weeks. I had 5 weeks before I ran out of footage, 5 weeks before the videos were caught up. So I had to spend every day of my life doing Palace of the Dead. 10 runs per day. Assuming I complete a run in 15 minutes, that's 2.5 hours of my life to Palace every day without fail, plus my other dailies with hunts and the Allied Societies. I had finally accepted it. No matter what I did, there was no way of avoiding this. My best way of gaining experience was Palace of the Dead, and I wouldn't be free of that daily grind until I hit level 100.
Chat, I'm not liking our odds here. We didn't get a single one! Come on! God.
Level 92, 12.8 million experience. I take the chance to visit Susano again, only to be cast aside like always.
Okay, hello. If you don't know what's happening, I hit this funny little button, and then I win. And then that's it. That's how it goes.
Level 93 off Palace of the Dead, 457,000 experience. Wondrous Tales adds a new pet to our collection, Green Horse. And we're off to Palace to finish the level. Knowing now that I couldn't escape, there was still one thing I might be able to do better. Floor 50 and floor 100 each gave boosted experience, but I can't start a run at these floor sets, only being able to start at floor 1 or floor 51. I had only been clearing floor 51 to 60, sometimes going higher to floor 70 or 80, but never all the way to 100, so this time we gave it a shot. And as expected, floor 100 gave boosted experience, 175,000, but the tougher enemies from 81 to 100 made it significantly slower. Floors 51 to 80 took 45 minutes and gave an average of 8,067 experience per minute. Floors 51 to 100 took 87 minutes and gave an average of 7,574 experience per minute. So we'd be sticking with 51 to 80. Level 94, 73,000 experience. As we said before, fates weren't normally worth our time, but the rare experience-boosted fates were, giving just under 50,000 XP. Occasionally, Forlorn or Forlorn Maidens will spawn during a fate. If you manage to kill it, you'll get a boost to the experience gained from the fate you kill it in, and the next fate you complete. Forlorn Maidens only give a 50% boost though, and these were too rare to be able to say it made it worth it, but it did give me the option to occasionally take a break and try my luck. With our Centurio seals filling up, we finished the Lost Allegan set from Epictomancer, now sitting at a full eye level 340, and hoping to spend some extra seals on riding maps. Riding maps will increase your speed in the zone you purchase them for, needing to be upgraded twice per area, but the maps are locked behind completion of the main scenario quest Stormblood, so we're locked out of that one for a while.
Hey, the right tickets are automatic and even set the guild threshold at which they get used if you're sick of it. I can what? Oh, sorry, wait. Forget everything? What the heck did you just say to me, Devious? I've never seen this before in my life. I did not even realize that there was a settings window for teleporting. What did they say? By the way, Wrath, you can set Aetheryte tickets to automatic and even set the guild threshold at which they get used if you're sick of that pop-up.
More currencies to spend, you earn Tomestones of Poetics whenever you complete a floor set in Palace or the Allied Society quest, but I had the max I could hold, so I had to spend them on something for now. Best thing to do is grab some materia to increase the stats in our gear later on. Back to Palace, we're starting to optimize things a bit more. This trap right here silences and pacifies you, making it so you can't cast spells or use weapon skills. Thankfully though, there's an item that fixes this. Echo Drops are low-level potions that remove silence from your character, meaning so long as I kept a stock of these, this trap would be obsolete and make the Palace runs just a bit more bearable. Rock Salt, Lavender, and Marjoram make the Echo Drops we need, and we're back in Palace. Palace for the day done, level 94, 14 million experience. A rare spawn of the Forlorn while doing my challenge logs, I'm not streaming today, so I sit around and wait for 30 minutes for an XP boosted fate to spawn to see what the actual maximum we can get from fates is. With the Forlorn's 250% boost and a boosted fate, we get 118,000 experience. This was never going to happen again, but at least it was a nice big number. I've done so many floors at this point that I can show you an incredibly obscure mechanic with the frog traps that you will likely never see. If you step on a frog trap, you become a frog, but if you're already a frog when you step on a frog trap, it will instantly turn you back to normal. This was also when I realized I had done my math wrong. I didn't need to do 10 Palace runs every day, I needed to do 20. Daily hunts and the Allied Society quests reduced that number, but I'd still end up having to do somewhere between 14 and 16 runs of Palace every single day if I wanted to get this done in time.
There we go. There's a boss fate done. Wait, failed? Hello? Why was... It's dead on the floor! What do you mean failed? Sometimes it's okay to have actually 0 lines ever. All I needed was just the little present box, and it would have been fine. It would have been fine. Level 96, baby.
Now that we had access to the last motifs, we pay another visit to Susano, ended early by Brightstorm, getting just a bit further than before. I'd gotten so used to the floor 60 boss that I told my chat jokingly that I could do it blindfolded before realizing actually I probably could. I don't have a camera, so I gave the stream the reassurance I was blindfolded by making the camera as zoomed in and unwatchable as I possibly could.
We're probably currently burning to puddle. I'm gonna try and walk out of it. That second puddle, and the wing muse up. I might be dead here. Yeah, unfortunate. Okay. I lost track of where I was, so I got pushed into the bomb. That sucks. How close was I?
First attempt went poorly, but I wasn't about to give up that easily.
Line it up with Transfiguration.
The blindfold is now on. 5? I shouldn't have moved. I'm messed up now. I don't know where I am. This to prevent knockback. That's the first puddle drop. I'm gonna start with a potion and then I'm gonna dash. I have no clue where I am at this point. I don't know how many times I've smudged. Hey! Okay! Oh, huge! Okay! Hey! That was pretty good, chat. Yeah, that was just for fun. There was no actual reason for me to do that other than just to prove I could do it. Ending the day at level 96 with 2,700,000 experience. Alright, so it's time for some math. 26 minutes of crunching the numbers later, the day was set. On September 5th, I would reach level 100, and on September 8th, it would finally be time to face Susanoo. It was real, it was happening, and it was filling me with fear. I have no doubts anymore. I'm completely confirmed this is 100% how it's happening. The plan was written. Everything was lining up well. I just needed to be good enough to do it. More firelight seeds to plant at my garden. Then the day ends. It ends. The day ends. It became one. They all became one, blending and blurring in my mind. Every step forward was like wading through a swamp. I woke up to palace runs. I dreamt of Susanoo. Every day I would obsessively check the calendar to see how long was left until my time was up. The Voth Allied Society maxed out. An amount to remember them by is all I can recall. Did I level up this day? Hadn't I been leveling up every day? Why was I leveling again? The same book, the same outcome, level 98. And then, just like that, the final night of Palace arrived. You know, it's really weird being here, and now, at the end of all things, where it all feels the most real. I have the hunts for the Heavensward zones memorized, down to each individual spawn location. I have not checked my playtime since we started this. I don't know how much of my life this has been, but we're here now. Today is the last day that I'm doing these on my own, and I have one last time tomorrow on stream. The dailies for solo are done. Pictomancer will hit level 99, and then a single week later, off of just the weekly challenge logs and Wondrous Tales, I'll be level 100. My solo grind was at its end. One more stream, and my life in Palace was over. The day arrived and came with something even more important than the final runs. My memorial piece. The hardest fight we faced before Susanoo, Bismarck, was now immortalized in the Vanu Vanu Society's mount. The real boss of that instance, the Sanua, now bent to my will. And another gift for the end of the grind. Yeah, Alexander is going to be second chance points. The final turns. Oh my god, I actually got it. Wait, hello? Yeah, okay. But no gift comes free. How do I get 2 lines out of this? I have so many options for 2 lines. Wait, you just one sticker to the left. Just one sticker polite. Come on. Level 99, 4.3 million experience. Exactly enough that the challenge logs and Wondrous Tales next week would get us to level 100. By my estimates, I had done 358 runs of Palace, 3,580 total floors. I was finally free. September 1st, 1 week left. With the fight soon upon us, there was more to prepare than just levels. I needed the best food buff I could get my hands on, one that increased my critical hit and direct hit. I needed potions of intelligence to boost my damage for a short time, and I needed my final accessories. Hunting through the crafting log for a while, there was some food from Stormblood we could use, but the priestly omelets that had served us so well in Heavensward were still our best option. And for our potion, the strongest we could make was Supramax potions of intelligence. List made, we head over to do some shopping and use our purple scripts to upgrade our goldsmith, alchemist, and culinarian gear. Full set of Hand King's armor and accessories were ready for the upcoming crafts. White truffles, earthlight seeds from my farm, highland parsley, ruby tomatoes, Garlean garlic for tomato sauce, then heaven's egg and stone cheese from Mordona. Before we make the omelets, some of the materials for our Supramax potions were only available at certain times of the day, and they were just about to pop up. Or rather, they were just about to go away because I read the times backwards. I gotta get here quick. Hold on. Wait, just give me a second. There we go. brown mushrooms, pot marjoram which we can break down into duskborn aether sand, finally crafting those omelets from before, noble sage, coriander, powdered merman horns, and water clusters make our supramax potions of intelligence. With high quality food and potions ready to go, the easy stuff is finished and we're on to our accessories. The best Stormblood accessories were out of reach, but there was something that fit perfectly and it would be stronger than any gear we could get until I finished Stormblood. Urake, a vendor in Kugane, sells hematite and Islewolf accessories. Now, I don't allow myself to buy items from NPCs unless I can't obtain them elsewhere, but the thing is, I actually can't get these elsewhere. These accessories were from Shadowbringers, the next expansion. I had absolutely no way of getting the materials for these. No matter what higher level or higher stats I got, no matter what books I unlocked, this was my only way of getting them, so I can purchase them, but that's not enough. We're talking about a fight I've been preparing for 2.5 months. I'm not going to accept normal quality accessories from a vendor, meaning there's only one thing we can do. To make these the strongest they can possibly be, I would have to buy the accessories, desynth them into their base materials, and craft them again myself to make them high quality.
We've got 5 accessories we have to craft. Okay, 6 stone gold nuggets, 3 island wolf fangs, 1 gazelle leather, 2 hematite, 1 blood hemp and yarn, 2 mithrite, and a durium nugget.
With the list made, I can get blood hemp and mithrite on my own, but the rest would have to come from desynths. Now comes the real problem with buying these. These accessories were very expensive, each costing nearly 17,000 gil. I had plenty of money for this, 1.5 million, but even then, if we were unlucky or I messed up the craft, there was a chance I'd run out of money before we got all the materials. Each accessory had different options for what it could desynth into, so if we were mindful of that, we could be efficient with our attempts. Earrings desynthed into the most items we needed and was the only way for us to get durium. Durium obtained on the first desynth, that's 1 item crossed off the list. Chokers can give stone gold and hematite, but has 2 useless items that we can get on our own, so they're the worst ones to use. Rings can only give stone gold and island wolf fangs, making it easy to target those materials, but the bracelet also gives them, plus it's the only way to get the gazelle leather I need, so until I had that, rings were also useless. Trying out the choker to see if the drops were accurate, I take a moment to double check that I can actually get the blood hemp before focusing on anything. Blood hemp was in an area I could reach, but it had a star next to its name. This might mean that it's a special legendary node that I can only get after completing Stormblood, but luckily it didn't. Blood hemp obtained, back to desynthing. More earrings, we get some bad rolls from mithrite nuggets. To be clear, if I have the ability to get one of these materials, I do not want it from desynths. Crafting these accessories and expansion ahead of me was going to be very difficult, so I needed every material I could control to be at high quality, meaning I had to make it myself. An extra durium in case I mess up, we grab a few bracelets and earrings and run over to wait for the noble sage to spawn for more potions later. While we wait, we get our first hematite, our 3rd stone gold nugget, the gazelle leather, 2 island wolf fangs, and an extra gazelle leather. Noble sage gathered, 9 failed attempts to get the last hematite we need. Rings get us the rest of the fangs in gold, and all that's left is hematite.
Yes, dude. Okay. That's all of the desynth materials. That was 400,000 gil to get 1 chance at crafting all of the accessories. I need to not mess this up.
Mithrite sand and mithril ore makes our mithrite nuggets, and after a quick test run, the first accessory is finished. High quality hematite earrings of casting. Getting a Hand King's needle for my weaver, we craft some blood hemp and yarn, and we've got everything we need. Hematite choker, Islewolf bracelet, and 2 Islewolf rings. All high quality and the best we can get. Now, the final touches, melding my gear. This wasn't my final equipment for the fight. I still had a few more changes to make later, but for now, all of the items I'm wearing have slots for materia. Materia give a small boost to specific stats like critical hit or spell speed, and I needed as much as I could get. Every time I got a 1 line from Wondrous Tales, Chloe gave me a bronze certificate of commendation, which we could trade in for different types of cracked clusters and crystals. Then, taking those clusters to Rowena's representative in Ishgard lets us get incredibly powerful materia that should normally be out of reach. It's limited based on the gear's level though, so we can't get too powerful. For my accessories, even though it shows 1 materia slot, I can actually meld more than 1 in. I just had to get lucky with overmelding. And I really mean lucky.
At least get 1 in, right? Okay, alright.
Burning through 24 materia, it took around 20 minutes of back and forth, but we've got the final piece slotted in and reached the end. That last change to my gear was worrying, to say the least. I'd be using a resource that I should realistically never be able to get again. With 1 week left, level 99, we give Susano another look. Every time I entered this instance, we made it just a little bit further, but it also showed us why we needed all of this. Even now, the difference in strength was immense. I had to do the final upgrade. There was no getting around it. September 5th, 82 days since I entered Stormblood. We've reached the final weeklies. The last challenge logs complete leaves us at 12 million experience, just over halfway to 100. And we've got the final Wondrous Tales book to finish things off.
This is possibly the most painful Wondrous Tales I've ever seen in my life. Just this one time. Don't bait me. Please. Oh my god. I need the pie, the grapes, or the wine. I was so close! No! Come on! You will be unable to receive all of the following rewards. Experience points. Level 100. And now all that's left is to win.
A wave of doubt washed over me here in this celebratory moment. After all of this, with everything I had put into it, what if I still couldn't do it? What if I wasn't good enough? But there's no time for doubts anymore. The day is here, September 8th, the day I face off against Susanoo. Now, it's time for the final piece.
The last thing we need has been waiting for us in my inventory for all 85 of those days. These silver chocobo feathers that now that Dawn Trail has released, we can exchange for level 90 equipment.
Augmented credendum chest and pants, and an augmented renaissance brush. These were the last silver chocobo feathers I would ever get. This decision wasn't one I made lightly, but it had to be done. Now, with 3 pieces of level 90 gear, we're ready to take on Susanoo.
Let's just walk through the actual plan itself, yeah? Echoed up to 50% plus epic echo, and with a level 100 Pictomancer in exactly this equipment, we should be able to just barely kill Susanoo before the sword phase even starts. This is where it starts. There's no more putting it off. Before anything else, it's time to start learning the fight.
So long as I could survive for 3 minutes in the fight, I'd gain a 10% stacking buff, going all the way to 50%. Star Prism deals 100,000 damage and heals us for 11,000 health. To use it, we have to drop this little circle of grass down, Starry Sky, which has a 2-minute cooldown. I can heal once every 2 minutes, and with 3 to 4 Bright Storms dealing 35,000 damage each, there was no room for error. To actually survive this, we couldn't just wait around for Susanoo to start the sword phase. I needed to bring him as close to 40% as I could, and force him into it right before I was about to die. Sword phase isn't the end of it. We can stall this out for over 30 seconds so long as I wait to catch the sword, complete the active time maneuver, and survive the orbs. Even if I can't survive the orbs, we still get 20 seconds from the active time maneuver and 7 seconds from waiting to catch it. Death after death, we were slowly piecing together the way to survive. Smudge, Pictomancer's dash, put a lot of distance between me and the boss, giving us some breathing room from his auto attacks. Temperacoat gives us a shield for 20% of our max health. Adol reduces Susanoo's magic damage by 10%. Both of these combined makes Bright Storm only hit for 13,000, but we needed to time Temperacoat well for later. Sprinting keeps us away from Susanoo, but he can move fast enough to catch up, so it only helps a little. Then, the second Bright Storm. If I timed my Temperacoat perfectly, it would come off cooldown a single second before Bright Storm hit again, allowing us to reduce the damage and survive just a bit longer. One more Bright Storm, surviving by the skin of our teeth, we heal back up with Star Prism. Susanoo summons his lightning clouds, and we push him to start the sword phase.
Please be enough for Echo. That's probably the longest I can make it. I got 1 more pulse in me before I die. Yep. Please. Say I got the Echo. That's Echo buff! Oh my god!
With each successful Echo run, things would get easier and easier, but for the life of me, I couldn't do it again. And now we have to start thinking about the instance timer. We only have 60 minutes, and with 15 minutes dedicated to just getting the Echo, I had wasted too much time and needed to make a new one. I wanted to be sure that once I had my 50% Echo buff, I had as much time as possible to start learning the next phase. To have the best chance at surviving, we waited before catching the sword. The blade's shadow can pulse 7 times before I have to grab it, giving us an extra 7 seconds or so towards the timer.
That's gotta be it, right? Yes! Okay! Yes! Straight back to it. Come on. Next one.
Nice. Please. 5320 I think was enough. 20%! Okay, that's 2. Okay! Just push boss, okay. That has to be it. Yes, okay. That's 30. We're on the final stretch here, and then it starts to be the actually difficult part. That's 40%. One more. That's 50%. Okay, now is the real proper attempt. After 1.5 hours, we could finally start the real fight. From here, I didn't know what would come next. All I knew right now was we had to start killing Susanoo when he was in the middle of one of the Brightstorm combos, as those would lock him in the animation and prevent him from starting sword phase. There are 2 ideal chances for this. The first time he says the seas part for we alone, and 2 Brightstorms after that. If I had counted right, we would have 14 seconds from the start of his attacks to him going invulnerable. Thanks to a Discord member, we had an exact range of what we needed. Going off of how much damage would reduce Susanoo by 1% and a lot of math, at 40%, Susanoo would have somewhere between 800,000 and 850,000 health. Almost a million damage. I needed to deal nearly 1 million damage to this boss in just under 14 seconds. Oh, I was so close, man! Oh, come on! 5%, man! There were dozens of different things we tried for this, but I'll just tell you the best one. Starting the fight, I'd use my creature motif 4 times, so I had my strongest ability, Medine, ready to use, then get a 5th creature motif ready. Using Holy and White and my AoE attacks for low damage, we can get him even closer to 40% without accidentally starting the phase. Then, 3 seconds before he starts attacking, I would drop a Starry Sky buff and cast Rainbow Drip. This way, Rainbow Drip would hit at the exact second he started his animations, giving us a huge initial burst alongside Medine and Palm. Then, Star Prism and Hammer, and finishing things off with a swift-casted Rainbow Drip. 3.5, dude! We originally used the intelligence potions before the first rainbow, but started using them after later on since I'd get more use out of it. Then, a member of chat mentioned that waiting until later in the fight after Susanoo did his double lightning clouds might get us an extra second. So that's what we went with. 4 minutes left, one last attempt for the instance. This one had to count. But using Rainbow Drip too early made it so I lost an entire attack. After all of that, I had failed once again. The only thing I had left was a tiny change. The level 90 gear I got from the Calamity Salvager wasn't melted. Stopping by Chloe for one last bronze certificate turn-in and a Materia Melder in Ishgard, I had hit the limit of what I could do. From all the changes I made to my attacks, all the different strategies, that dread from the days before started to creep back up on me. I was out of it. I couldn't even get the Echo buff back. But with 2 failed instances and starting to really fear that I couldn't do it, there was one thing keeping me going. Solo's journey may be a path that I walk alone, but for every step of it, it has never been lonely. For all the dozens of people who said it could never be done, there was an even greater flood of voices cheering me on. I had to do this, for myself and for them, for everyone that has supported me to this moment. In my mind, this was it. Close to 3 hours straight of fighting Susanoo, this next instance was the last one I had in me. So, be it rushing forward to my death, or walking towards victory, we enter the pool of tribute one more time. Prism, please? Oh. No, man. Last try for the instance, and I'm gonna do this. Okay. please. Nice. Okay. Just a direct hit is perfect. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Yes! Oh my god! That's it, dude! That's it!
2 months of my life, 85 days, and it's over. I was told over and over that it could not happen, and that this would have to be another exception and this would be the end. But here we are. Susanoo has been beaten completely solo. I'm ready to leave now. Thank you for the absolute spam of yell and shout chat. I cannot possibly imagine where you all are, but oh god, that's where you are. Oh my god. I cannot load you. I cannot load all of you. I just have one thing that I care about the most. One thing to say. Twice now we have done the impossible. And again we will do it. This ride doesn't end until Endwalker. We have a quest to complete. A year and a half ago, I started a journey that I never really understood. From dungeon bosses no one has cared about for years, to beating icons that trapped us in stone. If I went back and told myself what I was getting into, I wouldn't believe a single word of it. Yet here we stand, on the other side of what should have been impossible. 83 attempts. Susanoo has fallen, and so we move forward, as we always have, to whatever impossible wall waits for us next. Here is our green quest. The Lord of the Revel is complete. We started this at 500 hours of playtime, almost exactly. And the final playtime to beat Susanoo is 27 days and 21 minutes. 148 hours for one trial. I'm going to step slightly over this way, and I will see us off. Thank you for being here. I'll see you next time. Our great enemy felled, the light of a new dawn poked its head over the horizon. Even through that triumph, we are just starting Stormblood, and now we face the unknown, wondering where the next wall could be. In the aftermath of our victory, we take things slow for a bit. I wanted to make a memorial piece for Susanoo by giving Pictomancer a weapon from Palace of the Dead, but before that, we have some leftovers to complete. A lovely chat member, I Love Blue Women, sent me on a quest to clear floors 1 to 100 as Astrologian, the objectively worst class to solo Palace of the Dead. It's slow, it barely does any damage, and it dies to basically every hit, so this would really be the pinnacle of the Palace experience. Suffering my way through, Final Fantasy XIV was getting hit by some crazy DDoS attacks. Wow, yeah, okay. So we'll put this off for another day. And more importantly was my Summoner run. Back in June of 2023, I ran through Palace as Summoner and made it all the way to floor 171. This was the final attempt at Necromancer, completing floors 1 to 100 solo without dying. I do love the title, but there's another that I feel is more fitting for solo in Heaven on High, so we'll be going after that one instead. But that didn't mean I was going to give up this chance, so we rush into the final floors of Palace. In here, every enemy was a major threat. There was not a single thing I could take on without planning it out first. I was relying on getting lucky with Pomanders of Strength and Steel to keep up my damage, racing against the clock, and kiting enemies one by one. Yeah, the no raisings is probably the worst bit. I gotta hope to get lucky with that. Up here, it's basically a requirement to have a Pomander of Raising as a solo. Just one mistake can end the run, but having a Pomander that revives you on death gives me a get-out-of-jail-free card. But I had none. Every step I took could be my last. We needed to find one as soon as possible. This is not my favorite of situations, I have to admit. Not completely in love with it. With 2 patrols heading towards me, we need to be fast. The first has to die quickly, all while hoping the second doesn't notice us. If both of these enter the room and I have to deal with 2 at once, I'm dead without question. 4 enemies down, 2 near-death encounters, and we're finally leaving the first room. Heading further and further into the depths of Palace, I was doing much better than I expected, even managing to find a Raising Pomander on floor 177. I'm gonna save that at this point, I think. This far into the floor set, it felt like a mistake to use it. After all, I still had 2 more sets to do after this. If I could start floor 181 with a Raising Pomander, I'd be set. So I hold on to it for now, and that was all it took. No, okay. Damn! Oh, I should have used the Raising. That is unfortunate. Not that terrible. My steel fell off. Oh, that did it. Okay, I didn't even realize, dude. That's just how easy it is to lose up here. One mob. I accidentally pulled the wrong enemy without a steel up and died instantly for my mistake. So, the Necromancer Dream is dead, and we tuck Palace away onto a shelf, eventually returning for Astro. One day. Sidetrack done, I get back from my trip to TwitchCon, and sick as can be, make the tiniest bit of progress.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the 10 gifted. You're gonna kill me with this today, please. I can barely handle talking. Hello.
One quest after beating Susano, we can finally unlock access to Heaven on High. This was not only a much better source of experience than Palace, but also one of the main goals I have for the account. Before this is all over, I want to reach the top of this place and get Solo his proper title. Lonely Explorer has been around for a while, but the true title we've been waiting for is Lone Hero. A cursory run to see what things looked like, I was a bit too sick to manage anything, so I take some time to rest.
Chat, it is over. I became dead on the floor. Chat, I did my best. How utterly unexpected. Oh.
In this brief moment of rest, I've got something to mention real quick. We're in the final stretch, only a month left to hit our goal of 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year. And though we probably won't make it, I'm not giving up yet. So if you aren't subscribed, you can be one of the last 7,000 to push us over the line. Another day of the Astro run, we died to the floor 40 boss and finally start on the MSQ.
Oh yes, my favorite starting city, Utah.
Yangsha gives us the first area unlocked since the Ruby Sea, and after a quick stop to see my husband,
he comes.
The Azim step is short to follow. The euphoria of completing so many quests pushes us on until we reach the next dungeon. The first instance since Susano, Bardam's Medal. It was like breathing for the first time. A dungeon. Something meant for 4 players instead of 8. I had almost forgotten the feeling. Starting on level sync, we're stuck at level 66, but have more than enough healing with raw intuition to blast through to the first boss.
We're getting chaotic alliance rates, right? I want them to add maybe like a 4-player thing, where if you mess up any of your class's buffs, like on Red Mage, if you overcap one of your mana, you just instantly drop dead. That would be hilarious. Don't mess with me, I drop a Nokian in my opener.
Garula is a relatively simple fight. Dodge some AoEs and get far enough away for the Rush tether to turn purple. After Rush, Garula does a war cry, sending the nearby enemies into a frenzy. First, Earthquake stuns, then Alt Goats will dash at you with a line AoE, Sheep will explode for an AoE centered on themselves that puts you to sleep, and Coeurls shoot a cone of lightning, paralyzing anyone hit by it. After they attack, the critters disappear, with new ones taking their place shortly after. The final mechanic, Heave, is another dodgeable AoE. Barely having to worry about health, Garula goes down on the first try, and we're off to the second boss. One strategic death to the Steppe Eagle for reasons I won't go into right now, we've made it to Bardam. On entering the arena, we lose all of our actions. No attacking, no defensive ability, no healing, just me and the Hunter of Bardam. This is a weird one. It's the first fight where we've basically gotten to go through it like normal. Dodging an AoE and turning away for empty gaze, every time you fail to dodge a mechanic, you get a stack of Bardam's price. 2 stacks and you get fettered, and if the whole party is fettered, you wipe. We don't actually fight the Hunter. We just need to resolve the mechanics properly. Where normally bosses can take 10 minutes from how low our damage was, here we're just as good as a normal party. One onslaught of AoEs later, the first trial is survived. The second trial has a tower for each player in the party, donut AoE centered on you, and an AoE that chases you around the arena. Then, Heavy Strike sends out a cascading wave of stone, and a meteor falls at each cardinal direction. Another one complete, we move on to the third and final trial. A looming shadow starts dropping a massive meteor onto the arena. To survive it, you need to stand behind one of the 4 star shards. 2 of the star shards explode from warriors of Bardom landing on them. Once they land, a cross grid of AoEs appears, the hunter pulls us to the center of the arena, and both of the warriors send out heavy strikes. Clipped by a wave of rocks, we make our way to safety behind the last remaining star shard, and Bardom is defeated.
Hey, not bad at all. Amazing DPS. Yeah, that's the fastest boss I've ever done. Can you believe it? A boss that didn't take 20 minutes on its own?
Squished by a passing boulder,
What was that for?
we reach the final boss, Yol. Feathercut, an instant tank buster, hits for 2600 damage. Wind Unbound summons feathers at the edge of the arena. Flutterfall drops an unmarked AoE on its target, and the feathers shoot line AoEs to dodge. After this happens twice, the feathers disappear, and Yol casts Wind Unbound again to resummon them, this time using Eyes of the Fierce, a gaze to turn away from. Then, Yol casts Wind Unbound again, leaving the arena and spawning a Corpse Eater Eagle in its place. While fending off the eagle, Yol will appear at an edge of the arena and dash down the center, dealing heavy damage to anyone in its path. Yol only dashes once and waits for you to defeat 2 eagles before returning to the arena. Using the same AoEs as before, after 60%, Yol flies to the center of the arena and both of its wings become targetable. AoEs constantly circle around the center, with Wing Beat pushing you to the edge of the arena. Once both wings are broken, the phase ends, Yol is stunned for 5 seconds, and it's back to the Wind Unbounds from before. Somewhere between 15 and 10% health, Yol does the wing phase again.
Do this twice? So that before, yeah, I guess so. Alright. Well, I'm glad that this is a unique solo experience and not something that's meant to happen.
And falls shortly after.
Hey, very nice.
Bardom's Medal complete. In one try, with only a single death to some random bird in the middle of the dungeon. Real progress in a single day of work. I felt it here more than anything else. The grinds that weighed so heavily on my shoulders were finished. We were starting to move forward again. But we did run into one tiny problem. This dungeon gave us our 9th second chance point, an incredibly scarce resource. We keep making our way through the MSQ, but before reaching the next dungeon, I needed to take a quick stop for something else. Wondrous Tales. One of the most important parts of this challenge, the only way for us to get level 100 armor, now had some big changes. With Pictomancer at level 100, Wondrous Tales would stop giving us the easy A Realm Reborn trials and accessible dungeons as options, and now the book was open for anything in the game. Let's just see what's possible on this list. This I can do, no, no, and no. All 4 of these used to be guaranteed. For the first book since getting back, of the 16 possible options, 10 of them were impossible. Alliance raids for Stormblood and Heavensward, raids from Shadowbringers, a level 100 dungeon, a level 91 to 99 dungeon, the raids from Endwalker, Lakshmi Extreme, Diamond Weapon Extreme, Hades Extreme, and PvP. If I didn't have solo restrictions, I might be able to, but with Alliance raids off the list and no PvP, we have to rely on second chance points. I've said it many times before, but here is where it starts to show just how bad this is. Second chance points are a limited resource. I can only get 1 of them for every dungeon and trial in the game, the first time I complete it, and after that, I can never get more. Some of these trials I would be clearing for the first time, Nidhogg, Thornton, and the Final Coils specifically, but you can only hold 9 at a time, so I needed to spend 3 retries first. Retries let me complete one of the trials on the list a second time by randomly completing a different tile instead. To do this properly, I need to complete every tile I can do right now, then start doing retries after. But once I do that, we're rolling a 3 in 13 chance for it to use the Nidhogg, Thornton, or Final Coil tile instead of the impossible ones. I can also use the second chance points on a shuffle, moving the stickers to new spots on the board, but that's only worth it after I complete 7 total things. I have to get 2 lines. It isn't an option, and second chance points are the only way to do that, so I needed to make sure I was being smart with every step I took. As soon as I get that second silver certificate, I can stop caring. But until then, this was going to get messy. With 6 out of 9 tiles completable in my restrictions, this was an ideal book. Chances like this wouldn't pop up too often. Floor 40 cleared on my Astro run, and our 2 dungeons completed. All 3 of the next options will give us a second chance point. I haven't done any of the final coil, and we've yet to touch the Heavensward Extremes. So before we can continue, I have to use a retry. 10 of the 13 available tiles are impossible. So there's no way we... Wow, alright, that's very targeted. Oh, that sucks. I don't know what I've done to this cat girl, but Chloe continues her unsolicited rampage. Now we have to use an additional second chance point to complete this book. But since I already spent one, I'm committed. Another quicker run of Palace down, we take on Thornton EX. Heading in first as a Reaper, I grab some gear upgrades to get it caught up to the end of Stormblood. For Wondrous Tales tasks, I don't hold back on things. With Epic Echo up, we've got a 200% buff. Even with that, we don't have enough health to survive the Twin Paladins and fall before reaching the final phase. Pictomancer is our next bet, but we'd need to swap out our armor for the old Stormblood gear. I'd only use the Susanoo gear in an absolute worst case. A few deaths later, we've reached the final phase. From here, we need to kill Thornton as fast as possible. If we took too long, Sir Zephyrin will strike through us with Spear of the Fury for 80,000 damage. Unlike A Realm Reborn, Heavensward Extremes were no joke, so this was that worst case. With Picto's full power unlocked, Thornton falls on the next attempt. 2 more tiles done, we're back at our second chance point cap and spend a retry on the final coil. A 1 in 11 chance to waste our Nidhogg fight. This time, there's definitely no way we... The big scary Coral in final coils kills us way too many times, so we swap over and beat up Phoenix instead. Then, Nidhogg Extreme's ad phase is unlivable as Reaper, so Picto comes in for a visit and crushes the dragon to dust. 7 stickers on the board, it's time for shuffles. We can't shuffle after the next sticker is placed, and I'm looking for our best chance to get 2 lines. For this page, we have an 8.3% chance, way too low, so we start burning through second chance points to try for better odds. 2.9%, and reluctant to spend any more second chance points, we end on a 5.5% chance. Unlucky as ever, we've spent 4 points to make things worse. With the final coils cleared again, we need this sticker to land on one of these 2 squares to have a chance at 2 lines. And... So that's it. We throw out the book. I would need to spend another second chance point to finish it, and since I can't get 2 lines, that would be wasting the point. After spending 3 hours on this Wondrous Tales book, we can't even finish it. That's how precious these second chance points are. And just for you here in the future, this was basically the only viable Wondrous Tales book I've gotten since Susanoo. It only gets worse from here. With that done, we're down to 6 points, so we're all clear to head to our next dungeon. Another day of MSQ, we've reached Doma Castle, one of the most iconic instances in the entire game. And not just for its music, but for its difficulty. For newer players, this is the first dungeon that really tests if they've learned the game or not. Healers especially. Starting once more with level sync, we still haven't upgraded Warrior's equipment since Heavensward, so we'll really be testing the limits of what we can do. From Bardom's Metal being easily handled by raw intuition to barely surviving long enough to kill 1 ad, this was already looking like a completely different beast. After 17 minutes, we forced our way through to the first boss, the Magitech Rearguard. We don't exactly have a good track record with Magitechs, but we're hopeful that it's a straightforward fight. Termite Pile is an instant tank buster dealing 3,700 damage. Garlean Fire shoots out AoE circles that progress outwards towards the edge of the arena. Exaflares for all you raiders out there. Little Magitech drones occasionally fire lasers, and rearguard mines spawn along the sides of the arena, slowly crossing over. If they run into you, they stop on the spot and explode after a short delay. After the first, Garlean Fire expands to 2 AoEs instead of 1, and that's it. The fight cycles through these mechanics until you or the boss dies. And with our gear, this time it was us to fall first. We had gotten incredibly close, 12% left. I could absolutely manage it with a few more tries, but this gave me an excuse to do something I haven't gotten the chance to do in a while. With the Azim Step and Yangsha unlocked, we can step out and start looking at options to upgrade our gear. Sure, I could run over to the hunt vendor and buy a full set of maxed equipment, but I just spent 85 days in Palace of the Dead. Let me have this, okay? Doma Castle synced us down to level 68, but after a bit of digging, the best gear we could make was only level 66, the Doman Steel set. With our new armor picked out, we're off to do some gathering. I also wanted some new accessories, so we grab a Jurite, a gathering node that only appears at certain times of the day at an inaccessible area of the steppe. To reach this, you're meant to do the Namazu questline or unlock flight in the steppe, but I am not doing those, so we channel our inner Skyrim horse instead. I think that one is... this is definitely my way up, right? Oh, there we go. Hold on. Wait, perfect. Perfect. Okay, that's step 1, I guess. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Now, are you the thing that I want? The azurite. Yes. Oh, this was actually worth it. Let's go. Raw azurite obtained, we head over to this dilapidated husk of a town to grab the aetherite, so next time we can just teleport over. Azim step looks so good at sunrise at 7.0. Oh yes, absolutely. It is a beautiful sight. Doman iron sand, crescent spring water, Doman iron ore, durium sand, Girabanyan mineral water, holy basil, persimmons, diatomite, cowbitter, effervescent water, rock salt, iron ore, silver ore, rainbow tigers for tiger skins, halgai for halgai manes, manzasiri for hairs, and mammoths for merit hide. A quick craft of neutron, then after grabbing my earth shards and gathering waterlight seeds for later, we craft some worsted yarn for step surge, a grade 1 raceway of vitality, persimmon tannin for merit leather, tiger leather, durium nuggets, Oroshigane ingots, and Tamahagane ingots for merit leather breeches of fending, and a Doman steel tabard, armet, gauntlets, and greaves. Warrior has gotten some where the heck is it? Here we go. Some upgrade. That's kind of cool. It's a nice set. It's not bad. Go up by 1 vitality, 2 strength. It's not massive. It's not the biggest change in the world, but it's something. The main difference for this gear was the defense. With an extra 100 or so physical and magic defense, we'd have a much easier time surviving the high damage the dungeon was dealing out. Shopping around for some possible upgrades for Bill, my beloved axe, we hop back into Doma Castle to try and make some progress. Fighting our way through the first enemies without any deaths this time, we're back at the Magitech rearguard. A long 6 minutes later, our new armor gets us the stats we need to survive, and we're moving forward. Taking on a mini-boss, the Doman Vanguard, I forgot something important. Yeah, I didn't really think about it. This is the first time that the dungeon gear is ever going to be better than my gear. This is the first time, maybe in the entire challenge up to now, that dungeon gear has been better than what we can craft. Heading back to grab the chest from the boss room, my future casting classes are really gonna enjoy this one. Vanguard down, dodging Gatling gun AoEs, we've reached the second boss, the Magitech Hexadrome. Starting things off with a Circle of Death, an easily dodgeable AoE, the Hexadrome drops a party stack on us, Launcher, dealing 10,833 damage. Now, there's a lot to talk about here, but we've got more of the fight to go through, so I'll tell you about this more later, just so you can understand the gravity of the situation. Magitech landmines draw lines across the arena. Stepping into them knocks you back, normally flinging you into another landmine, causing a fun little ping-pong effect for anyone that makes the mistake of touching one. Magitech Missile spawns a tower in the arena that has to be tanked. If you don't, nothing happens. Well, okay, for a normal party, if you don't tank a tower, everyone gets hit for the tower's damage. But since it's just me in here, it doesn't actually matter if I tank the tower or not. It will always do the same amount of damage to me, and it doesn't add any extra debuffs like most towers would, making this a nice chunk of time to mitigate and heal back for the next party stack. Hanging on as best we can, the first was just a tutorial. From here on, Magitech Missile spawns 2 towers, each dealing up to 3,000 damage. And then, another set of Magitech Missiles immediately after. Another party stack and Magitech Missile to finish us off if we somehow survived. The Hexadrone is once again a prime example of why we hate Magitechs. Now let's talk more about Launcher, by far the most important part of the fight. Launcher, like I said before, deals 10,833 damage. That little green star is the reason why Magitechs have been such a plague to this run. Gravity damage, or typeless damage, is the only form of damage in the game that isn't affected by damage reduction. Even with Rampart, an ability that should take off 20% of what I'm hit for, we still see a flat 10,833. And just to make it even worse, Launcher doesn't have a cast bar, meaning the boss can still auto-attack me while we're waiting to get hit, making the actual total closer to 13,000. This one, unlike the one at Balser's Wall, isn't based on max health. It's just a set number, so we've at least got a bit of a saving grace. The only way to manage this is with shielding. Shake It Off allows us to block a good chunk of damage, but with a 90-second cooldown, we wouldn't have it up for all of them. Speaking of, let me just walk you through our dance with the Hexadrome. The fight starts with a party stack, then a little bit of downtime, and the first Magitech Missile. After that, we enter a cycle. Magitech Missile, twice in a row. Some time to heal with Circle of Death, Launcher, Magitech Missiles, and Launcher again. In the span of 20 seconds, I have to tank at minimum 25,000 damage. Then it's right back to the 2 Magitech Missiles from before, and the cycle begins anew. How did I get so far that first time, man? My best run up to now was 39%, the third attempt at killing this boss. Since then, I haven't been able to get it past 50. How? I asked in the heat of the moment, but I wouldn't realize the answer until much later. Try as I might, I was stuck with no way forward. After a full hour of attempts, it wasn't happening tonight. Coming back with a fresh set of eyes, I was desperately chasing after a way to recreate that first run, looking for the perfect cycles of mitigations and defensives to recreate that magical attempt, but all ended in failure. Next steps are more upgrades. We still had the accessories and a new weapon to make. And I hadn't made a new food yet. Checking down the list of available options, I was focused on better healing and higher defense, so we need tenacity. Chirashi Sushi is the best we've got, giving 4-4 tenacity and 26 crit. Tiger prawns, one of the ingredients we need, requires a new kind of fishing I've never done before, spearfishing. Unfortunately, there's no way to do spearfishing without a quest reward. The only item in the game that allows it comes from this blue quest, and you can't actively do it without the item equipped. So we're treating this like weather gear for our level 1s, and allowing it. It locks too much content for us to refuse it. Spear in hand, my fishing gear is a bit outdated, so we need a quick upgrade before we can continue. Beach logs, copra sand, killing rudsuds for a rudsud mudsud horn, beach lumber, and a high steel nugget makes a mudhorn fishing rod. Now to fishing. Yongshin tiger prawns, lesser kagana for kagana eggs, lotus fruit, shiitake mushrooms, sticky rice, and koshu sticky rice from a merchant to make a high quality chirashi sushi. Food done, it's time to buff up Bill. Pine resin, persimmon logs, scarab beetles for rhino beetle carapace, and flutterinis for moth scales. All that's left is the ingredients for the accessories. Stiper stone and durium ore make durium ingots and azurite for an azurite bracelet, earrings, choker, and rings. Then we finish things off with tamahagana ingots, persimmon lumber, and beetle glue for a dome and steel battle axe. With a complete overhaul to our equipment, we're ready to head back in and chase after our clear. Really good run, but I don't know how the heck I'm supposed to survive that. After all of that, our best run was 51%. Hopping over to Sage to try a new way forward, we had used it once before for a Magitech enemy back in Balser's Wall. But for Balser's Wall, we were using Silence Echo, and now, level synced, Sage couldn't handle the excess damage without stronger gear. And even then, I don't know if it would make it in time, or even survive with the limited abilities I had access to at level 68. Right now, we had less health than Launcher would hit for, basically guaranteeing our death. Sage wasn't the answer. The next day, we're chasing after more armor upgrades for Warrior. If I could find something above level 66, something that would hit the maximum the dungeon allowed, maybe, just maybe, we could push it a bit further. A major surprise, the best possible food item, shakshuka, is one of the most ridiculous crafting recipes I've ever seen. Only one item from this whole thing is a Stormblood item. This is a 4-star recipe, the strongest in Stormblood, and it basically only requires items from Heavensward and A Realm Reborn. Dravanian paprika grabbed for now, we're back to checking for other upgrades. A new axe would require a molybdenum, which we can't gather on our own, but we might be able to desynth for. Unfortunately, the only things I could find that desynth for it are weapons that are already stronger than the molybdenum war axe, so it didn't feel like there was a point. Unlocking the masterwork armor and blacksmith books, we're now able to see the best crafts Stormblood can offer. Using desynth to get some of the higher end materials, we could technically make the Nightsteel armor, an incredibly powerful set that should get us all the stats we need. Stopping by Lenosha for tomato picking, I spent the rest of the day chasing Nightsteel. Fulfilling the orphanage's demands for shrimp for a boost of gatherer scripts, we watch as the game taunts us with the worst Wondrous Tales book yet, only 4 of these being possible. I finally get around to upgrading my gatherer gear, unlock the Master Folklore books, and run off to get everything for my armor until we realize something.
I don't think we're gonna be able to get this Recipe of Vitality. I need Girabanyan spring water, and it is in White Rock.
That's the kind of thing that we might have to end up getting from maps, worst case. There is only one item in this entire game that descents into a recipe of vitality, and it is a Night Steel sword. With such a large recipe, it was an easy thing to miss. I had just assumed it was the Crescent Spring Water we got earlier, but no. There was no way for us to get Girabanyan Spring Water. Even my last resort, relying on maps to get us the materials we needed, wouldn't help. Maps, for some reason, will drop grade 1 Raceways of Vitality, or grade 4s, and nothing in between. And trying for a smaller upgrade, Gazelle Skin, wasn't possible as gazelles only spawn in higher level areas. At least we came out the other side of this with something good. Shakshuka was still craftable, and a big upgrade over our previous food. Hello, Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku Final Fantasy XIV real? With all my avenues for upgrades gone, there were two options left. Figure out how that first run made it to 39%, or give in and purchase the overwhelmingly stronger hunt gear. Footage for the next part of the video got corrupted by my lack of storage space, so you'll have to deal with lower quality for now. I apologize. Forced by chat to clean my inventory, a failed attempt at a Stormblood map, and some new decorations for Solo's house, we stumble into a single upgrade. In my exploration the other day looking for Night Steel ingots, I had desynthed something that gave us a molybdenum ingot, which unlocks the craft for a new axe. But quick problem, I can't get Zelkova lumber. Or can I? Leave quests, a request for crafting and turning in certain specific items, have a possible reward of exactly the lumber I needed to craft my axe. It comes from the level 66 carpenter leaves at a 10% chance. After a few dozen cycles using the pine lumber leaf to swap in new rewards, we've got our target. Now I just needed a gazelle horn fishing rod, which needs a gazelle horn which, I see, we're facing the same problem as the gazelle skin armor all over again. But hold on. This time it'll be different. For some strange reason, the bronze coffers in Stormblood dungeons drop materials. A massive range of them, going all the way up to gazelle skin and horns. So all we need to do is run some dungeons a few times. Nope, no, nothing, nope. Okay, this is a bit much maybe. With no materials from any bronze coffer so far, let alone gazelle horns, we end up trying our luck with some more leaf cycling and land on a much more reasonable request, the Dome and Steel Halberd. Halberd in hand, gazelle horn fishing rod leave in the garbage, we grab our prize and craft a high-quality molybdenum war axe. Compared to Dome and Steel, this axe was overwhelmingly better for one reason. Instead of skill speed, it gave critical hit. It was here and now that I realized, had it thrown in my face what had been happening, why I couldn't recreate that perfect run, the reason I had gotten so far earlier, the reason I had almost had my clear and been free of this madness? Luck. That's it. That's all this was. Luck. In that fight, I had crit multiple of my heals at incredibly important times. With all of my kit, I did not have enough healing to beat this boss level synced. I couldn't handle the 25,000 damage from the double launchers. That's why so many runs ended at 60% the first time it came up. I couldn't rely on my own skill anymore. If I wanted to make it through this, I just had to be lucky. But we can still boost our luck, even if it's just a little bit. Focusing our armor for critical hit, replacing our old weapon with an extra 100 in the substat, and replacing my tenacity food with shakshuka for that last push, we've made ourselves as lucky as we can be. Back at the Hexadrone, with a new stat total of 804, we have a 15.5% chance to crit. That would be enough. It had to be, right? Starting off with an amazing run, beating our old record, we fall at 26%. 26%? Oh. Okay. Alright, if I hadn't used that home gang, that would have been great. That would have done it. Yeah, no question. But the longer we went, the more that felt like a fluke. Another hour of attempts, we're back to dying at 60%. So I give in, step out, and get the eye level 340 hunt gear. Armor from the end of Stormblood. The peak of our defenses and health. Now, the Hexadrone goes down. But just like every time before this, it didn't make a difference. Swapping in some of my crafted gear, giving up defense for just a tiny bit more critical chance, I've reached my limit. There is nothing else we can do. Nothing but fight.
god! Oh, finally! Finally!
To win that, I had to get lucky. We knew it up to now, but with the fight over, I can tell you exactly how lucky I had to be.
My heart is beating out of my chest right now, dude.
At my peak, I managed to get a 19.3% chance to crit. I don't have the exact health required, but assuming based off of a scrub through this fight, I needed to regain around 19,000 health just from the bonus health on critical heals. For that 8-minute long fight, I crit 0 equilibriums, 10 raw intuitions, and 12 storms path, healing me for 19,300. The probability of me critting that many times, just barely enough to win, was 4.3%. For once, luck turned in our favor, and with 42 minutes to spare, we're headed on towards the final boss. With the third mini-boss of the dungeon down, we've reached Tenshu for our face-off with Grinawat.
You get a full food buff just for you, buddy. Be a one-shot.
Chainsaw places his blade down in front of him, hitting for constant damage until you walk out of it. Delay action charge is an AoE dropped on top of you. Gunsaw is a Gatling gun of 6 attacks, shooting in a straight line past his target. Thermobatic charge starts with a prey marker. Then, after a short delay, it creates a proximity AoE on the ground. The further from this you are, the less damage you take. Chainsaw AoEs will shoot out from the edge of the arena, and Thermobatic charge adds the landmines from Hexadrone. As the fight progresses, the Chainsaw AoEs take on new, fancier patterns, and Grinawat starts casting Chainsaw in awkward spots, making it difficult to get a hit in. And that is where the fight ends. No more mechanics, no dealing 11,000 unmitigatable damage, just a straightforward boss fight that we can slowly but surely heal through.
Oh, you are absolutely nothing compared to the Hexadrone, dude. I'm so happy.
After 9 minutes, Grinawat falls.
Doma Castle complete. Finally! Okay. And after yet another Magitech to add to the list, we have cleared Doma Castle, and I can head on to the rest of Stormblood. How many Magitechs is that now? 28 days, 6 hours, and 17 minutes. So just about 30 hours flat. Why are you crying? What's wrong? You know what? I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm having a great time. I don't know why everybody's so upset. I'm living my best. This is great. Why is everyone so sad? Didn't you see what I did back there? Exactly. Why are you sad? You should be pogging. What's going on?
The path forward is once again opened, wandering step by step towards the next wall. This time around, it wouldn't take long for her to find us. Doma Castle down, and the fear of Magitech still ringing in my mind, we're once again rushing along through the MSQ. But before that, we're getting close to our first level 70 dungeon, meaning we can use Warrior's strongest ability, the most powerful in its entire arsenal. So, with chat goading me on, we head off to get it. Which, looking back now, something I could only know with hindsight, was the biggest mistake I could possibly make. A mistake I can never fix, but I'll give you the details on that another time. For now, we've got a quick romance story to jump in on.
Never fear my... See, I told you you were in love with our Curious George. I knew it.
Also, this video isn't sponsored, but a very kind viewer supported me on Ko-Fi with the condition that they could pop up in the video, so here they are. That's it, that's all they wanted. Just to make it a bit more fun, they'll now be hidden in certain scenes throughout the video, so comment down below if you can find them all. Quest complete, inner release is unlocked, and my fate is sealed.
Goodbye, Stormblood quests. It was good to see you. That took a whole 20 minutes.
Blissfully unaware of what I had just done, we continue through the main scenario quests towards our next goal, Lakshmi. Entering the Emanation level sync, we're dropped to level 69, so inner release will still be Berserk for the time being. Just like every trial since Garuda, Lakshmi's fight expects 2 tanks, 2 healers, and 4 DPS, so while I always try these on level sync, it's more of a formality. There hasn't been a trial where level sync was possible since Mid-Heavensward with Thordan. The fight starts with 2 Kshatriya, and that one thing you use to dodge the knockback later of Vril. The Kshatriya hit us with Tank Busters, Tail Slap, dealing 3,000 damage, and Lakshmi uses Statram, an AoE for 30% 3500 to finish us off. In the first few seconds, this wasn't possible, but I hadn't really been trying on that attempt. I just let all of that happen to us. No mitigations, no real healing, so we try again to see if we can even get past this first set of ads. This time, instead of Tail Slap, the Kshatriya uses Inner Demons, a gaze mechanic that terrors you if you get hit by it. A lot less damage taken, Statram survived. The Kshatriya cycle between Tail Slap and Inner Demons for the next 3 minutes before falling. After that Statram cast, Lakshmi just sits and waits for her minions to die before the real fight begins. Hand of Grace places a lotus flower above its target, dealing 3000 damage and exploding in a plus after it lands. Just as a side note, I'm pretty sure this attack is based on the yantra, but I'm not 100% confident on that, so it's just a cool little detail if I'm right. The Pull of Light is a tank buster for 5400 damage with mitigation. Hand of Beauty places another lotus flower above a target, this time dropping a circle AoE on them that deals damage over time if you stand in it. Then, one Statram later, Vril scatters around the arena and Lakshmi begins casting Alluring Embrace, the transition to the final phase of the fight. For this, we have to use a Vril to protect ourselves, otherwise it's instant death. Transition survived, we're healed back to full. Oh, back up to full health. And have a whole new set of mechanics to deal with. Right after our battle begins anew, Lakshmi gives herself a buff, Chanchla, which does something. I'm sure we'll figure it out on our next attempt. Hey, I'm still on level sync, right? We're still going? Statram again, Vril scatters around the arena and Lakshmi casts Divine Denial, a knockback that sends you flying out of the arena if you don't have a Vril active. Hand of Beauty drops another AoE, but this time it's paired with a tank buster. The tank buster goes off first, then 7 seconds later the AoE goes off. Once on the ground, Hand of Beauty's circle expands outwards 3 times, while Path of Light targets someone for a massive cone AoE dealing 3700 damage. Then after a brief pause to heal up, she casts Hand of Grace paired with a party stack. The Pall of Light, with mitigation, deals 21,000 damage.
Wow! 21?
That is just about 3,000 more health than I have. Normally, this would be the end of level sync attempts. That was blatantly unsurvivable, but I still felt like I knew nothing about this fight. I had made it incredibly far on that attempt. Maybe, just maybe, we could do this. We had lived long enough to get a 10% echo buff, but for now I wanted to keep pushing without it, so we right-click it to remove it and rush back through to where we were. Chanchla, so far, changed her mechanics, but the only real difference had been Hand of Beauty's bleed circle expanding. Other than that, I still had no idea what it meant. Then, getting back to the Pall of Light party stack, we take a wild gamble and activate our Vril.
Vril? Cut it in half. Yeah, look at that. Don't even need to home gang. Okay, that's much more realistic than having to home gang. I just need to make sure I have heals ready for that. And then I get the Vril before her next mechanic. And then she goes into knockback. This is crazy good. Okay. Yeah. I could probably do this base level sync if this is as far as it goes, difficulty-wise.
From 21,000 damage with mitigation to 12,000 without, our Vril had cut the damage in half. Everything was starting to fall into place. Vril wasn't just for Alluring Embrace and Divine Denial. Vril might even be useful for every part of this fight. After another Divine Denial, she loses her Chanchla buff, drops another AoE with Hand of Beauty, and follows it up with the Pull of Light tank buster. Refreshing Chanchla, she pairs Hand of Grace with the party stack once again, but this time they hit at the exact same time. I had to find a way past that ridiculous timing, but I was confident now. For the first time in a while, we had a trial that I could face level sync. Spending every mitigation I had, we survive the stack combo and refresh our Vril with Divine Denial, before another party stack, this time paired with Hand of Beauty's AoE. Scraping by thanks to critting my biggest heal Equilibrium, we barely make it past the second, but that was my limit. 2 party stacks in a row is all my mitigations can handle. A tank buster leaves us at 2,000 health, and just as hope begins to fade, Chanchla falls off, and she changes to a new set of attacks. Hand of Beauty, all on its own, nothing extra alongside it. Then, filling the arena with Vril one more time, I throw one on to survive Divine Denial, but instead we get a tank buster. A tank buster that heals us. That was the difference. That was Chanchla. All of Lakshmi's main casts would heal us if we had Vril on when they hit, But Chanchala changed this. Chanchala increased the damage of her attacks, and rather than healing you, Vril would reduce their damage back to normal levels. When Chanchala is up, her attacks will go through Vril, and it has the damage. When Chanchala is down, they heal. Okay, and everything heals in that case. Going through all of her mechanics one by one, she uses a party stack once more. On reflex, I throw on the Vril to save myself and take the small heal it gives. But then, right after, she reactivates Chanchala and hits us with another party stack. Home game keeps us alive and we make it another minute, but fall right as we're about to heal. Wow, I genuinely think that I can do this level synced without echo. I'm gonna at least spend some time trying to do that. It's gonna be very tight. It's going to be probably the most endurance fight I've ever faced, but it's gonna be something. How long was that attempt? I did what, 30%? I started hitting Lakshmi at 44 minutes, and then I died at 35-40, so just about 9 minutes to do 20% of Lakshmi's health. Wait. What? That would be a 45-minute fight. 45 straight minutes of no mistakes. So basically the entire instance. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. We pretty much get one attempt per instance. I'm gonna try that. I, and most that know Lakshmi, expected this to be an easy fight, and that was the biggest problem. With all of the available mechanics and every possible option we have to heal ourselves, it was an easy fight. So easy that I had to use all of my restrictions. I could do her level synced, so I had to. For now, I need a break, so we stopped by Chloe in Idyllshire for a Wondrous Tales book. This is another 5 book. I might be willing to do this one. Oh, we have to make it all the way to Creator? That would kill my second chance points. Creator is like the final one, right? So I'm gonna say we don't do this one either. One of my 5 possible blocks was any of the 5 Creator fights, which we can only unlock after completing 8 other fights, spending 9 total second chance points. That disappointment out of the way, we unlock the first of the Alexander raids and head off to sleep. The next day, we return for more Lakshmi. We're swapping a bit early today so that you get to experience this. Yes, my son. Go ahead. Talk to them more. Go on. Didn't expect to start this early, but my cat was being too cute for me to not. So everybody else gets to enjoy cat ASMR for the rest of the time. Digging through our newly available gear upgrades, there wasn't anything that would make a difference. So crafting wouldn't get us anywhere this time around. Determination Tenacity is a pointless upgrade. Okay, what about Helmet? Skill Speed Tenacity? Yeah, okay, so we're probably not going to do it here. I'll probably just stick with the stuff that I've got, and I'm going to see about grinding this boss out for a while. I was set on taking down Lakshmi without an echo buff. Trial bosses only have 60 minutes on their instance, meaning every time we lost a run, I'd have to leave and re-enter. I was vaguely worried that if I continuously lost, we'd run into a hidden mechanic of Final Fantasy XIV's queuing system. You're only allowed to enter 100 instances per day. Most people will never hit this cap, and its main purpose is to prevent bots from farming millions of gil non-stop from dungeons, and that's where the problem ends. This, because of its main intent, only applied to dungeons. Trials didn't contribute towards the 100 instances, so we'd be safe. Even then, if I was wrong, my average run lasted 10 to 15 minutes. I think 16 hours of Lakshmi is enough for one day. Returning to our wonderful snake lady, a burning desire to succeed, we run into a problem I hadn't expected. We're in Stormblood, an expansion that has a little quirk for all of the bosses. And my mitts and healing are a bit off, but we'll see where it ends up. I should still have a good run here. Nah, man. Okay, she crit me. She crit me for a 4K auto. Lakshmi can crit me. Thanks, Lakshmi. Cool. Good to know. While my numbers were a bit off, yes, Lakshmi can, in fact, crit her auto attacks. What do I mean 45 minutes? I've been in this fight so far for about 6 or 7 minutes, and we've done 10% of her health. That's what I mean by 45 minutes. I didn't remember this one being there. Okay, I need a heal ready for that. Any benefit to grabbing extra additional Vril? I mean, we want to get it as much as possible. If I can get more Vril, I live longer in the fight. That's without question. So the ideal would be that I use a Vril right here and then grab this right as they're going away, but I can't really do that. Most of the Vril will leave right before or as the mechanic is happening, so I don't get to have the extra one that I would like, but that is fine. Yeah, if I had a Vril here, I could use the Stotrum as a heal after this. Thrill of Battle and Shake It Off, I'm going to try and consistently save for party stacks or tank busters. I don't know if I can comfortably do that, but we shall see. No, almost. Okay. She had almost gone center there. If we survived another second, it would have been fine. Okay. I want at least 2 of my healing kit ready for that, basically, to be the most comfortable. No, 3600 isn't enough, man. I hope you're ready to hear this music for the entirety of this stream. I hope that's you know, that's just something you have to prepare for. It's not something that I can apologize for. I like this music, and I'm gonna be able to put up with it the whole time. Good luck. Maybe I drop the DPS phases I'm doing. Maybe that's the problem. Because I am losing a couple thousand health over the course of the fight doing them. Each 1, 2, 3 is what? 1300 HP? There's not one person here that isn't tempered. I mean, it's hard to not be tempered by Lakshmi, honestly. If there was any icon that was gonna temper me, it would be Lakshmi. And then the rest of you are tempered by Solo, so. We already discussed this. Solo is a primal. He is an icon, so good luck with that one. I wish you the best in your recovery. I can't meld much, because the majority of my gear is level synced. If it's synced, then I cannot meld it. The melding will not do anything. I've never mentioned it before, but for most of the dungeons since A Realm Reborn, I don't meld my gear so long as I'm doing it level synced. When you're level synced, if your gear is above the max level for the dungeon, it will also sync down to the dungeon's max stats. This little marker shows a piece of synced gear, and if your gear is synced, the stats from your materia get completely ignored. And here, just in case you don't believe me. So here, I'll do 2, and I'm not gonna do the extra. I'm just gonna do a Storm's Path heal. So that's 2 really good hits with Fell Cleave, and then I'm full health for this. I've Vril this for a nice heal. Very nice, very comfortable. Things get easier so long as I can comfortably survive that first party stack, because once she starts hitting us with things not in Chanchla phase, I'm really bad with the pronunciations. I think it's Chankla, but it's we'll figure it out. Someone will tell me eventually. When she's not using that phase, everything I Vril will heal us, which is a lot more comfortable than the current. Vril this, get an extra Vril. I'm gonna Vril as soon as we get to next phase, so we heal off the Stotrum before Chunkla. There's times spinning rats to pronounce things is fine, thank you. I'm glad that I've finally gotten past that. We can accept that I will never properly pronounce something. We appreciate it. I try, okay? I try my best. Something, if it's an English word, I don't care. The way that I say it is the way I'm going to say it forever. When it's a non-English word, I have to try, but I'm really not good at it. Does arm's length work for this, is the question. It does, okay. I've gotta think about some stuff there. I need to not get ticked by that bleed. That's definitely something that's been messing me up. It's such a weird fight because it feels like there should be time for me to just very happily and comfortably do DPS phases, but when I do them, it gets us killed. Ow. Barely, but we made it. Very nice. Ooh, that one's a good one. I'm gonna take a risk. Nice, made it. Okay, that's perfect. Extra Vril for that too, so we get 3 Vrils off of that hit. That's absolutely fantastic. This should get us a heal off of one more thing. So I'm gonna do a little bit of DPS. This should full heal us when it lands. Yep, perfect. When she doesn't have Changla, it's a big DPS phase for me. That's what I have to keep in mind. Just don't show me, okay. I have to home gang this. Everything to heal myself back up. I need this cycle to be long enough that I get home gang back before that happens again. That is going to happen again. That's gonna... Oh, okay. No, lucky. fine. No, dude. Okay. Almost. That was... It's good to know that that one does not use up the Vril. I started panicking because I thought it was about to use the Vril. It did not. Didn't make it anyway. Okay, not terrible to look at. We're getting there bit by bit. You're still figuring out the fight, or are you going for the kill? I'm definitely going for the kill. Every attempt here is me trying to go for a kill, but this fight is going to be a 45-minute marathon. It is mostly right now about what space I have to go for heals and what space I have to go for damage. Around this time, I was having a bit of a war with my internet provider. Maybe we can just remove that second word? With shaky internet and a boss that can crit, everything was pit against me. That perfect 45-minute fight was slipping ever out of reach. But there was one way we could get a little bit of leniency. We need better potions. 2 quests after beating Susanna, we unlocked access to Heaven on High, a deep dungeon like Palace of the Dead scaled to Stormblood's level. The only potion upgrade we could get is super potions, which have an ingredient that isn't available for us to gather until after Lakshmi. But in Heaven on High, we'd be able to get them sooner than that. Starting from floor 21, bronze coffers have the chance to drop super potions. And even better, after floor 31, the enemies can also drop super potions, albeit very rarely. Heaven on High holds the title I've been dreaming of since the start of this challenge, the one that fits solo the best. Lone Hero. To get it, we'll need to go from floor 1 to 100, rushing on limited time past some of the strongest enemies in the entire game, when a single death will force me to restart from floor 1 again. To do that, I need practice and stronger gear. So this feeds 3 birds with 1 suet. I learn the dungeon, make myself stronger, and get the super potions I need to survive Lakshmi. While I could take the time to go through the floors and bosses now, I think that's better suited for the Lone Hero video, so we'll rush through things for the time being. First is Aether Pool upgrades. While you're in a deep dungeon like Heaven on High, none of your gear from outside matters. You could come in here in a frog suit and be just as strong as someone in maxed gear. Instead, you get stronger from that dungeon's gear type. In Palace, it was Aether Pool, and in Heaven on High, it's Empyrean. Silver chests scattered throughout the floors have a chance to give you anywhere from +1 to, very rarely, +3 for your armor or weapon. There's also a chance that it doesn't upgrade anything, which slowly increases as you level them up more, and a chance to explode. If I wanted to get the Lone Hero title, I needed to max out my gear, 99 weapon and 99 armor. Heaven on High floor gives 872,000 experience. This thing gives almost 1,000,000 XP. How many Fury House Palace would that have been for Susanna? Well, I did 3,500 floors of Palace of the Dead, just about, right? So I only would have had to do like 350. Arriving on floor 21, I want my super potions. Running around, grabbing every bronze coffer I can find, my heart is filled with dreams of Palace, where one chest can give up to 4 max potions at once. But I was in for a bit of a rude awakening. Chests only gave 1 super potion. Lakshmi's fight is over 40 minutes, and with just around a 1-minute cooldown, I needed 40 to 50 potions per attempt. 1 super potion per bronze chest at a 1 in 3 chance, sometimes giving Phoenix Downs, and sometimes being mimics. This was not a grind I could pull off. If I wanted my potions, we'd need to keep pushing on to the higher floors. Floor 30 boss down, we're kicked out to unlock the Heaven on High Apex. It took just around 30 minutes to clear those 10 floors, which means I averaged 1 super potion every 10 minutes. I'd rather not spend 7 hours for every attempt to kill the boss, thank you. With the Heaven on High Apex unlocked, we're free to continue onwards towards floor 100 and get the best super potion rates available. Now it's just about running floor after floor and killing as many things as we can. Unlike Palace, even Mimics and Mandragora only give 1 super potion, and since floor 31 requires a run without any deaths, I can't use my old strategy from Palace of the Dead. We just have to brute force it and hope we get enough. The first real run dies to being greedy at the floor 50 boss after getting my Empyrean gear 1/4 of the way to max. Since we're not trying for my title, I can start the runs from floor 21 to speed up the process a bit and maximize our super potion earnings. If we could just not kill the otter, please? Maybe a ceasefire could be reached? If you consider what we could do for one another, the people that we are. Nope, okay, didn't get the heal off. With a glimpse at possibly the worst Heaven on High floor luck in recorded history, it's got a gloom, it's got a damage down, it has an auto heal penalty, The only reason I'm hesitating on using this Magicite right now is just because I want a fortune for the Magicite floors. The final run ends at floor 49 to a big worm.
What the heck just happened? Oh, you've gotta be joking!
6 hours in Heaven on High gets us 83 potions. Not amazing, but enough for a run to make it all the way to the end and a few practice runs along the way. Another brief problem, Lakshmi's fight was 45 minutes and each food buff only lasts for 30, so I was being forced to use 2 food per attempt. Unsurprisingly, we've run out of shakshuka. Hunting for Gagana eggs and helping out some orphans for scripts so I can buy my pork, I had completely forgotten about something. With 7.1's release, a good few classes have had their HP buffed. Now, it didn't specify what level the HP buff was for, just that it happened. There was a chance that we had just gotten more health to work with for Lakshmi. For our previous attempt, my health was 16,859 without food. And now,
16,859. Okay, so there's basically nothing from 7.1 that I think changes Lakshmi at all.
our hopes and dreams are crushed. My health is unchanged while level synced. It's not all useless though. Home Gang got a change making it go off much faster when used. It wouldn't be much, but this could be used to squeak out an extra second of invulnerability when I needed it most, and to save me from my terrible internet. Cooking up 6 hours worth of shakshuka, it's time to rest. Back to the Lakshmi grind, I was being reserved with my super potions, only using them when it felt like an attempt had a chance to make some progress. With that 1200 extra health per potion, we're ready for whatever comes next. Hey, I got it! I actually got the extra Vril there. Okay, that's huge. I mentioned it before, but Vril is the most important part of this fight. The more we could get, the better. Up to now, I had been able to get an extra Vril on every mechanic except Divine Denial. The Vril disappears before the cast finishes, so there was no way to get a third. That is, unless it's the first Divine Denial. The timing on these is a bit weird. It lines up perfectly to get us an extra Vril and start consistently reaching the rest of the fight. Using a Vril before and then on the same game tick that Divine Denial ends has us immediately protected. Then, if I'm standing on a recharge point, it'll be used right before disappearing. The shield halves the damage of the next tank buster, and I still have another Vril to use, guaranteeing we survive the first party stack. I have no healing. Oh, that sucks. Okay, that was a bad pull. But again, and again, and again, and again, she crit me. And every time, they would stack up until I was too far behind to save myself.
Man! Oh, that sucks. Okay.
At the very least, we have everything planned out. I understood the fight better than ever before, and we had consistently gotten to the cycle. After Alluring Brace, from the second Chanchala, she will always repeat these attacks in this order. Chanchala buff, party stack, Divine Denial, party stack, Tank Buster, then we get a DPS phase. Chanchala falls off, and we can use our Vril to heal while focusing on damage. 1 Tank Buster, 1 party stack, and she refreshes Chanchala, starting the cycle over again. The timing on this was perfect. It took her long enough to restart everything that my mitigations would recover and I could survive the party stacks once again. I just needed to push it a bit further and get lucky with crits. Mid-pull, my internet goes out, the streams die, and we're forced to try again another day. Unfortunately, a very obvious way of dating this video, we took a break from Lakshmi attempts to celebrate American Thanksgiving on solo.
Thanks for the soup spam. For anyone that needs a reminder, I hate soup. Get this soup out of my chat. It is the Turkey Day for us in the US, which does in fact mean that we've got some thanks to be giving, which of course means that I need to have a large dead bird on my table.
A quick break, mostly to check if I managed to fix my internet.
As a fun little stream to test how this is going, we're gonna have to figure out what items I can get, but we've gotta get a table, maybe a chair, and then whatever tabletop food items we think fits for Thanksgiving. Does a Lalafell step stool count as a table?
It took around 30 minutes to figure out what all we were getting, but we ended up going with a round banquet table, a big plate of food,
Gourmet supper? Ooh!
the obligatory dead bird,
Oh, that is perfect.
a bowl of chips.
That is level 100. I don't think we're gonna be able to make the bowl of potato chips.
Okay, never mind.
Red basket. Yes. That's an incredibly high level, but I think we can maybe do that. No, I think this is out of this. This is a lot. We can't get it. It's too powerful for us. The breadbasket is too powerful. We have to beat Lakshmi.
A Roland Berry tart.
Yeah, that looks pretty doable.
Some stew for chat.
Okay, you get this one, but only because it looks easy to get.
And some fresh squeezed non-alcoholic fruit juice. As much as it feels wrong to not have a crafting sequence in a solo video, I think I'd rather take the time to say something else while we grab everything. In this past year, we've gotten further than I ever thought possible, and it's all thanks to you. Thank you for being here, for watching these videos, hitting that silly little subscribe button. You and the community we've built have been an absolute treasure, and helped in making this one of the best years I've had in a long time. Thank you for being part of Solo's journey in 2024. And here's to many more.
Now that our Thanksgiving celebration is over, how do I kick you all out?
I'm just now realizing, I think I forgot to put the tart down. Save it for next year. As a quick gift, with the celebrations wrapping up earlier than expected, we hop back into the Emanation hoping for some holiday luck, and fall flat on our face. The next stream, I had done all the preparations I could, so it's time to do this for real. By the end of today, Lakshmi would fall, no matter what it took. Our best run in a long time. 69%. 16 minutes straight of fighting Lakshmi. All for nothing. I stood, knowing now in my heart that my dreams of a no echo run weren't realistic. 45 minutes, I needed to be lucky. Lucky enough to crit my heals, and lucky enough that she didn't crit me. I don't know Lakshmi's crit rate, and quite honestly, I don't think there's a way for me to figure it out other than just standing there for hours letting her attack me. But this one variable was the reason we died every single time now. So, I took one step. She could crit, but it didn't seem to be often. Somewhere in the range of 5 or 10% of her attacks. We have a way to counteract this. I could balance out that 5 to 10% crit chance by getting a 10% echo buff. The smallest possible buff, only requiring surviving for 3 minutes and dying once. It's realistic on the instance timer and should be just barely enough to cancel out her critical attacks. Spending 3 minutes on just getting past the ads, our 10% buff is claimed, and the real fight begins.
There we go! Okay! There we go! 10% was all we needed, baby! Alrighty! Woo-hoo-hoo. Okay, yeah, wow. I'm just gonna tell you right now, doing that whole thing, 10% echo, there's no way we do that flat level synced. There's absolutely no chance. She crits way too often for way too much damage. We needed the 10% to account for her crit. As soon as I had the extra health to take crit, we're done. Fantastic. We are moving on.
A final time of 41 minutes and 50 seconds. Lakshmi has fallen. An absolute marathon of a fight. This is why I fell in love with Solo, getting the chance to see all the fights in this game in a new light. Lakshmi was an incredible battle, planned to the last detail, kept in a perfect cycle, dancing back and forth with the Lady of Bliss. In a normal run through the game, I would never have felt this level of accomplishment, pushing myself to the limit to face this relatively easy boss. For me, The easier the boss, the harder my restrictions make it, and I get to see mechanics and abilities and phases I didn't even know existed. With our foe defeated, filled with the bliss of victory, we can move forward once again. But there's something else on the horizon. Every dungeon and trial from here on would be above level 70, and I would soon realize the unrecoverable mistake I made back at the beginning. Things were about to get a lot harder, all because of one thoughtless unlock. The end of Stormblood is in sight. There are only 3 instances left before we've reached the next phase of the main questline. 2 dungeons and 1 trial. The goal for today is to clear the next dungeon on that list, Castrum Abania. And I owe you an answer for a certain cliffhanger from last video, but you'll see that soon. With Lakshmi's marathon fight behind us, a few quests stand in our way before we get there.
Yeah, next is Castrum Abania. I'm so very excited for Castrum Abania. If you did not watch the speedrun video, then you might not know the suffering of Castrum Abania. Let me just tell you a silly little story real quick. We did really good speedrunning Stormblood up until I had to queue in for Castrum Abania. And the queue for Castrum Abania took like half an hour. And then I just went in with duty support. It took an extra like 20 minutes because I was using duty support. So that was not a great time. I am really hoping that it goes by super quickly and super easily for solo, so I do not have to re-experience the trauma of Castrum Abania.
While this guy does some quests, we've got the goal of hitting 50,000 subs, so if you haven't already, maybe subscribe and like the video while you're down there.
If Wrath doesn't have the DPS to get the tail, he won't get the carve. You're right. If I don't get the carve, then I lose out on my plate chance, and I'm gonna have to grind this out for... Don't! Stop. Get out of my face. Give me a heart attack. I hate that. Didn't know Final Fantasy had jump scares like that. Well, welcome to the new video game. Everything is a jump scare. I feel like it's a little suspicious to just kind of be hanging out over here and like resting yourself up against a wall for no reason. Castrum Abania has been unlocked. With Lakshmi down, we're headed on towards the rest of the MSQ. A quick run to the southern half of the peaks, unlocking a lot of the crafting recipes we were unable to make before. We finish up some chats with a random Rogadin, and Castrum Abania is unlocked. Here you go. There's your voiceover spoiler. I'm so cursed to hear this live. I don't know. What do you mean? Come on. Could you imagine? Wait, hold on. Every time I do something, I have to just stop, and then afterwards I say the line that I'm gonna do. That would be sick. That would be the worst script writing I've ever done, but it would be hilarious. Hi there, Editor Wrath here. This is when I decide to start doing voiceovers in video, because I can't be asked to do it in post. Okay, back to the real voiceover, please. Castrum Abania. A deep-seated fear engulfs my very being as the word castrum dances across my screen. Armed with missiles and gravity damage, these hulking metal behemoths are built with one purpose: to stop me. The horrors of Doma Castle still fresh in our minds, especially after the jump scare earlier, we push on, anxious to see what foes this accursed hall held. Surely this time will go better. I hope, I beg. With warriors healing, none of the normal enemies are a problem, but I'm reminded of something during the pull. Oh, I finally actually have inner release for a dungeon. And just a few moments later, it clicks. Wait a second. Chat? I've just come to a bit of a realization. Inner release is a debuff. I should not have unlocked inner release. Unlocking inner release is legitimately the worst thing I have ever done. In the last episode, I mentioned the greatest mistake I had ever made. A permanent stain on my account that I can never undo. A thoughtless decision that would alter the course of my progress forever. I can only use the crit direct hits on Fell Cleaves. I cannot Fell Cleave during fights. Unlocking Inner Release, Warrior's level 70 ability, comes with one tiny detail that has never mattered to anyone but me. Berserk, the ability replaced by Inner Release, is a very simple and basic ability. The next 3 attacks I make are a critical direct hit, or in other words, the max damage they can deal. Inner Release does the same. The next 3 attacks are critical direct hits, but not really. Inner Release only works on Fell Cleave and Decimation, where Berserk would work on any of my attacks. Normally, this is a good thing, preventing you from accidentally wasting a big hit on one of your weaker attacks, but for me, this is devastating. Every last bit of health I can get is extremely important.
I need to constantly be healing, so I want to use my Storm's Path combo, Warrior's 3 basic attacks, as much as possible. Storm's Path heals me for 1300 health, but only after using the other 2 attacks first. One heal every 3 hits or every 7.5 seconds. I used to be able to use my 3 critical direct hits on this combo, using Berserk every time it was available and increasing my damage per second exponentially, but with Inner Release, I now have to stop healing and use only Fell Cleaves for 3 attacks. That's 15 seconds before I can heal with Storm's Path again. For a lot of the fights we faced, the healing required was so tight that I didn't ever have the breathing room to use Fell Cleaves. So now, my big burst of damage every 60 seconds has turned into maybe some extra damage if the boss lets you. If I had just never touched the quest, everything would be fine, but now, we've essentially lost Warrior's most powerful ability until level 90, when Primal Rend makes my healing from other abilities crit for that single hit. And before you say it, no. Inner Release's Fell Cleaves don't cause you to get a bigger heal from Raw Intuition. Raw Intuition, an ability that makes you heal for the next 3 hits you do, has an interaction with certain attacks that guarantees I crit my healing. The only attacks that cause it are Chaotic Cyclone, Inner Chaos, Primal Rend, and Primal Ruination. Chaotic Cyclone and Inner Chaos don't require quests, so I didn't need Inner Release to get them. Primal Rend isn't until level 90, the very end of the challenge, and Primal Ruination is level 100. In short, Inner Release has made Warrior much more dangerous, either causing every fight we take from here on to be slower, or having to take risks and drop one of my most consistent heals to deal extra damage. And unless Square Enix can revert my quest progress, we're stuck with this until the very end. I cannot believe I didn't think about that. With that catastrophic realization, we clean up the enemies standing in our way and reach the first boss, the Magna Rotor. Thinking back on every dungeon, every trial I have ever done, this boss is, without question, the easiest yet. Magitech Fire 2 is a big ol' fireball he spits onto the ground. If you stand in the yellow circle, you take damage. Don't do that. Magitech Fire 3 hits everyone in the fight for about 1800 damage. And then Magna starts casting Wild Speed. 2 groups of additional enemies spawn while Magna dashes around the arena 4 times. The Garleans he spawns will sit at the cannons at the east and west sides, and after a brief pause, Magna does another 4 dashes. The cannons will occasionally fire a large attack towards you, but it's easy to step out of. After killing the soldier defending the cannon, you can use it to hit Magna and end his dashes. The shot stuns him for 3 seconds, and the fight continues with Wheel, an instant tank buster, dealing 6,000 damage. More cannon shots and Magitech Fire, the Garleans eventually run off, and after using Magitech Fire 2 more times, the boss starts casting Wild Speed once again. This cycle continues until the boss dies, but I get a weird idea. Did I even have to use the cannon? While Magna was using Wild Speed, he wasn't auto-attacking me, and he definitely wasn't using his strongest attack, Wheel, so the next time around, we decide to ignore the Garleans and their cannons to see what happens. And turns out, nothing happens. In fact, not stunning it gives us extra time to just focus on dealing damage, so that's an entire mechanic that we get to ignore on purpose. Poor boss has 1 attack and it's irrelevant. Yeah, poor guy. He's trying his best, okay? Really easy boss. Okay. That's probably the easiest boss we've ever done. Boss down, we slap some enemies out of our way and head on towards the second boss, subject number 24. And if you thought Magna was the easiest boss we've ever done, boy have I got a surprise for you. The first cast is Elemental Overload, an attack that hits everyone in the fight for 3,500 damage while also assigning an element to subject 24. Ice Phase starts off by firing icicles from the sides of the arena in a grid pattern, leaving a checkerboard of safe spots all around. Then, number 24 casts Blizzard 2 on random targets, hitting for 3,100 damage. After using both of these, he does them again, twice, in quick succession. Collapsing from an overload of ether, the boss becomes vulnerable, taking extra damage from my attacks. 10 seconds later, he casts Elemental Overload again, this time entering Lightning Phase. 2 towers appear, requiring 1 person to stand in each of them. An impossible mechanic for me to resolve. Standing in one properly, the other explodes and gives a vulnerability up debuff, increasing the damage I take for the next 2 minutes, followed by Sparking Current for 2,600 damage. And just like in Ice Phase, after using both of his attacks, he uses them again, twice in quick succession. The final tower hits for 4,000 damage through my shield and leaves us with 3 vuln stacks. Weakened once more, subject number 24 casts Elemental Overload once again, entering the final phase, Fire. Things start easy, just some big cone-shaped attacks to dodge, but then a party stack. dealing 13,000 damage, even with a 30% damage reduction from Vengeance. And then it happens again, with the final stack hitting for 17,000 damage. I hadn't mentioned it before, but the second time he uses each attack, it's stronger than the first. Barely scraping by, we re-enter Ice Phase, and my Vuln stacks hadn't gone away yet. His ice attacks are weak and easy to dodge, giving us time to heal back up, but then, right as those vulnerability up debuffs are gone, we're back in Lightning Phase, and the towers are ready to give them straight back to us. Trying to get any extra healing from hitting the boss, I step out of the tower early, take an extra hit, and the fight ends. We get up and try again, charging straight back into battle, but once we got back there, the second time he entered Fire Phase, we always died. Again and again and again, we fall. At my wit's end, with only 20 minutes left before the dungeon timer kicks us out, we leave to think up a plan. Surprise! We've gone from the easiest boss I've ever faced to quite possibly the hardest dungeon boss I've ever faced. The only way I could imagine where we beat this boss is avoiding those Vuln stacks, and the only class I know of that can do it is Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker's immunity, Super Bolide, makes it so you don't take any damage for 10 seconds. The towers only give you the Vuln stacks if you take damage, meaning every 6 minutes I could completely avoid them. But that would require a lot of grinding, as my Gunbreaker isn't at the level to do the dungeon. I needed to know if there was some other option we could do first. While I take some time to think on that, we grab our Wondrous Tales book, a weekly activity that gives us experience and the most powerful gear in the entire challenge. It's basically a bingo board. When I complete 9 of the dungeons or trials it tells me to do, it places a random sticker on the 4x4 to the right. I need to get 2 lines in a row for the gear I mentioned a second ago, and the amount of Wondrous Tales I can complete is dependent on second chance points, a limited resource we get the first time I clear a dungeon, trial, or raid. There are only so many of these, 1 per instance, and once I've completed every instance, I'll never get another one. Since I'm level 100, Chloe gives me some tasks that are well beyond where I've reached in the main quest, and are basically impossible. For the ones I can do, I can spend a second chance point to complete them multiple times and reach the 9 I need to finish the book. 6 of the Wondrous Tales options were unlocked and completable, the most I can get. So I head off, grab a treasure map, get a treasure portal. Okay. Shifting? No! I love the roulette one! This is the best day of my life! Alright, okay. It's gonna land right here, and then it's gonna tick once over to red. One more? Ah, 1,000 gil. This time, it's gonna be that blue. We're going all the way with this one. This is it. My moment. I don't care if I just jinxed it. We're going. This is the patrol. It is the patrol model. And it's also using the patrol attacks. Why did you point that out to me? I could have been in blissful ignorance. Oh my god, it even has the oh my god, it really is patrol! This is literally just patrol! Grade 1 race we have intelligence, not vitality. Okay. Thanks, Monty. It's very kind of you. Okay. It's very kind of you both. Thank you. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna... We're safe. It's fine. Ah, come on. How could they? Get kicked out in our prime and finish the first of our stickers. The next day, still trying to think up a plan, we fill out the rest of our Wondrous Tales book. We have 6 total things that we are able to complete, and that is basically the best we can possibly get. So today, we're doing a little bit of Wondrous Tales, huh? Tantara normal and hard mode, Alexander Fist of the Father. Very nice. Didn't know this boss had mechanics. It's a pretty sick boss, honestly. That's some really fun mechanics. I kind of wish we had to do that more often. 9 second chance points down. Ooh. This is an opportunity to get the rarest Wondrous Tale setup in the entire game. This is a Wondrous Tale setup called the Cube, which my dear friend Luda made me a parrot to. It's either 12 or 36 different ways to get a 3-line Wondrous Tales. There are only 4 ways to get the Cube, and the Cube gives you 0 lines. This is a very scary setup. Chloe loves you so much, she's going to give you the ultra rare one. Please, anything but that. I beg. You don't understand. And now we're at a crossroad. I have 9 second chance points. Completing Bismarck Extreme or Sephiroth Extreme will both get me a second chance point, but you can't hold more than 9, so I have to use a retry before we can continue. A retry doesn't just let you do a particular trial again, it blocks out another random option from the board, so right now there was a 1 in 6 chance of it wasting the Sephiroth or Bismarck fights. Please, block out Susanoo, or Rival Wings, but Susanoo preferably. Not Bismarck, not Sephiroth. Please. You've gotta be joking. Still doing it. I guess I'll just do, we'll think about it when we get there. Okay, for now, I'm gonna do Bismarck first. One quick unlock later, Bismarck falls. Okay, there we are. It only took 25 minutes. We complete Tamtara again. Actually, one more time. And we've got 7 stickers on the board. Now we can use our second chance points for the other option, shuffling. At or below 7 stickers, you can spend 2 points to shuffle the board, placing them all in new random spots. The only thing I care about is getting 2 lines for a silver certificate of commendation. So we'll be spending my shuffles for the best chance at that. This first setup has an 8%, then 8% again, and again, dropping as low as 5% before this. Oh, it paid off. That is a 36% chance. That's beautiful. Okay. This is the moment. This is it. This is where dreams are made. This is our chance. Sephiroth defeated. It's time for our 2 lines. If there's one thing that I know more than anything else, if there is a single thing that I have learned in all of my time playing Final Fantasy XIV, 50% of the time, every time. One final run of Tamtara for the night, and with a 25% chance at victory, we place the final sticker. 25% of the time, every time. Chloe does not respect honor or tradition. True. Honestly, true. But all is not lost. At the very least, we've completed a Wondrous Tales book, and just getting 9 stickers on the board is enough to earn an entire level for my Gunbreaker. And speaking of, we're set on using Gunbreaker to avoid the Vuln stacks. Only thing left to do is level it. Castrum Abania sinks us to level 70, so we'll need to get 9 levels off Heaven on High before we can get to testing. When you really consider it, for more than a moment, a pretty normal meal, I would like to think, for some people. I don't ever do it, but is like a tomato soup and grilled cheese, and then you dunk the grilled cheese into the tomato soup. That is just pizza with extra steps. So that is soup pizza. Why are we back with Gunbreaker? Okay, so here's the deal. Second boss of Castrum Abania has a lot of stuff in it that requires shielding, and for that, I mean, if I want to survive that boss, I'm gonna have to shield through Vuln stacks, and my best bet for that is Gunbreaker. So with that in mind, we're gonna have to get our little guy set up and ready to go. I have not touched Gunbreaker since A Realm Reborn. Rough Divide. Wait, they got rid of my dash? What happened to my dash? I have a 10-second duration where I do not take damage, and so I do not gain the debuffs from anything that provides debuffs by dealing damage. So the 4 towers that go off one by one, we Super Bolide through those so I do not take 2 Vuln stacks. I try and get enough shield to make it so I don't take the first Vuln stack. And then every other one, I can basically just ignore the party stacks and be a lot safer. With that in mind, I've got to get Gunbreaker to level 69. And then we've got, if you weren't here for yesterday's Twitch stream, our Wondrous Tales has been completed. We have been absolutely betrayed. I had a 36% chance to get my 2 lines. Anyway, we get to level 69, and then I use this Wondrous Tales to finish the level because it'll be a full level at this point. And Heaven on High should be very fast leveling in this level range. We shall see. I'm gonna start at floor 21, and we're gonna give it a go. Gunbreaker is currently level 61. Goal of today's stream is to get Gunbreaker to 70. That's my ideal. Your bias against Paladin will bite you, and I'll be here waiting. It's not a bias against Paladin, I'll be honest with you. The main reason that I'm so against Paladin is because of the extreme amount of work required to get it on par with my other classes right now. We're talking getting Paladin from like level 10. Maybe, at most. I don't even think it's level 10. Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious. Hey, no, I'm not doing Paladin for this. I'm gonna be straightforward and completely open and honest with you. I would be shocked out of my mind if Paladin could properly survive this. Maybe it's got the mitigation to handle the party stacks better, but I don't know. Maybe. I haven't played Paladin enough. Chat, help the hiccups. Okay, hold on. Are you allergic to peanuts? This is important. I have a 100% guaranteed method to get rid of your hiccups, but you need to not be allergic to peanuts. I want you to go into your kitchen, take a spoon, take like a quarter spoonful of peanut butter, and just put it in your mouth. And it will immediately be gone. Okay, Grandma? What do you mean, okay, Grandma? How dare? What the heck? We'll worry about all of the future stuff later. For now, I'm living my best life. Why did Titan show up? That was a Magicite. Magicites is something that you can get in Heaven on High from silver chests. When you use a Magicite, there are 4 different Magicites that can be done. You've got the Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda, which are all very, very good at clearing floors. If you use it, it kills every single enemy on the floor instantly. And it'll do about 30% of a boss's health. And then there's the Odin Magicite, which I believe just instantly kills a boss. Odin is made specifically for bosses. So, if you ever feel like doing Heaven on High, I'm just gonna tell you right now, if you get an Odin, you are the luckiest human being on the planet. Save it for the highest floor boss you can do. If you're going all the way to floor 90, save it for 90. Because that's just an instant pop on any boss. Magicite, yeah, absolutely the best gimmick for any deep dungeon. No question. Okay, so this is the general cycle. It's not going to be too bad, I don't think, for getting to level 70 here. I get 1,010,000 experience. Right now I get 2/3 of a level. It's probably going to fall off a bit, but we're mostly going to get a level every other run at minimum. That was 1,010,000 XP. Yeah, I have. So, okay, let's talk about experience. It's been a while since we've had any experience chat. 300% XP bonus. That is my Road to 90 buff. The Armory bonus, we get the 2x experience from Road to 90, and then it turns into 4x experience with the 300% XP bonus. So Armory bonus, if you didn't know, is just your lower level classes will get a 100% boost to experience gains. If I'm on Astrologian, I'll get an extra 100%. Because everything is below level 100, we get that Armory bonus forever. Base XP for Heaven on High is 250,000, double what Palace of the Dead gave us, basically. And with my 300% experience bonus, College of Willikers, we've got 1,000,000 XP per run. I think I'm gonna try a proper run on Gunbreaker because of how much XP we get. I'm gonna get through this a lot faster than I thought. I thought this was gonna be like a 7-hour day to get Gunbreaker to level 70, but is anybody else seeing this guy? What are they doing? Why are they just going in and out? Are they trying to get a good floor set? But like, you're only setting up one floor. Accursed Horde farming? What's Accursed Horde farming? He's just really fast. Yeah, okay. Is it like, okay, no, wait, I think I can imagine it. You get an intuition, you enter the floor, you use the intuition. If there is an accursed horde, you go and get it, and then you leave. If there isn't, then you just leave immediately. Is that it? Don't you lose the pomander? No, because you reset the floor. So you can just keep doing it over and over and over again. You don't have to finish the floor and keep the accursed horde. You just have to find it. This will be my brief lone hero attempt for the day. You saw the setup that could do 20 to 30 hordes per hour, so yeah, it's stupidly long. It's incredibly long, and it is the most insane thing I've ever heard of. This was the thing. This is the thing that instant kills me. I'm dead. Oh no. Whoa. Okay. We survived it. Thank you, Gunbreaker, I guess. 8k is not as bad as I remember it being. I'm pretty sure that instant killed warrior from full health. How did I survive that? Shield. Oh, you're right. I had a brutal shell up. Oh, thank God. If I had died there, I would have been so mad at myself. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, baby. I will take that. Are you kidding me? Let's go. Yes, that's an Odin Magicite. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna save that Elder Magicite for as long as I can. What the heck is that spot? Did you see that? What the heck? Why were they all on top of each other? Sounds pretty good to me. Okay, we're 65. I think, honestly, maybe I don't go 60. I think I'm gonna go do the level grind for now and try and get my Aetherpool gear up. Veteran Appraiser. Take a look at my golden haloed sack. Oh, Orchestrion roll. Oh my God, look at the little baby. Look at the better baby. Oh, what a better baby. What are we naming it, chat? The bunny gets a name, Lakshmi does not. Soloing way. No, okay, that's okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm going with that one. Oh my God, it's Archbishop Thorn. How is this oh my Thorn? What do you mean? Is it just because I'm an Ellison? How dare you? The Crag Magicite is your favorite? Yeah. Craig is my favorite Magicite. He's always on time. He does some good damage. He makes it nice and flashy, but not too flashy, you know? I feel like Ifrit is definitely the... no, if we're calling the Titan Magicite Craig, then I have to call Ifrit, Embers, so, like... You know, Evelyn's Magicite is pretty okay, but it's just a little too flashy with the whole, like, the fire across your whole screen bit. What's the Garuda one called? Tempest? Trevor's is pretty alright, too. Ifrit is Fritz. Oh, that's a better one. Yeah, you're right. Tempest is Tempura? So Garuda gets downgraded to a food. Garuda just gets downgraded to some tempura, and everybody else... Oh, Vortex. Okay. So, nope, nothing. Texas? Alright, yeah, Texas is pretty rough. Texas, Craig, and Fritz. I haven't gotten the Texas Magicite in a while. No, don't you put more in my chat again. I can't go back to this. I knew you were gonna say it. I was gonna say it, but I stopped myself because I knew you wouldn't stop. It's been 0 days since the last war incident. Do I have Gunbreaker leveled on my main? No, I have Red Mage leveled on my main, and that's it. Just in case you were curious, fun fact, landmine traps are placed in real time based on Square Enix's comedic timing algorithm. Oh, I always knew, you know, I always had an inkling. Heaven is a lonely place. I will admit, I'm getting a little nervous time-wise. If 51 to 60 took most of the time, I might just not continue this run until I'm 99.99 just to be super safe. Now level 68. Okay, so 2 more runs and then we're finished. I don't even have a fortune. Okay, if this is a fortune, I'll Magicite. I'm a man of my word. My power of foreshadowing is fascinating. It's a trick that I picked up a while ago. If you foreshadow something, the universe thinks it's funny, and so it'll just do it. Is that what one would call streamer luck? No, I don't have streamer luck. You've seen my wondrous tales, okay? Okay, yeah, I only need 300k to finish off the level. I'm just gonna go finish off the level with some leave quests. We can head over to Old
Congratulations, we are now level 69. Level 70! I will take my new journal now, Chloe. That's pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 is good. 6 is a number that I'll willingly do. Oh! This is the guy that I get to turn into a monkey with, right? What, was it a bird? I get to become a bird? Oh, he becomes the monkey. No. There's a literal gorilla in this fight. Shut up, me. I know what. Okay. Hey, that's what I'm talking about, baby. All right. Not bad. Just don't do that multiple times and we're good. Okay, that was a pretty cool fight, honestly. And with that, I am getting the heck out of here. Leveling is done, but now we need a weapon. Since Gunbreaker was released in Shadowbringers, there's unfortunately no level 70 crafted gunblades from this expansion, leaving us with two options. Decenting items from a merchant to craft a weapon for the next expansion, Shadowbringers, or using Centurio seals to buy the special I-level 340 hunt gear. I don't know. I think I'm gonna try and avoid that for now, and I'll just go for the hunt gear. What hunt gear? The Centurio hunt gear. So the 340. Oh, I see what you mean now by what hunt gear. I'm currently understanding the problem you were talking about. Okay, we have one option, but that's if I want a level 70 weapon. Gunbreaker starts at level 60, meaning there are other weapon options we can make, they're just a bit weaker. But for now, we set our sights on crafting the level 68 molybdenum gunblade. One more problem though, I can't actually make molybdenum ingots until after we clear Cast from Abanya. Lucky enough, there's a leave that gives it as a reward. It just adds an extra craft to our to-do list. Palladium sand, electrum ore, Doman iron sand and ore, durium sand, slate, iron ore, tiger skins, and Girabanyan alumen for durium nuggets, slate whetstones, tiger leather, Oroshigane ingots, and Tamahagane ingots to make a Doman steel tachi. Trading the tachi in for our molybdenum ingot, and throwing together one last palladium nugget, our high-quality molybdenum gunblade is made, and we're ready to take on Castrum. Almost. I forgot to do the class quests. Now we're ready to take on Castrum, after a nice and easy 8 hours of preparation. We've got less healing than warrior, so the random enemies throughout the dungeon are harder to get past, but Magna Rotor is just as easy as last time. Subject number 24 in sight, we're hoping for one thing more than anything else. If Gunbreaker's immunity can prevent us from getting Vuln stacks every other lightning phase, we should hopefully be able to squeak out the healing we need to survive the full fight. But this time, things start different, with the first elemental overload being Fire Phase. When you enter the dungeon, Subject 24 will pick any of the 3 elements to start with, but he still does them in the same order. Ice, then lightning, then fire. This time, we start with fire, so it's fire, then ice, then lightning, but it still ends up being the same once we get into the proper fight. I'll always have to deal with the party stacks right after I get the vulnerabilities from the lightning towers. Fire First is the perfect opportunity to test if Gunbreaker can survive the party stacks. If I could do it now with no vulnerabilities, then all I needed to do was figure out how to get past towers and the fight was over. The first stack dealt 6600 damage, and the second stack dealt 6700 with some damage reduction active. That was easy. Almost too easy with how much of a problem it had been before. Skating past Ice Phase, it's time for towers. Super Bolide only lasts for 10 seconds, and I can't get a big enough shield to block the first tower, so we get one Vuln stack. Using Super Bolide at the last second, the plan works and we avoid the next 2. With one Vuln stack and Nebula, the strongest damage reduction I have, the first stack is only 7500 damage. Much more manageable. But with Nebula spent, the next hit deals 12,000 damage. One singular vulnerability up debuff had almost doubled the damage I was taking. And now we've entered the hard part of the fight. Super Bolide wouldn't be up for 5 more minutes, so we had to survive the towers without it. I could only use it every other cycle. Without my immunity, we're no better off than Warrior, getting 3 stacks heading into Fire Phase. Using a shield and 10% damage reduction, the first attack deals 15,000 damage, 83% of my max health. Taking the next one much more seriously, I use every mitigation I have, getting upwards of 50% damage reduction. But I had no way to heal back up, and we die to another 10,000 hit. If I used Aurora earlier, maybe I might be able to pull that off. Yeah, only 10k. That's definitely pretty good.
10,000 is survivable. I just had to figure out how to get enough health to do it. After a few more runs, it seemed like each Vuln stack increased the boss's damage by something like 66%. With 3 Vuln stacks, I was taking double or triple the normal damage. It's a bit hard to tell since attacks don't always deal the same amount. A few deaths in, my last resort is saving all my mitigation for fire phase. If I could just tank the lightning towers without my damage reduction, we may have enough to live, but...
Nah, I die without some mitigation there.
At this point, we were stuck in just the same way Warrior was. We were doing well, getting the boss to 50% every time, but with no real way to survive that second fire phase, I was at my wit's end once again.
That kind of is a continuation of the Magitech curse? Yeah, I would call this a Magitech curse, definitely. Is it directly a Magitech? No. But it's pretty close.
Gunbreaker had lost, and I was no further than before. I was ready to accept my fate and switch to Silence Echo instead of level sync, but one particular solo had other plans for me. I could, technically, survive this fight on Warrior or Gunbreaker, but it would all be luck-based. I needed to crit my healing at just the right time, just like with Hexadrone, but I couldn't bear the idea of it. I couldn't let random luck be the way I solved 3 bosses in a row. There was another way. One I had been living in fear of for the past few months. Callus, one of a special breed of solos that tries to make their favorite class work for everything, had a way for me to consistently, without relying on luck, get past this boss. Their number 1 class, Paladin. And with other solos like Azure verifying it would work, we found our answer. An answer I was not happy about. See, Paladin has always been brought up during this challenge, with people constantly pushing it as an option to clear things, but up until Stormblood, Paladin was a much harder class to work with. Warrior and Gunbreaker both have attacks that heal them. I get health back while dealing damage to the boss. Paladin, on the other hand, doesn't get that until level 84. The only way it can heal is with its spell, Clemency. Clemency is a big heal, don't get me wrong, but it takes time to cast, makes me stop attacking, and it costs 4,000 mana to use. To simplify that a bit, when I start the fight, I can use Clemency twice. After that, I get to use it once every 20 seconds, placing it at the absolute bottom of the barrel for healing options. That, plus I don't get Clemency until I complete the level 58 class quest in Heavensward, so for a Realm Reborn, in my mind it was absolutely not an option. And one last detail, just to make things even worse for our poor Paladin, while you're casting a spell in Final Fantasy XIV, if you get hit by an enemy, there's a chance the cast gets interrupted. Clemency can be interrupted in this way up until the trait that single-handedly saves this class. At level 64, Divine Magic Mastery throws all of that out the window and makes Paladin properly viable. All spells cost half the mana. I now start each fight with 5 casts and get another every 10 seconds instead of 20. And casts can no longer be interrupted, which is to say, for me, this is the first expansion where Paladin could be used at all, and right now was its shining moment. Paladin could force us over the line with all of the excess damage reduction it has, but there was one problem. After that whole rant and ramble telling you how useless I viewed Paladin as up until now, what do you think my Paladin level is? We're starting from square one. To beat this boss, I needed to get Paladin from level 1 to 70 and complete all of the class quests in between. Using Wondrous Tales to cope with the grind I was about to do, we get some new friends.
Oh my god, wait, an actual later, hold on, whoa, look at that. Our first bird. That sounds it. Oh my god, 2 in a row. Okay, hey. I'm not complaining. I'll take 2 free birds in one day.
But all good things come at a cost.
No, wait, no. Chat, we're using all of our luck on the stupid birds. I don't want the birds. I want my 2 lines. I'm not even gonna get 1 line at this rate. After all of the stupid luck we had today, 2 mounts in a row, 1 attempt on each boss. The first clear of each boss, I got the mounts for them. Please. Ugh. I cannot believe I didn't even get 1 line on this. 3 of the 8 possible options. Look at the bright side. I don't know where it is, but look for it. Yeah, true. Okay.
Cursing Chloe for her malice against honor and progress, we head off to sleep. The next day, after almost 2 years of soloing Final Fantasy XIV, the last of the tanks, Gladiator is unlocked. Now, normally, I allow myself to use weathered gear, as the level 1 items from these early classes can't be crafted or replaced, but I had a bit of a fun idea. I wouldn't allow myself to use that weathered sword. If I wanted to unlock Paladin, I needed to get the only other level 1 sword I could access, the Halicarnassus sword from the Gold Saucer.
Let's go gambling!
100,000 for a Halicarnassus sword. I mean, that's pretty close, actually.
To my surprise, though, I had an astronomical amount of MGP from back in November of 2023 when I completed the fashion report. So we're just 10,000 MGP away.
Oh my god! Hey! Alright, that's all it takes, you know? Sometimes you just have to be good at the video game. And now, I am allowed to be a paladin.
Early levels are easy. From levels 1 to 27, we can use the hunt logs. Every class released in A Realm Reborn has access to the hunt log, a list of enemies to kill for a ridiculous infusion of experience. Especially on the road to 90 worlds, this is as overpowered as it gets. Occasionally, the enemies start to outscale us, so we craft up a brass Viking sword to speed things along. Though, only making upgrades to my weapon proved to be a bit more of an issue than I originally expected.
Maybe I should get on level gear, but also I'm just kinda lazy. Fun fact. Gladiator and Paladin split its stats between sword and shield. You're technically fighting with 2/3 of a weapon. Oh! All slots. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. You can't make me. I'm not fishing today. Gladiator gear set. Now I just need to get these. And it's all brass, I think, right? I love Gudetama. He is the greatest thing that has ever been placed on this earth. This barren wasteland of an earth was revived singularly through the means of Gudetama. There was one time I went to a big Asian market in New Jersey. There was a big bag of cookies, and it was Gudetama cookies. And it was like, the middle of the cookie was like insanely soft, like almost as if it wasn't cooked. I have not been able to find them ever again. I do not know what they were called. I cannot find them, and I never will. These tiny little custard cookies have escaped my grasp. And so now, while once I loved Gudetama, I have now decided that Gudetama is the harbinger of pain and suffering. Wait, that's it. Wait, that's it? That's it! That's my cookie! Wait! So that's totally it. Oh my god. Thank you? That's it? That's the one. Okay. This is what I've been searching for years. And these were the most incredible cookies I've ever had in my entire life. I have never found them since, and unfortunately, the only place that sells them that is on the internet says that they are sold out. So, so I can't get more of them anyway, but at least I know what they are now. Oh, unlikely to be restocked. I can't even get them anymore. No. They're a limited time cookie from 2019. You're joking. I can never have it ever again. Actual gear done. I'm never upgrading my gladiator gear ever again. The hunt log unlocks new options every 10 levels, and with the 21 to 30 log completed, sitting pretty at level 27, we needed another way to finish our gladiator grind. The level requirement for Palace of the Dead is only 17, so we can do some quick runs of that to push us over the line. Even after the hundreds of hours I've spent in here, trying to clear floors as a gladiator instead of a paladin and missing 50% of my attacks is a real unique experience. That was a lot of XP, 90,000. That was almost 2 levels in one. Palace done, the class quests finish our levels off, and Gladiator is thrown to the wayside forever with our new ray of light, the Paladin Jobstone. 30 levels down, 40 more to go. Now that Paladin is properly unlocked, we'll need a plan for those last 40. Palace. It's Palace. You knew that already. We always know it's Palace, okay? Taunt me all you want. Go ahead and type, oh, but Wrath, you said last time we were done with Palace forever. I know, okay? It's called coping. I already had to sit through it once, and I don't particularly want to sit through it again. So this is going to be a good few hours for me, and about 30 seconds for you. Fantastic. Level 60. Now we get to do some math. Will my challenge logs get me there? So it's 1.1 mil. Okay, so we do this and then it is just one palace run left. That's much better. Very nice. Okay, yeah. Thank God. Challenge logs and paladin quests finish off our palace leveling, and we can head straight back into a different deep dungeon, heaven on high. Is that my internet out, or is that... I mean, stream still looks fine. Hello?
Oh, you've gotta be joking, man.
With even the servers hellbent on making my paladin grind last as long as possible, after a couple more hours of grinding the next day, our goal is finally within reach. As the paladin questline reaches its conclusion, 23 hours of leveling later, we are finally ready to face subject number 24. Unlike Gunbreaker, paladin has hunt gear from Centurio seals, so we grab the best sword and shield we can get and queue back into Castrum Abania. Level synced and learning a new class, the enemies throughout the dungeon are an actual threat. It felt like every group would kill me at least once, with the Avengers and Vanguard shredding through my health. Focusing on healing as best I can, we make it to the first boss. Magna Rotor is the same as always, nice and easy, and if anything, it went a bit faster because Paladin has ranged attacks.
Get the heck out of my way, I've got a boss to beat!
Subject number 24 comes into view once more, and it's time to see if all of this work was really worth it. Not wasting a single second, the first phase is lightning. Paladin's only shield, Divine Veil, is nowhere close to blocking the first hit, so there's no way to avoid vuln stacks aside from our immunity, Hollowed Ground. Just like Gunbreaker, we'd be forced to survive the party stacks with 3 vulnerability up debuffs. The first hits for 13,000, dropping us within an inch of our life, and the second, with all the mitigation I had, was livable. That was it. That's all I had to see. We could do this. I just had to be sure I was at full health for every hit. One last change. When Subject 24 started fire phase, I ran to the edge of the arena. The time it takes them to walk over to me is just long enough that they only auto-attack me once before returning to the center for their casts, where previously they attacked me twice. That extra 3,000 health was all I needed, getting as much mana out of my attacks as I possibly could, comfortably making it past every party stack. Over 30 hours since our first encounter, subject number 24 falls.
It has been a pleasure to see you, 24. Get out of here, baby! Okay. Finally. Just had to level an entire new class for it.
32 minutes left before we get kicked out of the dungeon and have to start all over again. We rush on towards the last boss, but a new roadblock gets in our way. The enemies between Subject 24 and the final fight of the dungeon were exponentially more difficult than any of the others in Castrum Abania. Dozens of little critters slashing away at me, whittling down my mana and health, and just as it seemed like it was over, another group appeared. The Legion armored weapon took my life twice before the end. Once for every time we saw one. 15 minutes of fighting tooth and nail. The door opens and we've reached the end. The final boss of Castrum Abania, Inferno, stood before us, with 17 minutes left to learn the entire fight. Kedu Slash is a casted tank buster, dealing 6,500 damage. Rahu Blaster is a slow casted laser beam hitting anything in front of the boss. Then, Inferno walks to the center of the arena and casts Ketu and Rahu, a combination of one dodgeable attack and one targeted attack. The damage from this hit is weak and gives ample time for me to heal up with Clemency or regain my mana. After that, a Magitech technician coaxes the boss over to a feeder, giving one of its arms a stacking buff. The first buff is Enhanced Ketu, increasing the strength of Kedu Slash and causing a 20-second bleed for constant damage over time. Every 3 seconds, the bleed shaves off 1,000 health. Another Ketu and Rahu, this time with a proximity attack, forcing us to the opposite side of the arena. The further we are, the less damage we take up to a certain distance, followed by a second Ketu and Rahu. Feeding once again, this time Rahu is given a buff. And immediately after, 2 claws spawn in the arena. One claw is tethered to us. If it gets close enough, it locks us in place until the claw dies. With no way for me to damage it while fettered, it's a guaranteed death. The other delivers a canister over to Inferno's feeder. If it's able to complete its cast, Inferno gets another buff. This phase is a dance between dodging the Deathclaw and trying to destroy the delivery drone, all while still tanking and dodging the boss's attacks. Seized by the tethered claw, all we can do is sit and wait for our death.
It's just gonna make me sit here and wait. Oh, that's so bad, dude. Come on, please just kill me already. Thank you. I lost a whole minute to walking back. Back at the same point, Requiescat, a paladin ability that makes the next 4 spells buffed and instant casts, manages to kill the claw in 2 hits, but now we're completely out of mana. With no way to heal, Inferno kills us with a 7500 damage Ketu Slash. Also, with that death, we get to see that the buffed Rahu arm means every time we get hit with Ketu Slash, it gives a vulnerability up debuff, just like Subject 24. At least this one only lasts for 20 seconds. In the 4 minutes we had been fighting, I only managed to get through 25% of the boss's health. 9 minutes left on the instance. It was hopeless. We lost to a timeout and have to start again from the beginning. During that run, I ran out of shakshuka, the best food buff available. Gagana eggs and Dravanian paprika are all we're missing. And with 6 hours worth of shakshuka ready to go, we head back in. It was plain and obvious now that subject number 24 wouldn't be our only problem. This dungeon was incredibly tight on time. If I wanted to beat the final boss, still not knowing his last mechanics, I could not afford to die. Taking down Magnaroder 5 minutes faster than ever before, things were looking up. An entire hour left at the second boss. I had no doubt in my mind that this would be it. I just needed to be perfect for a little bit longer. No! 15 minutes into the fight. I had wasted 15 minutes. There was no chance I'd have enough time now. Yet another instance lost. Exhausted, I call it for the night. If I was going to beat this, I needed to be at my best. The next day, I steeled myself for the worst of it. A single death anywhere before I killed that second boss meant a restart. It had to be perfect. With one quick death to set the tone for this grind, we enter Castrum Abania one more time. Finally able to make some progress, we have to ignore the delivery claw. If I tried to destroy it, I wouldn't be able to survive the boss's attacks. At 2 stacks for each claw, things were looking grim. I could just barely hold on. Any more buffs and we'd be dead for sure. But all of a sudden, I was healing more than ever before. My health was fine, my mitigations were plentiful. We had entered the final phase of the fight. Before this, Inferno would hit with 2 Ketu slashes after every Ketu and Raha. But now, he only did it once. And 2 stacks is the maximum buff he can get. No more feeding, no more claw phase, just Ketu slashes, Rahu blasters, and Ketu and Rahu dodging. Just barely, at the very limit of my healing and mitigation, I had reached the easiest part of the fight, one that would only end when Inferno falls. Oh! Oh! Yes! Yes, dude! Castrum Abania complete. That is a 78-minute swift completion. Oh no, yeah, there it is. 78-minute swift first time completion. Thank you, video game.
And now, 31 days and 3 hours exactly to get past Castrum Abanya. Skip it the cutscene. Get me the heck out of here. We did it, baby. Oh, I am never going to be able to queue back into Castrum Abanya ever again. Quest complete. Forced out of my comfort zone yet again to clear a dungeon. Paladin is added to the list of classes for future content, and the final step before the end of Stormblood is complete. 2 instances are left in 4.0, and all I can say now is Paladin wouldn't be the only new class added to our roster in Stormblood. I'll see you soon. For Alamigo. A new hand touches the beacon. Paladin is geared up and has proven its mettle, forcing us through what warrior could not. Castrum Abanya is cleared and the path is opened, leading us towards the end of 4.0. By the end of this video, Xenos and Shinryu shall fall. And the first of them would be in a way I never could have expected. Though before that, we have our weekly Wondrous Tales to do. I have been informed that, and I quote, "If I have to hear Wrath explain Wondrous Tales one more time, I'm going to throw my monitor out the window." So, I'll just give you the shorthand this time. Since the very beginning, there's only one thing we cared about. I needed a book that gives me 2 lines. 2 lines gets me a silver certificate, and with 2 of those, we can purchase a level 100 ornate chest piece. This entire video is before 7.2, which has some absolutely massive updates to this content for us, but I'll tell you about those when we actually get there. For now, we still need to treat second chance points like the most valuable thing in the known universe and hope for lucky trial options. Also, these do have some spoiler images in them, so I'll be blurring the bottom row of the book anytime it's visible. What am I looking at? Do you see this? Am I crazy? That's just Solo. I'm sorry. No, wait, the recording crew is here. Sorry, hey, it's the camera crew. They're getting in the way. Hey, you can't look at this. You are actually just a cooler Solo. What the heck? They'll never be able to kill me. I am undefeatable. I'm Solo only. Have you seen my videos? I have like 2 of them at least. What? What just happened? Okay, you know what? I can see why we asked chat, does he know? Maybe we're gonna... I think an ARR boss that does 130,000 damage is not something I want to deal with tonight, so maybe we just do something else. Currently, we have a 15% chance. We go from a 15% to... Guess the 33% chance. This is it. This is the one. I need to go get 1 more second chance point. Maybe I just spend it now. Just spend it now. Just spend it now. Why would I not? Goodbye, Sophia. Right here and now. This could be my 2 lines. Good luck. Yes! Yes! I'm free! Oh my god, no way! We did it, chat! I can't believe it! We have finally defeated Chloe Ultimate! That's the final silver right there, baby! Oh my god, yes! Now I just have to finish this real quick. Oh, I haven't done Sunken Temple of Corn? Oh, we gotta do the Temple of Corn for our final. I never have to care about Wondrous Tales ever again. 4 months and 9 days since we beat Susano and forced ourselves into the most painful Wondrous Tales grind possible. With books full of trials I didn't even have unlocked, somehow we made it. Done, finished. This was very close to being a 3-line. Chloe's silver commendation. I can't believe it. It's finally over. If I had but to want, I could scroll on over here and get whatever. This one's for level 90. I could get whatever level 90 piece I want twice, and in just 1 update, level 100 gear just for me. Gold certificates will always get you current gear, so whatever the strongest crafted gear is for that update. And silvers get you the previous best gear. So soon, when 7.2 releases, the level 100 Ornate Archeo Kingdom Cuirass of Vending would be available for silver certificates. Also, it showed as 1 silver certificate per before, but that's only because it's gear from last expansion. As soon as it fills in with a level 100 chest piece, it will double in price. I'll be saving this until the absolute end of need. The longer we hold it, the stronger it will be, but who knows when Final Fantasy XIV will force our hand. Every Wondrous Tales from here is bonus, used for leveling or tomestones.
Never again will I have to throw things out to save on second chance points.
You're every bit the warriors you claim to be. Yeah, that's kind of my whole class.
MSQ done, the last quest of 4.0 appears, Stormblood, and Alamigo is unlocked. Level synced, we take our first steps towards a glorious battle with my dearest of friends. Again, we are faced with the horrors of Magitech, a dungeon of enemies that could, at any moment, throw out gravity damage and shred through my health like it's nothing. But I'm a warrior, and without that set damage number, nothing poses much of a threat. We are safe, healthy, and happily strolling towards the first boss, the Magitech Scorpion. Electromagnetic field deals damage to everything in the arena. Target search chases its target down with a slow-moving AoE marker, eventually stopping and bombarding the area with missiles, leaving a circle of flames in its wake. And Tail Laser continuously hits a large area in front and behind the boss. The next time it uses Tail Laser, it will do it twice in a row, spinning to a new direction for the last hit and using another target search. And that is the entire boss fight.
Also, goodbye Magitech Scorpion. Easiest boss I've ever seen. Okay.
Next come the Magitech Avengers, heavy-hitting physical ads scattered along the path to the second boss. If it wasn't for Warrior's incredible healing and defense, these would be viable to kill us in 1 or 2 hits, even going so far as to have their own tank busters. But given our tank privilege, there's nothing that can stop us from reaching the second boss, Aulus Malasana. Aulus derives his strength from the Magitech he commands, filling the arena with varying formations of AoE attacks. Order to charge sends out the Magitech, and order to fire starts their barrage. At 60%, Aulus starts casting Magitech Disruptor.
I shall have to share these findings. Initiate soul extraction.
With a brief stun, our souls are torn from our corporeal bodies and forced to the edge of the arena. Inching along ever so slowly, yet more Magitech appear, barraging us with lasers once more. Reaching our bodies, we become whole again, and the fight continues into Phase 2. The Magitech formations become a bit more complex, adding in a targeted AoE, demi-magics, but it's nowhere near enough to pose a threat, and Aulus Malasana falls.
2 out of 3 bosses first tried.
Free to head on towards the final boss, we're faced with a new type of blockade. The way is blocked by a Magitech laser field. After clearing out the normal enemies, the shields must be broken before progressing. But that's not the end of it. While you fight and while breaking the shields, 3 mages attack you from the steps above. Untargetable mages dealing constant damage. This poses enough of a threat that I have to actually use my mitigations, though in the end we make it through without issue. 1 more laser field to break. This one doesn't come with any attackers, but it's followed up by 2 mini-bosses, the 12th Legion Colossi. As they fall, without a single death, we've reached the final boss, Xenos Ye Galvus. Say whatever you want about my dear husband, but this is a fight I've been looking forward to for a long time. The lore-accurate battle of my dreams. As the fight starts, an arena is formed. Stepping outside the circle will cause you to constantly lose health and reduces the damage you deal. Art of the Storm slashes in a circle around him, charged with a high voltage to paralyze anyone hit. Art of the Swell cuts the very air, propelling all his enemies away, and Art of the Sword tears through the very ether in front of him, dealing damage to and around Xenos' target. Between his arts, Xenos will shout, "Kill!" signaling the start of his tank buster, Unmoving Troika. 3 back-to-back hits. At 65%, we enter Phase 2. 4 clones spawn in the arena as Xenos casts Vein Splitter, a large circle AoE. As the first hit resolves, each clone follows up with their own Vein Splitter. Jumping to a target, Xenos tethers to them, and after a brief pause, shoots a massive cone AoE, Lightless Spark. And Concentravity, an undodgeable burst of magic, is added in between all of this. The longer the fight goes on, the more attacks the clones copy, taking away every last inch of safety. Then, at 20%, we reach the third and final phase. Xenos enters a meditative state, and his 3 blades protect him. While they live, the clones appear beside 2 of them, using their sword arts against you. We're faced with a DPS check. All 3 swords need to be broken before Xenos' Aether Transfer reaches 100, or...
Any of the strength? Transcend.
We fall to the transcendental power of Storm Swell Sword. It was close, incredibly so, getting the final sword to 30%, but with 40 seconds left before we're kicked out of the instance, we had failed. And 30% isn't something that we can fix so easily. Warrior was too weak to handle this on level sync. Without access to stronger gear, locked away behind this very quest, we had hit a dead end. But that's not to say it couldn't be done on level sync. 2 of the other solos suggested something to me. An idea so ridiculous, so insane, that it might just work. Hidden away buried beneath the hundreds of hours of soloing, there was another player waiting for his moment. The old me, the place where this all started. I've played over 500 hours of solo, ripping and tearing my way through each challenge, hanging on by naught but grit and determination with any class that would fit. And in that time, I had been betrothed to tanks. But this was nothing more than a drop in a bucket. For the hundreds of hours of tanking, I had another character with 2,000 hours, nearly all of which was on one singular class, and I had finally gotten my chance to use it. No warrior, nor gunbreaker, or any other would face down Xenos alone. No, I had dreamt of this moment, this glorious right, far before solo was ever a part of my life. Xenos would fall to a red mage. But first, we had to unlock it. The weapon provided is a crafted item, and we're in Red Mage's original expansion, so though the crystal sat in my pocket, I needed to craft a blade to use alongside it. Cobalt ore, mithrite sand, mithril ore, and iron ore make a cobalt ingot and mithril nuggets
Throw this out real quick. That's pretty useless.
for a high-quality mithrite rapier. With all of my buttons set up as well as I can remember them, the grind begins. To take down Xenos, we'd need to reach heights well beyond where we currently stood, from level 50 all the way to 70. And there's only one place we can do that.
We're now level 58. I can use Embolden for realsies. I'm gonna have to do 3 more palace runs. 50 to 60 quests should be around 500k-ish, I think. Oh, really? Yeah, you know what? I forgot that I have 50 to 60 quests. Oh, we're done palace. That's gonna be great. Just get me the heck out of here. There's no reason to be here. I could go do this with challenge logs now. Goodbye, Palace of the Dead. I can't talk about the things that I want to do. Not because I'm that worried that somebody else is going to steal them from me. Whatever, I'm still gonna do it. If I talk about doing them, I am much less likely to actually do it because I'm giving my brain the dopamine of having already completed the task. Yeah, I did instinctively go to start another palace run, okay? Don't worry about it. I'm going to describe to you a Square Enix game, and you have to guess what the Square Enix game is. I'm going to describe it to you in the worst possible way. A mute angel falls from the sky, fights some goopy creatures, and kills God's replacement. Which Square Enix game is this? How did you get it that quick? You got it that fast. That Ethernet PCIe adapter, excuse me, I have removed it. It is no longer in my computer. Now I have a Wi-Fi PCIe adapter, and that is how I intend to fix my internet problem. Because you see, you're gonna tell me I'm crazy for swapping from Ethernet to Wi-Fi to fix my internet issues. Here's the deal. I had an internet ghost in my house for like a month and a half. The ghost in my house quite literally never had any problems when they were streaming on Wi-Fi, but they did have problems when they were streaming on Ethernet. My motherboard does have an Ethernet, but my motherboard got struck by lightning, and then the Ethernet port did not work from then on. I don't have terrible luck. Come on. I mean, okay, maybe a little bit, but come on. I think it's a pretty good photo. Okay, that's a problem. Yeah, all right, yeah. Is the maid outfit glammed on, or is it properly on solo? Oh my god, you're right. I forgot to take it back off. It is properly on. Is there a good red mage guide? It looks fun. I am the red mage guide. What do you need? Class is very simple. Hit the enemy, kill. Truly do have streamer luck, incredible luck, but instead of being skewed towards what outcome is most beneficial, it's skewed towards whatever is funniest. Don't say that to me. I hate that you're right. Why does it have to? No, we can't accept this. I can't let this continue. It said accuracy down, but it did not actually give me the accuracy down debuff, so I'm starting to think maybe my accuracy has not been reduced.
One level to go, we swap over for a quick Wondrous Tales run to save a bit of my sanity.
It was a 235,000 health crit. That thing had a stupid amount of HP for a level 50 monster. I guess I'll take the poetics. I know I can't get all of them, but I'll take it. There we go, level 70 red mage. Beautiful.
Thankfully, I already have the gear we were testing for Pictomancer on Susano, so we've got everything except a weapon.
Lost Allegan foil.
Fastest gearing we've ever done, and the last Red Mage quest completed, it's finally time for our rematch.
Now that that's complete, we continue our roller coaster of a day by heading on and giving an attempt to Alamigo, the
first ever attempt at level syncing a dungeon on a DPS that I actually believe could possibly happen. So here we go. I remember nothing.
Returning to Alamigo, we need to relearn the entire dungeon from scratch.
No, that one's a rough one. Fine. Okay, I need to burst those down and kill them one at a time.
Warrior has an easy time with the enemies between bosses, but for a caster, every single red health bar might as well be a boss. It has been 8 months since we last faced anything like this, and even then I was a healer on Silent Echo. So you get to sit through the lecture again. Classes in Final Fantasy XIV have varying amounts of defense on their armor. Tanks, as you might expect, have the highest defense and have equal magic and physical defense. For every type of attack, you can make an assumption on what damage type it will be. Imagine a raid wipe. Undodgeable attacks that everyone is hit by. Those are almost always magical damage. Then imagine a tank buster, be it the instant big hits or the charged up red circles. A majority of these are physical damage. Most auto attacks from enemies are also physical, with the exception being things like ice sprites. So running through groups of non-magical Garlean soldiers, we're stuck with a lot of physical damage. And unlike tanks, casters have an unbalanced defensive split. Caster armor sets trade a big boost of magic defense to more easily handle those undodgeable raid-wide attacks for an absurdly low physical defense. Those big groups that I could kill all at once on Warrior were an entirely different beast now. The only real way for us to survive this was to focus down one enemy at a time, killing it as quickly as possible and moving on to the next. But Final Fantasy XIV doesn't really let you pull one enemy at a time. Most groups will have these small yellow lines jumping between them, meaning they're legioned. If you attack or get spotted by a legioned enemy, everything it's attached to will start fighting as well. Though, Red Mage does have one way out of this. Every caster does. That ability you threw off your bar and never paid attention to again, sleep. An AoE around your target that puts everything in the circle to sleep for 30 seconds. If they're attacked, they wake up, but with this, I could kill them one by one. To make it even better, you can reapply sleep to enemies, though it gets weaker every time, like any detrimental effect, going from 30 seconds to 15, then 7, and so on until they can't be slept anymore. But with this, and Red Mage's movement abilities to get distance, we could whittle down the enemy forces and finally see our first steps of progress. One thing I hadn't expected, enemies would still receive a weakened sleep effect even after ending combat and resetting.
Fully resisted? Oh, it retains its resistance to it.
So if I died, we'd only get 15 seconds or less the next time I started the fight. Or I could wait around for something like a minute for it to go back to normal. Even fighting them one at a time, this wasn't going to be easy. But after 4 deaths, the first group of enemies is down. Oh, and before I forget, Alamigo syncs you to level 70. I am level 70, so you won't see the normal level sync icon next to my class, but this is a level synced dungeon. Abusing enemy patterns.
The further away I can be, the better. Because I want to delay it out until it has to use its cast. And then by the time it gets into range, it just casts at me. And we just kill from here. Okay, nice. Very nice and comfy.
Using all of my movement to avoid auto attacks and get extra time for solo fights. After 18 minutes of fighting tooth and nail for every inch, we've reached the Magitech Scorpion, and are shown an example of just how much harder this will be. An AoE that I barely cared to mention earlier now did 1/3 of my health. The only reason Red Mage has a chance is because of its unique trait, Dual Cast and Vercure. Vercure is exactly how it sounds, healing my target for 2500 health. But it becomes a lot more than that with Dual Cast. Dual Cast makes it so after I cast a spell, my next spell is instant, giving me time to dodge around and 2 heals stacked together every time I use one. At 4500 damage, the boss could do almost half my health in one hit, but at 2500 per heal, I can recover more than half my health just as quickly. The only problem now would be mana. Vercure was powerful sustain, but at 500 mana per cast, it very quickly drains us of our main resource. While the Scorpion chases me down between attacks, we're forced on the defensive, spending most of the time I have to heal. But as soon as it stops for Tail Laser, we're given the chance to strike. During their cast times, bosses won't auto-attack, making this an entire phase where I take no damage and can focus on using all of the strongest attacks I have.
This also gives the chance to recover my mana, solving our main problem. With no real threat or fear from a tank buster, the Magitech Scorpion falls. Okay, whew. And we head on towards another despair. Those Avengers I told you about before? Yeah, this was the reason. It's also a good time to mention that being attacked while you're casting has a chance to interrupt it, unless you use Surecast. Though, with Browbeat dealing 5,500 damage and my Vercures being interrupted, this singular enemy took more tries than the first boss.
Come on, man, are you kidding me? That's ridiculous.
Oh, and if it really feels like it, it can just hit me while it's asleep.
No way, dude. How is it doing that? You've gotta be joking.
And there's another one right after. Out in the sunlight, surrounded by 12th Legion Canis, the nearby cannons barrage us, but running back under the cover of the nearby roof stops the AoEs.
The ultimate Garlean weapon. 40 billion dogs. I need help. There are 30 to 50 feral dogs inside my Alamigo.
One dance with a rearguard later, 20 minutes since beating the Magitech Scorpion, we are back at the second boss. And unlike the Scorpion, Aulus is much worse. The only saving grace is cast times. Order to charge and order to fire stop him from moving, so if I can keep a constant spacing from him, we get just enough time to heal back up to full. Then, while his Magitechs are performing their attack, he'll stay in one spot. Though, if I get too close, he'll start auto-attacking me. Between his casts, he's strong enough that I can do nothing but heal. And the soul extraction phase is the perfect chance to recover my mana.
Okay, nice. Very nice. We keep going.
38 minutes left before we're kicked out of the dungeon, we reach the Magitech laser fields. The regular enemies can be put to sleep just like normal, but those mages on the upper step are untouchable.
Those suck. They can still hit me from there? Oh my god, alright, that's an immediate death.
At the far end of Aulus's arena, the mages can't reach us, though the laser fields require us to sit right in their vision. Eventually, the laser field falls, and the mages run off. A hexadrone blocks our path and gives us flashbacks to a realm reborn. As the hexadrone attempts to cast its missile, stepping slightly behind the wall makes it unable to see me, so while it should be dealing heavy magic damage, it instead has to stop and walk around the corner to find me again, dropping the attack entirely. The Legion Colossi mostly use dodgeable attacks, so they go down nice and easy, and with just 26 minutes to spare, we've made it to the end.
Now I just need to learn boss. I don't know what differences are, but we shall see.
Interrupting my casts, dealing constant heavy damage, every last percent we took off Xenos was a war. Hiding was our best method. Staying as far from him as possible and never stopping for too long would save us from 1 or 2 auto attacks if we were lucky. And it also showed us something I hadn't seen the first time. Unmoving Troika is exactly as its name implies. The first hit was aimed at us, but the remaining 2 would always hit the same spot. We can dodge 2/3 of his tank buster, which is particularly lucky, seeing as it does 1/3 of my health per hit. Dropping to 100 health, the only way to guarantee I get my heals off is Surecast. Every 2 minutes, it gives me 6 seconds where I can't be interrupted. The start of the fight is the hardest. Once we break through to phase 2 and Xenos starts using Vein Splitter with his clones, we're given much more time to heal and deal damage. Time was running out, partially to my own negligence, and for the strength of Xenos' strikes, my mana was constantly edging down towards 0. With only enough left to heal 3 more times,
Phase, please. Phase, please. Thank you.
we break through to the DPS check. A moment's respite to catch our breath. First, the Ame no Habakiri, then the Swell, and finally, the Storm fall.
That's it. Okay. Very nice. Come on, Xenos.
We've now entered the final phase, and are proven wrong on that earlier statement of difficulty. Xenos continuously stops between auto attacks to cast Concentravity, each hit dealing 4,500 damage. Every 7 seconds, we'd lose 1/3 of our health. I had to heal non-stop. This put both other sections of the fight to shame. At the current rate, I'd barely last 2 minutes before running out of mana. Then, making the mistake of getting too close, we're reminded of where we stand, taking 2 back-to-back critical auto attacks.
Oh my god. That kills me. I'm dead.
No way! He double crit me, man! No way!
You have to be joking! That genuinely just did 10,000 damage in auto attacks. Oh my god.
Okay, I don't think I have time now. It took 13 minutes to deal 85% of his health. With only 10 minutes left on the dungeon's timer before we get kicked out, this was the end. We wouldn't even get another chance. Okay, I mean, at the very least, I'm very, very happy with that fight. I'm very, very happy to be on Red Mage. Okay, yeah, that's a dead instance. I can't do this in 9 minutes. That sucks. A quick stop to rest after 9 hours of work. We cook up some shakshuka, and there's one more thing we're missing. To supplement my healing magics, we've been using super potions. Before this, I could only get super potions from clearing floors in Heaven on High, but now we can make them ourselves. Kudzu root, alyssum, crescent spring water, and cudweed make some high quality super potions. And so, we return to Alamigo one more time. Okay. 600 mana left. That was just barely. Okay. Alrighty. That is an 80-minute swift completion. But I'm not done yet. How dare you? Why is his butt gigantic? Do you want the actual reason, or would you like the reason that I believe? My man's got cake is the reason that I believe. The actual reason is that armor set. So that armor is actually just propped up around that area for extra protection. Immediately following Alamigo, the real final instance of 4.0.
We tower above the gods. You by your gift, I by my might.
The Royal Menagerie is unlocked. I've gotten my glorious battle on Red Mage. Now we return to tanks, starting with Warrior on level sync. The first of its kind, Shinryu hits us with 2 auto attacks, one from each wing. In a normal party, each of these would target a different tank, but we're not so lucky. The first cast, Tidal Wave, is a knockback from either side or the back of the arena, leaving scattered puddles of water in its wake. The right wing targets us with Levin Bolt, a weak lightning-aspected AoE as Shinryu begins Akmorn. 3 back-to-back party stacks. Barely surviving with Holmgang, the left wing shoots out icicles from the back of the arena as we fall to the overwhelming auto attacks. Oof, okay. Wow. Man, that is slaughter. Wow, the double crit, dude, really? Oh my god. The damage was too much. Shinryu was a monstrous foe that Warrior stood no chance against. Paladin, on the other hand, might be able to push us just a bit further. This time around, the right wing uses Hypernova, a party stack dealing 13,000 damage. Paladin's biggest leg up on Warrior is Hollowed Ground. Rather than hanging on at 1 HP with Holmgang, Hollowed reduces all damage we would take to 0, allowing us to skip Akmorn. Getting hit by one of the icicles from earlier will knock you forward and give a vulnerability up, reducing my defenses. Ice Storm is an undodgeable ice-aspected attack, and Earth Blast shoots a conal AoE at Shinryu's target. Then, at 100% concentrated Aether, Shinryu uses one of 2 abilities. The first we get to see is Hellfire, and this is why I mentioned the elemental aspect of each attack earlier. Standing in the puddles that Tidal Wave spawns gives you resistance to fire and weakness to lightning, reducing Hellfire to just 1700 damage. Phase 1 ends, and Shinryu flies off to start charging his Enrage. Cocoons crash down around the arena. The closer you are to the impact site, the more damage you take. Once landed, they awaken as enemies primed to tear you to pieces. As the enrage progresses, a total of 3 waves spawn, pushing us to the limit until my mana eventually runs out, and the fight ends.
No way, man. How? What the heck?
An insurmountable wall stood before us, but on that attempt, the cracks started to appear.
Oh my god, I have Echo Buff. That was long enough for Echo Buff?
We could survive the 3 minutes needed to earn a 10% echo buff, and it would only get easier from there. After an hour of attempts, what seemed like a lost cause just a few moments ago was now very much possible. Alamigo had fallen, and Shinryu was next. I just needed to push what little gearing options I had a bit further.
Last time on Dragon Ball Z.
But before we talk about that, you have to understand item levels. Each weapon or armor piece you have in Final Fantasy XIV has an item level attached to it. Right now, I'm using the armor we got with Centurio seals from hunting rare monsters at eye level 340. This is the simplest example of the gear's power. The higher the eye level, generally, the stronger the gear. With every expansion, the max level crafted gear starts at its lowest item level on release. Then they start putting out the post patches with progressively stronger crafted items. But that still means nothing without numbers. Nightsteel armor, the second level 70 crafted gear added in Stormblood's post patches, is eye level 350. Rakshasa, the final crafted gear added, is 380. Between all of the total stats, the Rakshasa gear is around 7.3% stronger, in theory. We'll talk about the specific stats we care about another time. Right now, my current gear, if we can craft Rakshasa armor, I'd be jumping from eye level 340 to 380, around a 10% increase to my stats, plus all the extra defense that comes with it. So, of course, we want the highest eye level gear possible. With that big of a jump, it will barely matter what substats I get. It'll be such a big difference that I couldn't possibly turn it down. If only it was that easy. Since the Rakshasa gear was released in the post patches of Stormblood, it requires materials that I have to spend poetic tomestones for. I have plenty of those, no problem there, except that the merchant that sells those materials isn't available until after I clear this quest. And our next best bet, Nightsteel, takes us from eye level 340 to 350. A couple hours of work for maybe a 1 to 2% upgrade. Nowhere near enough of a difference to beat Shinryu as we are. What I had originally thought would be limited gearing options were basically nothing. We were limited by the materials I had access to. Even Nightsteel would be difficult to get everything for. But then, I was reminded of something. The same path we took to take down Susanoo at the beginning of Stormblood. We could desynth items from vendors to get materials I otherwise couldn't access. The obvious option is taking the same path I did for Pictomancer, desynthing the vendor gear to make early Shadowbringers armor and weapons. But I had spent nearly 500,000 gil for just 5 accessories. To make a full set of armor, I'd likely need to spend double or triple that, and that's not even mentioning that the armor pieces themselves are much more expensive than the accessories were.
Oh my god. 36k per attempt at the gear. Is there anything that this item uses that these do not have? Like, could I just use the cheaper one to craft them, maybe? Deep gold, stone gold, bright linen. Okay, stone gold I can get from the accessories. 6 runs of the vault per attempt. Yeah, when you put it that way, it really gives you some perspective. So that's at most 15 attempts worth of gil per day. But these are fine-ish, right? Like, they just need... I could just buy the cheapest one. They don't have anything that's exclusive. These exclusive items I can make currently with Stormblood gear. What about the pants? Oh, that one's gonna suck. That one is leatherworking, and I have not done leatherworking in a long time. I can just barely get to the crafts, but I'm not even sure my leatherworker is at the level to wear my Stormblood gear. It is not. It is 1 level below, so I'd have to level up leatherworker, but at least it's only the 1 level. That's not too bad. The other option was to desynth within Stormblood.
The last remaining hope was the crafting and gathering vendor. Trading in rarefied items, collectibles that can't be used and are only made for this, will get us crafting scripts, 45 each, so long as I max out the item's quality. And for 75 crafting scripts, I can buy pieces of the Hand King's crafting armor set. This was the best crafting gear in the expansion, or in other words, the crafting equivalent of Rakshasa gear. Even though the eye level is a bit low, this should, in theory, be made of the same materials we'd need for Rakshasa.
Chigusa ingot, Evergleam ingot. That's what we're hoping for. I can try these two multiple times. This one costs 225 each, so I'm gonna need it to just give us a Chigusa ingot right now, please. Thank you. Night Steel. Ugh. So this is probably, yeah, that's on par. This is Night Steel level, it's not Rakshasa level. I don't really see a way for us to even get the Rakshasa options. I think my only choice is really just to...
The only option left for our gear was the Shadowbringer set, though we had never really pushed the limits of what we could do. I gave Shinryu a cursory attempt, but never went further than 10% echo. I still hadn't even seen the last phase. Maybe we didn't need upgrades. Maybe, in this moment, I was enough. Maybe we could do this. For Paladin, we can't just heal from nothing like Warrior. I need to spend 2,000 mana to cast Clemency every time we want to heal. Our best chance of surviving is to be entirely focused on regaining mana, meaning for almost the entire time I did this fight, we'd be acting like a gunbreaker and only using the first 2 attacks in our 3-hit combo. Riot Blade, the second attack in the combo, regens 1,000 mana every time I use it, and the next attack is only for damage. 2,000 mana every 4 attacks is much safer than every 6, especially right now, with no buffs. Our only focus is surviving those 3 minutes. Damage doesn't matter. This time around, we get to see the other option for 100% concentrated Aether, Judgment Bolt. A lightning aspected attack. If you're in a puddle while this hits, you die. As soon as the second set of ads spawn, we've survived long enough. With the first 10% echo buff, it's time to push on to the final phase of the fight. And 10% was enough to survive until the ad phases enrage, though nowhere close to killing them all. Like with Bismarck, if we don't manage to kill all of the ads, the enrage does more damage. Most likely enough to kill us in 1 hit. As the cast begins, all the remaining dragons use double dive and dash out of the arena, knocking anyone in their path off the side along with them, and then Protostar hits.
14k, hey! That's very livable. I do not have to kill all of those even slightly, I just need to be full health. That's really nice. Okay.
This was a shock. Protostar had only done 16,000 damage. We had enough health to live that. We really could do this. I just needed to be sure I was healed enough when it started.
That's some terrible crit. 3 crits in a row?
Critical, left wing hits you for 3,500. Critical, Shinryu takes 2,700. Critical, right wing hits you for 2,400. Critical, left wing hits you for 3,500.
Dude!
After just one more step, 20% echo, we face Protostar once again, this time prepared, and start the real battle against Shinryu.
Very nice. I can even block a percent of it. Huge.
A 5-second active time maneuver to break through our chains, we're flown upwards to the heavens and thrown into the true arena. Starting with a massive AoE, as Shinryu sets almost every inch of space ablaze, he lands, and we face the first new mechanic. Occasionally, Shinryu will slam his tail down onto the platform, cracking any square it lands on aside from the center. The tail can be attacked as it slides back off, but we're too weak to kill it for now. Another AoE, this one much more easily dodged, is a punch to the center of the arena. At 100% concentrated Aether, Shinryu adds in some new casts. Diamond Dust deals heavy damage and briefly freezes the arena. Moving during this freeze will cause you to slide a far distance in whatever direction you pressed. And during all this, the wings are back to casting their own attacks. If Shinryu's tail lands on an already cracked square, it will shatter, slowly destroying the arena piece by piece. To follow up on that, another concentrated Aether cast, Earthen Fury, targets one of the squares, damaging or destroying it just as the tail would. Then, our first attempt at the final phase ends with Akmor.
Really good run. I should be able to kill tail if I get to full 50%.
Back now, with 30% echo, I save all of my burst damage to kill the tail. dealing 155,000 damage to Shinryu on its death. That was 5.7% of his health, an amount I couldn't do in the time between tails, even with full burst. This was our main way of killing the boss. Everything else could just be about surviving, but we were only strong enough now to kill the tail if I had all of my strongest abilities ready. Otherwise, it slipped away just before dying. Another new concentrated Aether attack, Aerial Blast, the bane of casters. A windstorm spawns, continuously knocking you back short distances before finally bursting for a big knockback from the center of the arena. The small bursts were all so close together that we couldn't finish casting Clemency without arm's length to keep us in place. It would always be interrupted. If both of the squares the tail attacks are cracked, it will go straight through them, taking away yet another chance to damage the boss. Dying to Akmorn once again, the damage this time was higher with the same mitigations, meaning it was scaling up with our health. We need to use Hollowed Ground here, when I'm at my weakest, instead of the start of the fight. Targeted by the party stack Hypernova, just like Akmorn, the damage scales with our health, this time dealing 19,000 damage instead of 13. To survive, we'd have to be in a puddle, but unlike the first phase, puddles wouldn't always spawn, meaning at any point during this fight, we'll have to be ready to tank 20,000 damage. With all this new knowledge, there was one thing I was sure of. We needed that gear upgrade. If for nothing else, consistently being able to kill the tail without burst would make this fight exponentially easier. A quick treasure map for some extra cash nets us 100,000 gil, and it's time to spend all of my remaining funds.
I need at least 12 deep gold. 12 of the helmets. Oh my god, that cost me 300. That cost me like 220k. Please tell me this is enough. That's the one thing that you could decent do that I could actually get myself. Come on, man! You can't do this to me! Okay. We turned 26k into 5k? Bright linen. Alright, that's one. I'm not even a high enough decent level for these materia to be appearing this often, dude. I'm supposed to have a reduced chance at this.
And the last of the bright linen that we need. So bright linen is now a useless material. And another bright linen, thank you. I needed 12 deep gold nuggets. Out of 12 helmets, I got 1.
Okay, yep, perfect, great. My body is a machine that turns 39,000 gil into nothing. We have all of those materials. It only cost us just about 800,000 gil. Wow. Oh my god. I probably want to make the accessories too, right? Oh! Absolutely fantastic. And it only cost me quite literally, I think, 1,000,000 gil exactly. Okay, but that should be all of the materials I need to make the paladin set. You saved 300,000. Small price to pay? Is it a small price? What the heck are you? Where did I get this? This is the welcome mat from my house. Oh, that looks terrible. Yeah, I'm doing that. That looks horrific. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm going home. Now I have to actually make the gear, which also means I need to get Leatherworker to 70. There's no way I'd be able to successfully craft a Shadowbringer's item using level 60 gear and make it high quality. It just wasn't happening. And if I fail to get any of these high quality, it's straight back to decent thing with the 300,000 gil I have left. Handing over some custom deliveries to Zloe gets us the level and some extra crafting scripts to purchase my main tools with. Insufficient armory space. I could throw that one out. That's perfect. Great. Leatherworker is upgraded and ready to go. Right now, just gonna be hard focused on getting these crafts done. I'm gonna do the worst one first. The Smilodon Trousers of Fending is by far going to be the worst. Do I have the stuff to make dirt? I don't, but I could go get it. I'd rather go get this and make the materials high quality. One more time, Durium Sand and Silver Ore, make a Durium Nugget, and just barely some high quality Smilodon Trousers of Fending. Then, with the materials we descent the
The other day, we get a deep gold kite shield, helmet, cuirass, and gauntlets. Those were easy because of an ability called Trained Eye. If your crafter is 10 levels higher than whatever you're crafting, you can instantly make it high quality. My armorer just so happened to be level 81, but for the rest, we won't be so lucky. The shoes need a bit of extra materials, like killing mammoths for mammoth hide, persimmons for persimmon tannin, latex for rubber, and merid leather for our deep gold solarettes. Pine resin, garab beetles for rhino beetle carapace, and flutterinis for moth scales, make beetle glue to craft a deep gold analyst, and our armor and weapons are complete. Now for the accessories. Mithrite sand and mithril ore for mithrite nuggets gets us everything we need, and our hematite and Islewolf accessories are complete. Our gear is now as strong as it can be. There are no more improvements.
Now meld it. You know what? That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
We're currently level syncing Shinryu, which means there's a chance our gear will sink down to the instance's cap. If that happens, melds don't actually do anything. But there's only one way to test it out, and sure enough, it works. So it's time for a bit more work. Clusters can be traded into Rowena vendors in major cities for materia, but we don't have any left. Thankfully, just like before, we can head over to Chloe and trade in our bronze certificates for,
Wait, they removed my materia. I can't spend my bronzes on the 6s anymore. It's gone.
We had previously gotten Materia 6 from Chloe for my Pictomancer Susano attempts. These were essential to the luck-based fight, but now, the lowest materia we could get from Chloe was Materia 9, which can only be used on armor and weapons above an eye level of 560, which means the only materia we can source from Chloe wasn't usable until the end of Endwalker. We could still get some materia, it was just much more expensive.
Oh, man. No, yeah, you're right. That's a little bit more expensive than I thought you were talking about. Okay.
1100 poetics gone, we slot in as many materia as we can, and now we're as strong as we can be. So, we rest, preparing for the big day that was to come. February 23rd, 2025, 2 years since the day Solo took his first step into Eorzea. Shinryu falls today, no matter what it takes.
Yes, dude! Okay! 4.0 is cleared. Stormblood is beaten.
Oh, man. 2 years ago, I made this silly little guy. And now, on his second birthday, we are past the halfway point. Post Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker are all that's left. I am going to get the heck over and turn in this quest. Time to break out into song, I guess. Oh, come ye wayward brothers, bereft of hearth and home. Beneath yon burning star there lies a haven for the bold. Raise up your hands and voices, let fill your hearts with pride. Above the churning waters we stand strong and unified. 2 years since this all started. Stormblood's main patch is complete. We're slowly approaching the final stretch. From here, there's the post-Stormblood patches, and then just 2 expansions left. In this moment, I was on top of the world. Nothing could stop us. Everything from here would be quick and easy and on to Shadowbringers. If only I knew what I was up against. June 16th, 2024, we entered Stormblood. Almost an entire year for one expansion, and today, we finish it. My duel with Xenos brings us to the post patches, 4.1 to 4.55. 4 instances stand between us and Shadowbringers, and this video doesn't end until we've cleared them all. In the aftermath of our battle with Shinryu, the main quest, Stormblood, is complete, opening up a whole new world of items. The final tier for the expansion. Now we have access to the Tombstone gear. For a few thousand Tombstones of Poetics, a currency earned from Palace, Wondrous Tales, or clearing dungeons for the first time, we can buy the otherwise unobtainable Augmented Skaven gear. At eye level 400, this would be a huge boost to our power, or it should have been, but I'm getting ahead of myself. We lose determination for it, and we gain 11 vitality. Do we know what, Azure, do you know off the top of your head how much HP each vitality gives at level 70? Right now I have, no, I have to check at level 70. So I'm gonna level sync back into Alamigo for a brief moment just to check my HP. 1052 divided by 71. It's about 15 HP per vit right now. Yeah, that sounds about right. So 11 vitality isn't actually that much when you break it down to the per vit health. Playtime check now that Stormblood is done or not until post. No, you know what? You're right. That does deserve a playtime check. To complete Stormblood, 4.0 at least. We still have post Stormblood. But to complete 4.0 and to officially be over halfway through the solo challenge, now on the back half of the entire thing, my playtime is 32 days, 9 hours, and 36 minutes. 777 hours. That's ridiculous. So the Tombstone gear is going to be better. I don't know if it's going to be significant of a jump enough for me to want to grind out the Poetics for it, because I had to spend the Poetics on my materia. You are the most important, because with you, I can now finally start getting 7 of my Wondrous Tales basically guaranteed every single week. We'd finally reached a point where I could consistently tell if a Wondrous Tales book was worth completing, but it didn't last for very long. Yet another detail we'll talk about later. As one final celebration for the day, there's something else we have to unlock. We've dealt with solo for a long enough time, and now I have to do my namesake. I have some hunting to do. You better believe we're going for Rathalos. Yeah, no, they let me have early access to Monster Hunter Wilds. It was kind of crazy, you know? For legal purposes, this is a joke. This is not a copy of Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm hunting for one thing, the Rathalos mount. I am Wrath Games, after all. How can I say no to that? The Rathalos has some weird drop mechanics. There's a small chance anytime you hunt it to have a chest drop. Treasure chest? Oh my god! The chest can contain the Orchestrion roll, the Poogie minion, or the mount. Otherwise, you get scales from carving the tail after defeating the extreme version, and with 50 of those scales, you can trade them in for the mount. Are you giving me the gift of a mount for Solo's birthday? He's worth it. He's worth it. And the Orchestrion. Okay, you know what? 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Ideally, we get lucky, but for now, I'm not going to do it all at once. Instead, we'll take our time and give it an attempt once per stream. With that, the revelry comes to a close, and we head off to start the real adventure. Just 3 quests away from our starting point, the first dungeon, the drowned city of Scala, is unlocked. With absolutely 0 changes to our gear, we enter as a level-synced paladin. In much the same way as Castromabania, the enemies along each path tore through our health. Unlike Warrior easily handling large groups of enemies, Paladin doesn't get to heal while doing damage, and the mana needed for healing meant I had to kill them one at a time rather than hitting them all at once. But we've gotten enough practice in with Paladin just to reach here. No single pull of enemies was going to stop me. 12 minutes spent, we've reached the first boss, the Kelpie. Speaking of Kelpies, did you know apparently Kelpies could be found wearing a bridle, and if it was removed would exorcise the creature? Then supposedly you could brandish it at a person and turn them into a horse. Anyway, enough Wikipedia facts. Throughout the fight, the Kelpie jumps to the side of the arena, casting Hydro Push or Hydro Pull, knocking you away or pulling you in towards the boss. Bloody Puddle drops a damaging zone we need to dodge during the push and pull. Torpedo Kick is a tank buster dealing 4,000 damage, and that is the entire fight.
Boss dead, absolutely 0 effort. See you later.
Wow, that boss was almost as low effort as subscribing and hitting the like button. What do you mean? I didn't have to record this in post because I forgot? Come on, we're right at 50k, hit the button! A few weird rock hand guys later, we reach the second boss.
The old one. Huh, me for real. Am I right, everybody? Am I right? Am I me when I me when my back?
The old one uses a few dodgeable spells like Mystic Flame before starting the real mechanic. Order to Detonate spawns 4 subservients around the arena. For as long as they're alive, the boss is invulnerable.
I don't like the look of this.
If they aren't killed before the cast finishes, they each explode, dealing a really small amount of damage. Honestly, I wasted a lot of mitigation for that. Then, Shifting Light turns us into a Spriggan and repeats the order to detonate. Now, you could use your Spriggan attacks to instantly kill the subservients, or you could somehow not notice that you have attacks as a Spriggan, assume it's a party mechanic, and tank 10,000 damage.
Oh, here it is. I found the button.
Just in time, too, as the final order to detonate comes with enough subservience to instantly kill me if I don't take them down. Once again, an easy boss. Remembering the glory days of yore.
I miss the transformation. Yeah, I learned about the removal of it during that last speed run. I really want to turn into the big guy again and just float over. That was so much fun. The transformation is you would turn into one of those big ghosts. Like you would turn into that guy there and just float over to the other side. It was cute. If you still had a heavy from the previous fight, the transform would time out midair and you'd fall to your death. I've never had that one happen. That sounds amazing.
Killing the enemies throughout the dungeon has brought us down to 20 minutes remaining, and the final boss is within reach. Project Poison Tongue is the epitome of a final boss, taking all of the difficulties we faced in the dungeon so far and increasing it 2-fold. Which is to say, still 0. The spin hits everyone in the arena, dealing more damage the closer you are to the center. A donut AoE spawns, moving with the player it targets, meaning we can't get hit by it. Eye of Fire is a gaze mechanic that causes confusion if we don't look away. Cross of Chaos shoots a wave of damage and a plus from its target, dealing just about 2,000 damage. Then, watching the boss closely, he has 3 poses he can take. Tail raised and looking backwards is a tail swipe, hitting anything behind him. Raising a single claw into the air is a slash, cleaving anything in front of him, and both hands up, slightly bent over, means he's charging a massive laser beam that hits everything in a line in front of him. Those are the only attacks he has. With no major threat, 13 minutes later, Prodrick falls. And the drowned city of Scala is complete.
I remembered nothing about this dungeon other than it was quick and easy, and thankfully this dungeon was quick and easy. What do you mean that was the hardest thing ever? We've been here for months. No, you're right. Yeah, my mistake. I blanked it all out. It was so traumatic to have to get through this dungeon.
It took quite a bit of time with less than 10 minutes remaining before we got kicked out, but that was by far the easiest dungeon we have ever done. Which also means there's nothing standing between us and the second instant. Nothing aside from some MSQ, that is. One tiny little accident later.
No!
We've reached our next fight, Castrum Fluminous, the only remaining trial in Stormblood, SUGIYAMA. First attempt is Warrior on level sync. Torment onto Death is a tank buster, dealing 16,000 damage to its target and anyone in a cone behind them. Zashiki Asobi spawns dancing fans in a spiral around the arena. After a short delay, the fans explode in the order they landed, while Tsukiyomi casts Steel of the Underworld, cutting off half the arena with a damaging blast. Then, Midnight Haze spawns 2 tethered clouds at the east and west walls of the arena. The clouds slowly move in towards the center as Tsukiyomi casts Lead of the Underworld, a party stack dealing 20,000 damage. And if the clouds touch, they explode, doing 3,000 damage and each applying a damage down for 30 seconds. The cloud explosion will also kill you through immunity. The goal is to kill the clouds, so they're targetable, meaning if I timed it right, I could use them and the boss to heal back up with raw intuition. Right after, she begins to cast Night Bloom, ending the first phase. Tsuyu lays in the center, summoning specters of her past to bash away at her, fueling her suffering. As they attack, the bar slowly fills. 4 total waves spawn. Her parents, the Garlean soldiers, Asahi, and before we can see the last, she reaches 100% and ends the run.
But this is probably a full death, no matter what. 5 million damage, I think that just did?
The ad phase lasts long enough that we've survived the required 3 minutes for the echo and gain a 10% buff to our health and damage. With 40% echo, we just barely make it long enough to see the final specter, Xenos. As he spawns, we're thrown to the back of the arena and stunned for 13 seconds, ensuring our death. One more time, at the maximum buff of 50%, Xenos slashes away at Tsuyu before clashing with Gosetsu. The final stage is to kill Xenos' specter before she reaches 100%, but we're already there well before we reach this point. Even at the absolute strongest we could be, we failed. Level sync was impossible, and unfortunately, Silence Echo was weaker than my best level sync attempt, so that wasn't an option either. But maybe it was just Warrior that couldn't manage it. Maybe we just needed to rely on Paladin one more time. Level synced once again, Paladin is much weaker than Warrior against the ad phase, so yet another idea is gone.
This is gonna be the first fight in a while that's forced an Epic Echo.
Just to get an understanding on how strong we would have to be, I broke out our emergency button, the level 100 Pictomancer that got us through Susano, and entered on Epic Echo. Even with the overwhelming strength, even with pieces of level 100 armor, we're slaughtered before we can make any progress. We were backed into a corner. Our options were running out, and for the first time since the very beginning of the expansion, we're forced over to Epic Echo. Pictomancer couldn't survive, but I still had one last chance. I've yet to upgrade to the Skaven gear, the strongest we could access, but to get it, we need Poetics, and as of right now, we're starting at 0. Stopping in for Little Lady's Day to turn Solo into the pop star he was always meant to be, we make it through floors 40 to 60 on the objectively worst job for soloing Palace of the Dead, Astrologian. It's been a bit, but eventually I do have to hit floor 100 with this thing, as I definitely want to do, and am not being forced into. The Palace runs get us a little bit of Poetics, but right now our biggest problem for my warrior is damage. I could survive well enough, but if I can't kill the ads, surviving doesn't matter, meaning I need a new weapon, the most expensive item I could want at 600 Poetics. Thankfully, there's a weekly burst of Poetics from a piece of content I've neglected for a long time. The Masked Carnival is an arena that can only be entered by blue mages. Within these walls lies puzzle pieces disguised as monsters, and if you don't manage to figure it out, you're given a swift death. The fights can also have a weekly bonus on them, requiring some amount of challenge to be completed, and rewarding you with 440 Poetic Tombstones should you complete all 3 of them. You also get Poetics for clearing fights for the first time, but I did most of them before we left A Realm Reborn, so we won't get much from them now. The advanced challenge for the week used 10 ways to die and 4 faced as its modifiers. I have to use more than 2 spells and less than 10 to satisfy 10 ways to die, and I need 4 unique spells that all come from my face to satisfy 4 faced. Our face spells are Glower, Bad Breath, Sticky Tongue, and Flying Sardine, and using less than 10 spells is pretty easy, so this one goes down after 2 attempts. While we're on the topic of Blue Mage, we're in the endgame of Stormblood now,
so I can finally get one of, if not the most powerful spell in the entire Blue Mage Compendium, Ultra Vibration. Combining this with Ram's voice to freeze our enemies, Ultra Vibration will instantly kill anything near me. The last two challenges are to win under a certain amount of time, and win at all. With that, we've got enough poetics for an upgrade to our beloved Bill.
Why is it a checkerboard? Am I playing chess on my axe? We're going back to the original build this time.
And gear up for another face-off against Tsukiyomi. Death after death, without ever getting a chance to kill Xenos, I had to come to terms with this. I may be a bit crazy, but I can see my own limits. There was no universe where I could do this on level sync or Silent Echo. We had to use every buff the game could give us, including the Epic Echo. While unsynced without restrictions, in Stormblood content, the Epic Echo provides us with a 60% buff. With that and the extra 50% from the normal Echo, we could do it. We didn't have any other choice. That is, until I stumbled into something. A final glimpse of hope.
Oh. Wow, okay. I just skipped a whole phase. It didn't even summon the ads. Okay, this is the best chance I could possibly get. Okay, hold on.
We had accidentally found a sequence break. Something I had done in that moment caused an entire set of ads to just never appear. 6 enemies that never got a single attack in. If I could recreate this, forget Epic Echo, I might even be able to go back to level sync.
Oh, that sucks. How did that skip happen? That's a very good question. I wish I had any idea. No, this time it did it. What happened? I really don't understand what the difference was. Whatever I did, I need to figure that out and do that again. Is it because I killed Patriarch first? That is the only difference there, isn't it? That time I started with Matriarch instead of Patriarch. The first time I started Patriarch and then I skipped. No, what happened? How did I do that, man? That sucks. So it's time-based, not suffering-based.
But try as I might, I could never get it to happen again. At this point, any hope of using this to our advantage today had faded away.
What was it? Maybe I was a second off?
It was time to fight the boss normally. At 50% Echo, we were finally strong enough to kill Xenos in time and enter the second phase of the fight. Selenomancy splits the arena into a double-sided cookie. Standing in either half slowly eclipses the moon above your head, and after 5 stacks, you're given Doom, an unavoidable instant death. To prevent this, we need to constantly swap sides and reset the counter. Then, Anti-Twilight cleanses the moons from beneath your feet. As before, Torment unto Death and Lead of the Underworld tear away at our health. For the second cast of Selenomancy, she adds the Midnight Haze clouds from earlier. Now, while dancing between moons, we had to kill the clouds or suffer 30 seconds of reduced damage and a huge hit to our health. Peraloon marks the end of the second phase, cleansing the arena once more as Tsukiyomi falls to madness. Turning the sky a blood red, we've reached the end. Lunacy is her most powerful attack yet. Her own Akmorn, a party stack that hits multiple times, dealing a grand total of 38,000 damage. Darkblade slashes away at half the arena, Reprimand deals 5,000 unavoidable damage, and Brightblade is a mirror for Darkblade, slashing the opposite side of the arena. Dancing fans fill the arena once more as we're targeted with another Lunacy. The second time it's used, Lunacy adds in a 4th hit, now dealing 45,000 damage with my shields and defensive abilities. And it only gets worse. On its 3rd use, it hits the maximum amount of attacks, 5, for a grand total of 86,000 damage. That single attack, if I didn't prepare for it, could deal 87% of my health, even when I have a 110% bonus. We had seen every mechanic now, but I wanted something more. Sure, I could kill Tsukiyomi if I had the max buffs and Epic Echo, but could I do better than that? What about the weird issue we found earlier? If I used that, maybe we didn't need all of this. My attempts came to an end to chase after that little glimmer of hope. I could probably do this 20% or 30% if I could get that consistently. I spent the rest of the night trying to get the ad skip to work, but
nothing. So I went to my Discord and set out a bounty. We had a vague idea of what might be causing it, but I needed to see if it could be done consistently. And in just a few hours, we had it. Almost. My assumption had been correct. To get this skip to happen, it entirely depended on when I killed the first ads, the matriarch and patriarch. If I killed the last of those two in the same second the bar hit 28%, the spearmen wouldn't spawn. This explained why I couldn't pull it off at a higher echo buff. I was killing them too fast. Me and my game dev brain have a vague guess at what's happening here, but don't take this as a definite. I don't work on Square Enix products. My guess is 46 seconds into the ad phase is when the spearmen spawn, whether you've killed the first two ads or not. It will also spawn the spearmen as soon as the matriarch and patriarch die. So, in theory, if we can make both of those checks happen at the exact same moment, instead of incrementing to the second set of ads, it increments by 2 and skips to the third ad, Asahi. The only problem now is doing it consistently. And even for everyone doing the tests, the one thing we all agreed on was there was no way to get this 100% of the time. It happened so rarely that most would only see it once over an entire day of attempts. And through my hours trying, I still couldn't get it to happen again. That fragile hope was snuffed out. But we were still improving. I had gotten to the point now where I could reach Xenos with just a 20% buff. The DPS required to kill him would be the next problem. As soon as he spawned, he raised the meter by 4%. Then, his clash with Gosetsu burned through our remaining time. Stepping out for strength potions, we come back stronger than ever before. Whether I got the ad skip or not, this time, for sure, Tsukiyomi will fall.
It's going to be a long night.
I'm so sad I couldn't get the stupid Asahi skip, man, but whatever. I'll take it. A victory's a victory, and either way, I'm 30% echo instead of the 50, so I can be happy with that. Congratulations. We are finished the final trial of Stormblood. You may have seen the video's title and thought that was the frame-perfect boss I was talking about, and you'd be justified in that. I mean, that was basically a frame-perfect skip, but no. There's something much worse than Tsukiyomi waiting for us before the end. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't have a chair, and so my desk is not exactly like a standing desk, so for me to play the video game, I kind of have to like get very close to the microphone, hunch over, and then like spider leg grip the buttons. 2 dungeons remain, and with a brand new restriction of no sitting added to the challenge, the burn is unlocked. As per usual, Warrior fears no mob pull, so we rush on to the first boss, Head Attempt. This little scorpion is about as easy as it gets. Hellfire shoots a barrage of crystals at their target. Standing behind one of the large rocks protects you from damage and causes the rock to explode. Shard Strike drops crystals onto your head, harming you and anyone nearby. And Shardfall sends a burst outwards from the center. Standing behind the large rocks once again prevents any damage. All of the rocks in the arena explode, and Dissonance forces you to stand under the Scorpion, dropping down 4 new rocks shortly after it completes. Crystal Needle is a tank buster dealing 9,000 damage, and that is every mechanic. From the next area, the strange creatures inhabiting this dungeon are replaced with Magitech, broken and battered and posing little threat. Crawling through the wreckage of a Magitech ship, we find the second boss, the Defective Drone. Aetherochemical Coil is a tank buster dealing 9,000 damage. Aetherochemical Residue leaves a pool of acid on the ground, slowing down anyone inside it as the drone jumps to one side of the arena with 5 copies. All but one will dash across the screen, damaging anything they hit. Rockbiter spawns at the edge of the arena, charging up their own dash. Then he summons a Dreadnought and combines both dash attacks, leaving only a small safe haven. Though annoying, the Dreadnought is weak, and the more targets I have, the more I can heal. Just a simple dance of dodging dashes, the Defective Drone falls just as easily as Hedatet before it. Out of everything I've seen in this video game, this right here is probably the coolest. Taking in the sights of this ashen wasteland, we have an astonishing 42 minutes for this dungeon. We've reached the final boss, the Mist Dragon. This is like a Monster Hunter intro. Oh my god, it really is a Monster Hunter intro. Ram Wraith is AoE for 3k. Frostbite is... Whoa, okay. Oh my god. Just instant death? Okay. Oh my god, you're right, that's gravity damage. For the first time ever, a non-Magitech enemy has dealt gravity damage. 5,500, almost 25% of my health, and there was no way to reduce it. It even goes so far as to damage me through my shield, but this time it wasn't followed up with instant death. The only thing I can assume at this point is maybe I stood in an ice patch I didn't see for too long. Fog Plume drops a ball of ice onto the arena that explodes out in all directions shortly after landing. Vaporize makes the Mist Dragon invulnerable and spawns 3 Draconic Regards around the arena. The longer they live, the bigger the dragon's final attack gets until it eventually takes up every last inch of space. Getting hit by Cold Fog freezes you, gives a vulnerability up debuff, and traps you within a glacial rock. Thankfully, this doesn't require a party member to break me out of it like Titans does, and falls off on its own once the deep freeze ends. Filling Aspiration targets a random player, dealing 5,500 gravity damage and giving them frostbite, while also spawning pools of ice nearby. Standing in those ice pools kills you, as you saw earlier. Then the Mist Dragon does that again, this time dealing 7,000 gravity damage with Frost Breath. Finally, Deep Fog reduces your visibility to a small area around you. The dragon hides in the dense fog, dashing across the arena after a short delay. The only way to find it and dodge the attack is to run around until you're close enough to see it. Otherwise, it's a wild gamble on whether or not you get hit. Failing to dodge the attack freezes you just like Cold Fog from earlier. A much more difficult fight than any so far in this dungeon, but we've survived every mechanic all the same, so the Mist Dragon falls, and the burn is complete. One final dungeon stands between us and Shadowbringers. Filled with the joy of victory, we rest. My journey in this home was at its end, and I now had to pack my entire life into a little box and dryer for what ended up being 28 hours with 2 little cats in my backseat to a wonderful new home. This is the home where Solo began. This is the home where we started everything. And now, it will be gone forever. It was a pleasure to have you here for the final stream of this home. I will see you all, possibly next Thursday. I am going on a 20-hour road trip starting Saturday at midnight, and I will see you soon when I return. I shall see you when I am safely in my new place. Well, goodbye. Upon my return, I awoke to my phone buzzing non-stop. I thought the world was ending. Every person I knew, my entire Discord, every channel, every social media, I was being added and told one thing. The newest patch, 7.2, had released, and with it came a gift from Yoshi P and the entire Final Fantasy XIV dev team. How about now? Is that better? More echoey than in your empty home last stream. Alright, that's significantly impressive. Did I accidentally press the button that makes it terrible? I did accidentally press the button that makes it terrible.
How about now?
Cat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that move just broke my mic arm.
See, back when I beat Susano, I needed Pictomancer at level 100, but this came with some issues. The biggest of which being, as soon as you had a class at level 100, Wondrous Tales would give you duties and trials from the most recent expansions without restriction. But now, on this glorious day, they changed the requirement. As of 7.2 with the new update, Yoshi P made a change specifically for me. Wondrous Tales books cannot give anything past your main scenario. You've received a journal corresponding. Wait, look at that pop-up. You've received a journal corresponding to your current progress in the main scenario. It can no longer give us Endwalker and Dawn Trail stuff. This is the greatest day of my life. No more desperately calculating odds and second chance points. No more scraping by and throwing out my books. Tears formed in my eyes as I opened the pages and saw dungeons and trials that I could do again. I could do every single dungeon one. Howling Eye, Rama, we get 3 ARR once again? 10 months of struggling with the decision I made, and now I was free. This is especially the best day of my life, because do you know what I saw earlier today? Tomodachi Life is getting a sequel. I had completely and utterly given up hope that I would ever see Tomodachi Life again on the Nintendo Switch, but oh my god, they announced Tomodachi Life 2. What was once a 3-hour grind for Wondrous Tales was now cut down to 45 minutes. Celebration's over. We rushed through the quests to our final dungeon, the Gimlet Dark, and the last fight against Magitek for a very long time. For now, we can skip past these ads as they're just as easy as usual and hit the first boss, the Mark IIIB Magitek Colossus. And from the very beginning, the Gimlet Dark is showing itself to be a completely different beast from the last 2 dungeons. Jarring Blow is a tank buster, dealing 12,000 damage. Moving to the center of the arena, the Colossus begins casting Magitek Slash, slicing the arena into a big pizza and leaving behind a scorched earth in its wake. Standing in those fires will deal heavy damage, but right as it's about to complete the circle, the fires start to go out. As the fight progresses, they'll swing in both directions, one after the other. This slow and easily dodgeable attack gave me time to heal for the real problem. Magitek Ray is a party stack, dealing 15,000 damage without mitigations, and just 30 seconds later, after an onslaught of damage from Cerulean Vent and Wildfire Beam, he uses Magitek Ray a second time, followed up by Exhaust, an easy-to-dodge cast, and a Tank Buster. It took every defensive ability and resource I had to survive this, and after 2 more Magitek Slashes, he'd do it again. This was one of the worst cycles a dungeon boss had ever put me through. Yet again, the curse of Magitek grabs us by the throat. But thankfully, the Magitek Slashes waste enough time that I can get all of my resources back. Colossus down, we move on to a strange encounter. Past the first group of enemies, we reach the fields where Pippin and Lise are waiting for us. This is a strange experience. There are NPCs in my dungeon. This dungeon has forced NPC allies. No matter what I do, I'm stuck with these 2, so for the first time in the entire challenge, I have a reason to use my tank stance. They join me for 2 groups of enemies, then leave as we reach the second boss, Prometheus. As the fight begins, he bores through the ground and reappears within the walls, firing a massive laser beam and piercing a hole through the hard stone. His tank buster, Unbreakable Cermet Drill, deals 10,000 damage. Freezing Missile fires rounds into the air as Prometheus bores down once more, forcing you to dodge proximity AoEs alongside his laser. For proximity AoEs, the closer you are to them, the more damage you do, and every other attack is inconsequential. Compared to the Colossus, this is added to the list of easiest bosses, and we can move on towards the final gauntlet. Once again joined by NPCs Amerik and Connie Senna, the last group of enemies are filled with mini-bosses, from Colossi to Hexadrons, and finally the Rubicatus. At one point, I even attempted to kill Connie Senna by leaving her to fight the enemies on her own, but it turns out that the NPCs are invincible and will just survive at 0.1% HP no matter what. Oh, are you gonna die? That would be great. If I never activate you, will you just die? Come on, she's invincible. The NPC is invincible. My one hope. Unbreakable Cermet Blade has you stand under a shield from Connie Senna, but I stand by my no interacting and just tank the hit.
it barely does anything anyway. Then, at 70%, it starts casting Self-Detonate. Lise hits through most of its health, and I'm left to finish it off. Now, the path is open. With 36 minutes remaining before the dungeon kicks us out, we reach the final boss of Stormblood, Anya and Julia Quo Soranis. This is a 1v2, but we start by facing whichever of the two sisters we attack first. Anya to start, Julia sits at the sideline, firing 3 rounds of Airsbane at us, as Anya uses her tank buster, Delta Trance, for 5,000 damage. Order to Bombard drops 3 missiles on the arena. Julia casts the Order and knocks us back towards the wall, and Anya casts Angry Salamander, sending a burst of flames out in front of her. Giant X's, Terminus S's, appear at the edge of the arena and fire towards the center after a short delay. And finally, Stunning Sweep stuns you if you don't dodge it, and Artificial Plasma deals 3,000 damage. Anya cycles through these attacks until we get her down to 0.1%, starting the second phase. After a quick match of ping pong with a Terminus Est, they high-five in the center, and Julia swaps in as the new main opponent. Julia's tank buster, Innocence, hits for 5,000 damage as Anya shoots an Angry Salamander from outside the arena. Commence Airstrike drops cerulean tanks from the airships above. Anya knocks you and the tanks away with a roundhouse kick as Julia shoots to set one off. The explosion cascades outwards to the back of the arena. Jumping to the center once more, Julia spawns 4 Terminus Est around her and begins casting the Order, sending them all flying. And then the cycle repeats. Of the two, Julia is by far the easier fight. Dropping to 0.1%, both sisters are defeated, but in a blaze of glory, they begin their final attack. Dodging the Terminus Est one last time, they reappear at the center of the arena. After a brief pause, they drink a potion, set themselves ablaze with power, and become targetable again. Both bosses are back at 20% health and begin casting their Enrage. This was a DPS check. On our first attempt, I managed to kill one, as the other is left untouched and finishes casting Imperial Authority. Failing the DPS check was a guaranteed death, and we hadn't even come close. Now we were at an impasse. I couldn't do this level synced as warrior, and there was no way to pull out the red mage level sync again, as the party stacks from the first boss would kill us in one hit. With the one we had killed, we can do some math and assume how much damage we'd need. In total, they both seemed to have somewhere around 70,000 health, meaning we have to do 140,000 damage to clear this Enrage. My first answer to that is Gunbreaker. At level 70, it should have a higher DPS than Warrior. Spending another 600 tomes on a new Gunblade and jumping back into the dungeon to test our burst damage on the first enemies, it was painfully obvious this would get us nowhere. I'm at 50k out of 140k, so I'm a third of the way, and that was most of the burst. This is not enough. Gunbreaker can't do it either. Yeah, Warrior did more. Significantly more. Gunbreaker failing to save us in our time of need, we return again to Warrior and enter the Gimlet Dark on Silence Echo. Being a higher level means we have less crit chance and defense, but gives us access to Inner Chaos. Every time I used Infuriate, it would turn my next spell Cleave into Inner Chaos, with higher damage and guaranteeing I get a critical direct hit. Even with the weaker substats, this would be a huge upgrade to our damage. From here, there should be no more issues. I even started to use Strength Potion, increasing my strength by 10% for 30 seconds. So, the final fight can come to an end. Wow. Even that's not enough. And 6.8% was the best we could get. The weapon and Silence Echo weren't enough. I needed armor as well, but it's not as simple as I might have hoped. I mentioned at the very beginning, eye level 400 gear should be a huge boost to our power, but not when you actually look at it. Right now, with how insanely difficult this DPS check was, Warrior's Inner Release is our saving grace. For 3 attacks, it guarantees I get a critical direct hit. The damage still has a range, but this essentially is the maximum an attack can do. These attacks will do more damage the higher my critical hit stat, and most of the eye level 400 gear was replacing my critical or direct hit with defensive things like tenacity or useless stats like skill speed. That, plus Inner Chaos from Infuriate giving us 2 more, even stronger hits, I had to prioritize critical numbers over everything else. Which leaves us with only 4 viable pieces of gear for Poetics. The 2 biggest changes were the chest and pants, but for my 6 other pieces of gear, I didn't see any options. and I'm out of armory chest space. So much to chat's dismay, we throw out some cosmetics I'm never going to use and add in our new chest armor.
Side adventure jacket. More like garbage jacket.
For a brief moment, I dreamt of Omegascape, the raid series for Stormblood.
I could sit here and grind out enough poetics for a full Skaven set. Or we do all of the Omega raids, and then I can grind out the Savages for the last Omega raids to get my 405.
If I could clear the final Savage fights, they would give us eye level 405 gear and more access to crit. This was a big commitment, and as much as second chance points weren't needed anymore, they were still useful. So before potentially wasting them and clearing all of Omegascape, we needed to know if I could even clear the Savage fights. Swapping to my main, then through Ultraza, I do the best I can to emulate my Pictomancer's gear with the random armor I never cleaned out of my inventory, and it's not even close. The very first Savage is undoable, let alone the other 3 fights I'd have to do. Back to solo, we're still stuck with the same questions, but instead of sitting and trying to puzzle out my entire gear set, I started with what I knew I could use. Using the first time clears of the Alexander raids from Heavensward, we rack up 500 poetics and purchase our new pants. Once again, not enough to get through. I didn't even need to reach the end to know the difference was minimal. The next option is to reach level 90. From there, I unlock Primal Rend, one of the most powerful abilities a warrior can get. It's basically the same as Inner Chaos. Big damage, guaranteed crit, but this time it's also AoE. Everything except the main target takes reduced damage, but when we're faced with 2 targets for a DPS check, there's nothing better. And leveling means heaven on high. Wondrous Tales would get us 1 full level, but we're level 88, so I need to grind a bit. Not much though. With 1,000,000 experience from every 10 floors, it's only around an hour of work. One Wondrous Tales book later.
Come on, it can't be 0 lives. It cannot be. We can't allow them to win. My god.
We're level 90, and Primal Rend is unlocked.
Level 90, baby!
And 500 more poetics gets us a new bracelet and ring. With the new gear upgrades and this final attack, this was it. We entered the Gimlet Dark one more. Why isn't the music starting? I see. It's because we were still nowhere close.
Ugh, still 8%, man. Oh, come on. No way, 0.7, come on, man! Oh, that should have been it. That should have been it, dude.
Or maybe not. At the very least, we've got some info from this run. From the second the twins become targetable, we have just slightly under 42 seconds to kill both of them. Changing my attacks had given us a really strong run, and this proved to me that it was possible. If we hadn't seen that attempt, it would have ended here, but now, I knew I could do it. One last option remained before Epic Echo, the crafted gear set Rakshasa. It wasn't particularly stronger than my current armor, but I could try and get some extra critical hit from it. Stronger strength potions would also help, but that means I had to finally unlock Flight in the Azim Steppe for some Azim Spring Water. With our grade 3 infusions of strength made, we can move back to armor. Rakshasa seemed questionable at best, pushing me back towards more Skaven gear, but there was one option I completely forgot about. The final crafted gear sets for Stormblood can be upgraded. Trading in high quality Rakshasa gear would get us tokens required to purchase Yama armor. One step up from Rakshasa, and absolutely filled to the brim with crit. Now we can piece together the final gear, a min-maxed, perfect armor set built to give me the best critical hits possible. Yama helmet, earrings and rings, Skaven chest, pants, gloves, boots and bracelet, and a hematite necklace. But there's something I should mention. We do not understand main stats. Strength is a main stat, and every piece of the eye level 400 armor had a higher strength, but only by 3 to 4 at most. And unfortunately, there's no way of knowing how much of a difference 3 strength makes when compared to the extra crit chance. Normally, we're told that higher main stat is always better, but that's most likely referring to a perfect world, where you're constantly healed and fighting over a long period of time. I had 42 seconds to kill both bosses. As of right now, my belief was that crit chance was the most important. With all the hope in my heart, this would push us over the line. But Either way, whether it's for the Yama gear or poetic gear, I need to get tomestones. Yama's secondary component, Domen Ryaku, needed poetics to purchase it, plus some more for the materials I need to craft Rakshasa gear. And, in a worst case, I wanted to have a full set of Skaven gear available to swap over to if my min-max set wasn't working. Now, I wanted a Yama helmet, earring, and 2 rings, but that doesn't mean we have to make those in Rakshasa gear. I only need the token, and I can get those tokens from any Rakshasa gear. So we opt to craft Rakshasa Hakamas of Striking, as it uses the least amount of legendary materials, and we'll only need 2 of them to get everything we want. Heaven on High gets us 30 poetics per run, but my fastest run is 20 minutes, and I need 2,135 poetics, so this was a much bigger grind than I was ready for. Then a chat member mentioned something. An idea so crazy, it might just work. Rather than spend a literal 24 hours running Heaven on High, we can hop over to the Oceanic Data Center, the quietest server in the entire game. And once we're there, we can look for an empty instance and use a completely new method to earn poetics. Eureka. If you have never experienced it before, welcome to the way that you got relic weapons in Stormblood. Eureka. Within the... Okay, stop. This video is long enough. I'm not going to explain Eureka to you. The plan was to get strong and kill the low-level notorious monsters, Eureka's version of Fates, for poetics. It did not work. At least I managed to get my own solo Eureka instance a lot easier than expected. Moving on. For now, we bide our time using the weekly Blue Mage rewards, Wondrous Tales, and the rest of the Alexander raids for poetics. To make those Hakamas of Striking I mentioned earlier, we only need 1 legendary material, Stardust Cotton Balls, but that also means getting Flight in another zone, Yangsha. Emergency Skaven gear purchased, all that's left is my Yama. Yangshan Cotton Balls, Blood Hemp, and a grade 4 Reisui of Strength makes our Stardust Cotton Cloth for 2 Rakshasa Hakamas of Striking. And trading those in for 42 Rakshasa tokens gets us our final pieces of gear, the Yama rings, earring, and helmet. And just to be absolutely sure, we slot in some materia for the highest possible critical chance. This was it. It's time to end things. No way! Come on! 0.1%. At most, 700 health. I failed by just 700 health. Swapping back and forth between my armors, I couldn't recreate it no matter what I tried. I had locked in to a very specific and consistent attack pattern. It's long since it spans over 40 seconds, but I'll show it here on screen. Though, no matter what I did, I couldn't get back there. For a brief moment, I tried to change things up. Primal Rend was a massive boon to our damage, so what if I could use it twice? As of right now, Inner Release goes on cooldown for 60 seconds, so I only get the 1 as soon as they spawn. But if I used it early, I could start the fight with Primal Rend and finish it with a second one later on. Though this didn't seem like it would work. The timing was absolutely insane. It took 46 seconds for them to become targetable, and I only had 30 seconds to use Primal Rend. Plus, I was throwing out the 3 guaranteed crits from Fell Cleave if I did this. There just wasn't enough time to use them all at the end of the fight. Well, there was, but trying to line that up with your attack cooldowns and get it perfect 30 seconds in advance wasn't feasible. But then neither was this. 8 hours of attempts, and the twins still claimed victory. At this point, I needed to rest, but what would the next day even be? Just more of this? More bashing my head against the wall with a combo that saw 0.1% one time? Hoping and praying to the 12 for luck? No, I had to do something different. I had to try. At this point, I was locked in to the critical gear. Rather than using the full set of Skaven, I would use the min-maxed set I had made with the Yama gear earlier. And somewhere between 29.5 to 29.8 seconds before the twins were targetable, I'd use Inner Release and start the fight with Primal Rend. I was desperate, so I bet everything I had on the one perfect run. Now, I just had to do it.
Oh, my heart. I did it! I did it! It's done! Done, dude! That's it! Okay! I wish I had a heart rate monitor so you could experience what I just felt. I must have been minimum 150. There's no way it was anything less than that. I feel like I'm about to pass out.
Heart pounding out of my chest, throat raw from the screams of victory. The dust began to settle as I soaked it all in. I had won. The boss died as the screen began to fade out. I expected this to be difficult, but that was an entire new level of difficulty. I needed one run where I could be frame perfect, and that was it. Yet another foe vanquished. This one felt like so much more. This wasn't just my victory over the twins. This was my victory and farewell to Stormblood. Something that should have been impossible from the very first trial was finally over. Stormblood is now truly complete. With a final playtime of 826 hours, Season 3 has come to its end. For all the joy we hold now, we march on towards an even greater threat. The one fight I'm always asked about. One that may just be worse than Susanoo. But no matter the foe, we push on with our heads held high. I've already done the impossible once. Now, I'll just have to do it again.